It all begins with a revealing photo. Hector Cantrell recruits a 17-year-old dropout named Addison to scout middle schools in East Los Angeles. With his scruffy charm, tousled blonde hair, and a skateboard under his arm, Addison blends right in, just another kid hanging around campus. But he's not. He spins wild stories about being a pro skater or a signed rapper, when in reality he's crashing in a grimy garage with his brother, spending his nights glued to video games and passing around a bong named Fat Boy. His targets: girls from struggling families, the kind who dream big but have little. He lingers near school gates, his board clattering against the pavement, waiting for the right moment. When he spots a girl who's eager for attention, he pulls her aside, feeding her lies about secret Facebook accounts and how everyone does this. What he doesn't mention is the network behind it, the men with deep pockets and dark appetites who browse these photos like a catalog. Some want keepsakes. Others want something far worse. Anna Razian is next. At 15, she's already shouldering responsibilities beyond her years, cooking, cleaning, watching her siblings while her parents work brutal hours. So when Addison singles her out with those piercing blue eyes, she sees an escape. A chance to be someone new. She snaps the photo, uploads it, and waits for her life to change. Instead, dread creeps in. She tries to back out, but Addison isn't having it. Cornered in an alley, his friendly act drops, replaced by threats. There's someone above him, he warns, someone who won't hesitate to hurt her family if she refuses. That night, Anna scours the internet, piecing together horror stories of girls who vanished without a trace. As her siblings sleep soundly nearby, the weight of her mistake crushes her. The guilt is a living thing, expanding until she feels utterly alone. She knows now something terrible is coming. The only question is who it will destroy first. She makes her decision, hitting send on those damning photos before she can second-guess herself. Sleep becomes a distant memory as she tears at her hair, leaving bald patches behind. The razor blade glints in the fluorescent school bathroom light, each shallow cut a desperate attempt to feel something, anything real. Maybe it's less about waking up and more about screaming into the void, each scarlet streak a silent plea for someone, anyone, to notice. And someone does. A classmate's father, an older man with a cane and a recent limp, stumbles upon her curled up in the back of a 7-Eleven bathroom when she should have been in homeroom. He doesn't lecture, just slides her a scrap of paper with a number, 1-855 to nowhere. A lifeline disguised as a phone call. She dials. Evan Smoak answers on the second ring. Do you need my help? Simple, direct. 14 hours later, he's standing outside Addison's grimy garage in a neighborhood where the streetlights flicker like dying fireflies. The air reeks of gasoline and neglect. Evan moves like a shadow, already knowing Addison's brother Carl is off scoring heroin with his crew in Boyle Heights. The kid's alone. The garage door groans open, revealing Addison hunched in a cloud of stale weed smoke. He sizes Evan up, average height, unremarkable face, nothing special. Exactly how Evan prefers it. The kid smirks, flipping his dyed blue hair out of his eyes, the same move that's probably charmed too many girls into bad decisions. The hell do you want? Hector Cantrell's address. Addison's bravado flickers. He scoffs, but his fingers twitch. Never heard of him. And even if I had, why the hell would I tell you? Evan doesn't blink. People hate that. Addison shifts, suddenly less sure. I know guys, he spits. Guys who could vanish you before you even blink. The nowhere man, Evan replies. The kid's throat bobs. That name carries weight in certain circles, whispered in back alleys, traded like a bad omen. Addison forces a laugh. That's just some urban legend. then you've got nothing to worry about. Evan doesn't raise his voice. Doesn't have to. You know what happens to those girls, he says. Addison swallows hard. They disappear. Where? Sekutsiteseti. How the hell should I know? Some sicko's basement, probably. Wes Buida Frith. Addison's bravado cracks. Hector'll murder me. Like, actually murder me. Evan tilts his head, studying the kid like a bug under glass. Addison's voice pitches higher. Wait, you're not gonna kill me, right? I'm just a kid. There's a move Evan learned years ago, a quick, brutal strike designed to shatter a man's face without killing him. The kid doesn't even see it coming. 1 second he's standing, the next he's swaying, blood and spit dribbling from his ruined mouth. Somehow he stays upright. No, Evan says calmly. I won't kill you. Addison gurgles something unintelligible through the mess of his face. Evan leans in. The address? This time the kid talks. Evan ducked beneath the flapping plastic barrier into the half-built luxury home, one of Hector Contrell's ill-gotten trophies from exploiting struggling families in East Los Angeles. The isolated mansion perched at the top of a steep driveway in Chatsworth, its unfinished halls gaping like the skeletal remains of some enormous beast. Sawdust clung to Evan's tongue as he moved soundlessly past naked 2x4s, his tactical boots avoiding scattered nails. His customized Wilson combat pistol dug into his palm, its checkered grip leaving angry imprints. The glow of multiple monitors revealed Contrell holding court in what would become a living room, surrounded by the humming electronics of his human trafficking operation. The bearded giant looked like he'd been carved from granite, a man who'd long since abandoned any pretense of playing by society's rules. When Hector spotted movement in the unfinished gloom, he rose to his full intimidating height, revolver already in hand. The crude "fuck you" inked across his throat said everything about his approach to negotiation. 5 seconds, he growled, kicking a monitor to the floor where it shattered dramatically at Evan's feet. Sparks danced across the concrete like dying fireflies. Then didn't flinch. Anger's just a performance, he observed, watching the last flicker of electricity fade from the broken screen. A way to prove you're dangerous. Stable. Willing to cross lines. He took a deliberate step forward. So take a good look at me. Do I seem afraid to you? Backlit by the monitors, Hector's face became a grotesque mask of shadows, sunken eyes, jowls like slabs of meat, lips twitching with the first hint of doubt. Evan remembered Jack's lessons from years ago. Real speed wasn't about flashy draws, just a fractional tilt and 3.5 pounds of trigger pressure. When Hector finally moved, the gunshot reverberated through the hollow skeleton of the house. Hours later, Evan stood in a wind-whipped alley behind Anna Rezian's crumbling apartment complex. Dried blood flaked off his forearm like old paint. He'd scrubbed most of it away, but he could still feel the stubborn specks clinging to his neck. Pulling out his rugged roam zone phone, virtually indestructible, always within reach, he texted Anna outside. As he waited, unease prickled at him. Something in Hector's operation hadn't added up. Not a direct threat, but a loose thread that refused to be ignored. Anna appeared at the alley's entrance, shivering in her nightgown, her tangled hair whipping in the cold October wind. She looked small, breakable, and for the first time that night, Evan felt the weight of what he'd done settle heavily across his shoulders. The moment he spoke, she nearly collapsed with relief. "You're safe now," he reassured her, noticing her bare feet and the way her knees shook uncontrollably. She swallowed hard, her voice barely above a whisper. "I thought you were one of them, that this was the end. But then, it was just you." Didn't mean to frighten you, he said. Safe from what? Everything. She hesitated. Me, busy with his own problems now. And the man pulling the strings. Gone, Gebradzaku. Anna moved closer, her scalp patchy from stress, her face hollow like the others he'd helped people who'd been dragged out of life's current and left gasping. Mep's okay. Her voice broke. And Eduard? Oyafant. They're fine. A shaky step forward, her cheeks wet. Maria? They won't touch her. No one's left to try. She choked back a sob. My parents. They'll be safe too. He thought of her family asleep upstairs, the kind of stability he'd never known. At 12, he'd climbed into a stranger's car at a truck stop and vanished from East Baltimore. No home, no roots, just a trail of blood across Marrakech. Petersburg, Cape Town. Now here he was, making sure others kept what he'd never had. The photos, she whispered. They'll see what I almost did. They'll hate me. Earlier, he'd swept Hector's place construction debris, empty beer bottles, a mattress buried in fast food wrappers. In the comm center, he'd scrubbed every trace of Anna Razian from the servers before tipping off the FBI. The pictures are gone. No one has to know. Anna swayed, bracing herself against the wall. Edward, he's safe. The words seemed to sink in slowly, like ice melting. All of them. Safe. Her face crumpled. How do I face them? After what I almost cost us, that's your choice. She flinched, tears clinging to her lashes. A sharp breath steadied her. Don't call me again, he said. This is what I do. Nothing more. Albert Maria. My parents. Her voice was paper thin. Edward. Benno. Sam. Broke at me. One last thing before I go. Her gaze sharpened. Anything. Find someone else like you. Someone with no way out. Fiatzer, give them my number. The 1-855 line. 15 encrypted jumps across the globe before it hit his phone. Exactly. Tell them about me. Like Nicole's father did for me at the 7-Eleven. Just like that. Find them. Evan's final instruction to his clients was always simple yet profound. Tell them I'll be waiting on the other end of the line. This wasn't just closure, it was a lifeline transforming victims into survivors. He understood some pain never truly fades, but giving people agency over their scars made all the difference. When Anna suddenly embraced him, Evan froze, his arms hovering awkwardly above her slender frame. Moonlight caught the crimson stains on his forearm, the dirt beneath his nails, remnants of Hector Contrell's violent end. The last thing he wanted was to transfer that darkness onto her, but Anna only clung tighter, her tear-streaked face buried in his chest. Finally, surrendering to the moment, he returned the hug, surprised by the warmth radiating through her trembling body. How can I ever thank you? She whispered into his shirt. His response came automatically. Go be with your family. The words held double meaning, both instruction and absolution. As she stepped back to wipe her eyes, Evan melted into the night. His modified Ford F-15 might look like any other pickup cruising American highways, but beneath its ordinary exterior lay reinforced glass, military-grade tires, and enough custom armor to qualify as a mobile fortress. The vodka waiting in his Sub-Zero called to him as he navigated Wilshire's endless traffic lights. His penthouse loomed ahead in the aging luxury of Castle Heights, its once grand facade now blending into Los Angeles skyline like another forgotten landmark. Evan's origins read like something from a classified dossier plucked from Baltimore's roughest neighborhoods as a child, molded into something lethal by a man who became more than a handler. Jack Johns had been the first to see humanity beneath the weapon. The Orphan program's perfect soldier, deniable, disposable, engineered to operate in shadows where governments couldn't officially tread. As Orphan X, he'd moved through the world like a ghost, leaving only corpses and legends in his wake. The nowhere man, a name bestowed by terrified targets, became his new identity after walking away. But the program hadn't died as promised. Charles Van Sciver now commanded a new generation of killers with one standing order: eliminate all loose ends. Their last brutal encounter proved Van Sciver wouldn't stop until Evan's head decorated some black sidewall. So Evan remained vigilant, his penthouse both sanctuary and sniper's nest, while beneath him the city pulsed with oblivious life. The traffic finally relented as he turned into Castle Heights' underground garage, the war machine purring to a stop beside a concrete pillar scarred with old bullet marks nobody ever noticed. Evan swung into Castle Heights, breezing past the valet under the covered driveway before spiraling down into the underground garage. His tires barely whispered as he glided into his usual spot between two thick support columns. Snatching a dark hoodie from the back seat, he yanked it over his head to conceal the crusted blood on his forearm. The familiar walk across the concrete floor gave him just enough time to steel himself one deep breath by the lobby doors, and Evan Smoak, the dullest industrial cleaning supplier you'd ever meet, was ready for his close-up. The lobby smelled like overpriced flowers and quiet desperation. At this hour, only the security monitors kept Joaquin company behind his fortress of a desk. "Evening, Mr. Smoak," he said, barely glancing up from the screens. "Slow night." "Just burgers with the guys," Evan lied, flashing a grin that didn't reach his eyes. His fingers twitched at his sides. He'd forgotten about the blood under his nails. The elevator doors were nearly shut when a voice cut through the silence. "Hold it. So a beat. Please. I swear I meant to say that first." Mia Hall stood there, arms full of sleeping kid, looking like she'd just walked into a ghost. Peter's face was smushed against her shoulder, his hair sticking up like he'd lost a fight with a pillow. For a second, neither of them moved. Last year's almost romance hung between them, along with all the secrets she wasn't supposed to know. "Need help?" Evan offered, like they were still those people. Mia adjusted her grip, her freckles standing out against the sudden flush on her cheeks. "I've got him." The ride up was thick with everything unsaid. Evan flexed his fingers, hiding the evidence of his real job. Peter stirred just as the doors opened, blinking up at him with sleep-soft eyes. "Hi, Evan Smoak," he mumbled, blue-stained lips curling before he conked out again. Evan watched them disappear down the hall, the elevator doors sealing him back into his own world. Home sweet fortress. Behind the condo's charming wood facade, steel bars slid open with a series of satisfying clicks. The living wall greeted him, first herbs thriving under careful neglect, the only cheerful thing in the place. His penthouse was a study in controlled chaos, concrete floors, brutalist furniture, and enough hidden security to make a spy jealous. Bulletproof windows, motion-sensitive shades, and a fireplace that doubled as an armory. Jack would have called it excessive. Evan called it Tuesday. Evan moved silently through his high-tech condo, the woven titanium armor panels and quartz-layered balconies, offering both luxury and security. Motion sensors hummed softly, calibrated to detect the slightest disturbance, even the crunch of an intruder's boots on the stone pathways. He bypassed the kitchen island and opened the Sub-Zero fridge, where a bottle of Carlson's Gold vodka gleamed among the ice. This wasn't just any vodka crafted from 7 rare potato varieties in Sweden. It was distilled once in a copper still for unmatched smoothness. Evan poured a generous measure over a single spherical ice cube, then twisted fresh black pepper over the glass. The first sip was sharp, surgical, with a mineral finish and a lingering, peppery kick. Exactly what he needed. He crossed to the fireplace, igniting a stack of cedar logs with a flick of his wrist. As flames licked upward, he stripped off his mission gear and fed it to the fire, watching fabric and memory dissolve into ash. Naked, he padded across the open living space, pausing briefly where his prized 19th-century katana once hung. The empty hooks reminded him of the replacement he'd secured, an early Edo period blade from Seki, due to arrive any day now. The shower's frosted glass door slid away at his touch, revealing a steaming cascade. He stepped under the scalding water, scrubbing until the runoff swirled dark with grime. A wire brush took care of the stubborn stains under his nails. Clean but restless, he dressed in his usual uniform, dark jeans, gray V-neck, then hesitated at the dresser. His fingers hovered over the bottom drawer before he forced it open, lifting the false panel beneath. The blue flannel shirt inside was stiff with dried jack's blood. 8 years hadn't dulled the memory of holding his dying friend. Evan exhaled sharply, shutting the drawer. He sank onto his floating maglev bed, the neodymium magnets suspending it effortlessly above the floor. Eyes closed, he focused on his breath, willing calm into his bones. But tonight, the darkness behind his eyelids flickered with unwanted scenes. Hector Contrell's body jerking backward, the grotesque tattoo on his neck, the squalor of the empty house with its flapping tarps and missing doors. No doors. That was the detail gnawing at him. A house without locks meant no place to hide the kidnapped girls. They had to be held elsewhere. And if that was true, another victim might still be trapped. Evan was back in the shower in seconds, gripping the lever. A hidden mechanism clicked under his palm print, and the tiled wall swung open, revealing the vault. Tucked beneath the public stairwell leading to the rooftop, Evan's hidden workspace was a cramped 400 square feet of organized chaos. The concrete walls held an arsenal of weapons, while a battered metal desk groaned under the weight of monitors, tangled cables, and humming servers. Pirated security feeds from Castle Heights flickered across multiple screens, every corridor, stairwell, and entry point, under constant surveillance. The air smelled of damp cement and stale coffee as Evan settled into his chair, rolling up to the L-shaped workstation. With practiced ease, he tapped into law enforcement databases, accessing everything from criminal records to forensic reports, the same intel local cops pulled up in their patrol cars. He wasn't some elite hacker, but he'd slipped a backdoor program into a few police laptops during late-night ops, giving him unrestricted access whenever he needed it. Right now, he needed everything on Contrell, known associates, past addresses, even former prison buddies. Nothing stood out. Hours slipped by, the half-empty vodka bottle on his desk forgotten, its contents diluted with melted ice. A quick dive into the DMV netted him Contrell's Buick Enclave plate number, and a few more digital maneuvers unlocked the vehicle's GPS history. Pages of coordinates spewed from the printer, each one marking a stop, a detour, a potential lead. Evan studied the patterns, dissecting every pause between movements. His mission wasn't over yet. The 10th commandment burned in his mind: never let an innocent die. Meanwhile, in a windowless chamber that could have been buried deep underground or perched in some corporate high-rise, an entire wall of monitors pulsed with raw data. This wasn't just a server room, it was a digital predator's den where algorithms hunted in the dark. The glow from hundreds of screens cast shifting shadows, turning furniture and even people into ghostly silhouettes. Charles Van Sciver preferred it that way. No reflections, no distractions, just him and the relentless hum of machines. Most of the processing power was dedicated to one objective: finding Orphan X. Okay, fine, 76. Somebody 85% of it. Van Skiver had other responsibilities, sure, but none as consuming as this. Evan had been the program's best operative, not just aware of its darkest secrets, but the one who'd buried them. Van Skiver didn't understand the code flashing across the screens, but he didn't need to. The reports told him enough. Like sifting through an ocean for a single strand of wire, he searched for traces of the Nowhere Man, knowing each digital breadcrumb had to be followed with surgical precision. Van Skiver couldn't afford even the faintest flicker of emotion. One wrong twitch, and the fragile thread of his operation would unravel. His team had spent weeks combing through offshore banking labyrinths, stitching together fragments of transactions like archaeologists reassembling shattered pottery. They had traces of Evan, sure gossamer threads drifting on the surface, but each time they pulled, the line went slack. Wire transfers dissolved into digital mist, shell companies evaporated behind front organizations, and paper trails crumbled at abandoned mail drops in forgotten corners of the globe. Pacing the sterile command center, Van Skiver's pallid face reflected the cold light of the monitors. Isolation was his armor. He'd stripped away every comfort, every distraction. Pleasure was for the weak. This was a war of attrition, and his refusal to bend would crush his rival. He stopped mid-stride, absorbing the hum of the data wall surrounding him. Here, time collapsed. Past, present, and future bled together in an endless loop of analysis. The numbers would align eventually. The binary breadcrumbs would lead him to Orphan X. Patience was just another weapon. Meanwhile, Evan's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel as the gray van maintained its position 3 car lengths back. He signaled right, no reaction. FedEx came and went in his periphery, the van gliding past like a shark ignoring chum. Too smooth, too clean. He took a sudden detour down a residential street, watching his mirrors until the vehicle disappeared. Paranoia was just good sense in his line of work. Earlier, he'd made the rounds of his Los Angeles safe houses testing gear, rotating vehicles, swapping out his usual ride for a beat-up 4Runner with a peeling scuba decal. Now, after circling back to claim his shipment, he hefted the narrow box containing his latest acquisition, a 17th-century katana from the last master of the five-fold forge. The blade belonged on his wall, but first there was unfinished business. The GPS data from Contrell's movements had led him to a suspiciously pristine house in Fullerton, tucked behind overgrown soccer fields. Fresh paint, new roof. Impeccable flower beds framing a wrought iron gate. Evan scouted the perimeter, noting the gleaming Medico lock before slipping over the fence. Somewhere inside those drawn curtains, time was running out for someone. Evan worked the lock with practiced precision, the triple mountain pick gliding effortlessly until he found the sweet spot. A satisfying click signaled success, and the well-oiled door swung open without a sound. His Wilson Combat 1911 slid smoothly from its Kydex holster as he stepped into the stale air of the apartment, overpowering bleach mixed with the mustiness of a space sealed too long. The place was eerily spotless, like a staged model home. Dishes lined up with military precision, floors gleaming under dim light, and a bland IKEA-inspired living set in muted tones that screamed temporary. Parting the curtains with one hand, he noted the windows were sealed shut, nails driven deep, their cold metal heads smooth under his fingertips. His pulse quickened. The master bedroom held 2 double beds, neatly made, and a closet stuffed with oversized clothing. One jacket looked like it could double as a tent. Evan paused, listening to the silence, then moved toward the back room. 3 heavy-duty bolts secured the door from the outside. Gun raised, he waited a full 10 minutes, straining for any sound, breathing, shifting floorboards, anything. Nothing. The first bolt released with a metallic clank that echoed in the stillness. He threw the remaining two in quick succession, then angled his body as the door creaked inward. Inside, the room was disturbingly pristine lavender comforter, new TV, and a sheet metal barrier over the window. A holding cell disguised as a bedroom. The bathroom door resisted. A flick of his tension wrench and hook pick defeated the cheap lock, but the stench hit him before the door fully opened. A young woman's leg, discolored and lifeless, draped over the tub edge, her face hidden beneath tangled hair. She was older than the usual victims, late teens, maybe early 20s. A casualty of Cantrell's liquidation. Evan's grip tightened on the pick set. Then came the footsteps. Two men filled the hallway, one built like a linebacker, the other with a gut that strained his shirt. The lead man held a Smith & Wesson revolver with the ease of someone who'd used it before. His partner, a Sig Sauer in hand, hung back, letting his bulk do the talking. The bigger one smirked, his voice dripping with mock innocence. "Who's been sleeping in our beds?" Evan let his hands drift lower, just enough to keep them guessing. The Smith & Wesson tracked Evan's movement before settling squarely over his chest. "Goldilocks?" Evan scoffed. Seriously?" "Gotta side with him on this one, Claude," the guy by the door chimed in. "Not your best material." Claude's expression shifted, his freshly shaved cheeks glistening under the light, though dark stubble was already fighting its way back. "A face made for razor commercials. Figured it fit," Claude muttered. "Breaking in, us walking in on you. And yeah, the Goldilocks thing kinda insulting." "Because she's a girl," Evan deadpanned. Claude nodded. Keeping his hands where they were, Evan added, "You know how it goes." If the joke needs explaining." The guy in the back jerked his cig toward Evan. "Gun. Now." Evan obeyed, bending slowly while calculating the distance to Claude's boots, 5 feet tops. He could cover that in one move, easy. If only two guns weren't trained on him. Straightening up, he studied the chief's special's barrel. Claude was built like a linebacker and right-handed, so Evan's best shot was to feint left, forcing him to swing the gun across his broad chest. The bulk of his muscles might slow him just enough. Half a second was all Evan needed. His gaze flicked to Claude's second piece, a Browning high-power tucked in an underarm holster, cocked and locked. The safety peeked out beneath the strap. Clean setup. A sour stench drifted from the bathroom, settling bitter on Evan's tongue. Just beyond the doorway, bright red gas cans sat in the hall, placed there silently. "Spring cleaning?" Evan asked. "Cantrell ran the show," Claude said. "We're just hired help. Overpaid babysitters, really. Sit around, eat junk food, watch TV. Better than manual labor." Evan rolled the tiny hook pick between his fingers. Those were the choices. Trafficking or ditch digging. Claude's grin widened, his jawline sharpening. "You're the reason we're unemployed." In one fluid motion, Evan flicked the pick at Claude's eyes and lunged left as the gunshot rang out. The bullet whizzed past his ear. He crashed into Claude, using him as a human shield, closing the gap before the revolver could adjust. His right hand shot toward the Browning, thumb snapping off the safety as his finger found the trigger. He fired straight through the holster. The guy behind them took the bullet through the cheek, blood bursting like a tapped oil well. His pistol discharged twice as he reeled back. Evan felt the impact shudder through Claude's friendly fire to the spine. Claude dropped like a sack of bricks. The other man slumped against the bed, clutching the lavender comforter. Silence. The whole fight had lasted maybe a second and a half. Evan grabbed his gun and moved to leave. Gunfire carried, even with the neighbors spaced out. As he stepped over Claude, a yellow slip caught his eye, peeking from the inner pocket of the man's jacket. Instinct made him pause. He crouched, tugging it free. A shipping receipt, flimsy yellow carbon paper. The air turned brittle like one wrong move would crack it. His eyes darted to the queen bed, big enough for two. Then back to the form. The details stared back at him, cold and damning. The shipping manifest showed a staggering journey, Long Beach, California to Jacksonville, Florida, covering over 5,000 miles with an estimated arrival on October 29th at 11:37 p.m. That wasn't the route of a standard truck or plane delivery. No, this package was taking the scenic route, skirting the continent's edge and slipping through the Panama Canal. Evan's eyes flicked down the form, landing on the details. A 20-foot ISO container aboard the Horizon Express, a mid-size cargo ship with an extra $120 port fee due upon arrival. Then he saw it a handwritten note in blue ink, stark against the black type. Allison Ziegler, 17 years old. The careless scribble sent a jolt through him. A teenage girl trapped inside container 78653BA12. Claude and his crew must have squeezed in one last shipment before shutting down operations. That meant Evan had one final piece of Contrell's empire to dismantle. 16 days until the ship docked, 16 days to ensure Allison didn't face her fate alone. Folding the yellow form, Evan moved fast, sidestepping gas cans in the hallway before bursting outside. He cleared the security gate in one leap, boots hitting the sidewalk just as tires screeched. Two unmarked Ford Transits swerved toward him, boxing him in. No windows, just those ominous gray panels. His hand went to his holster, but the van doors slid open, revealing masked figures in tactical gear. Shotguns rose in unison, their stocks neon orange, less lethal rounds. Evan barely had time to brace before the first beanbag slammed into his thigh, spinning him halfway around. More followed, cracking a rib, another grazing his temple. The pain hadn't hit yet, just a dull pressure, a warning. Somehow he twisted free, drawing his Wilson in one fluid motion. The attackers moved like professionals, nothing like Contrell's ragtag crew. One hulking figure carried a bizarre weapon, a wide-mouthed launcher that fired with a hollow whoosh. A net weighted with steel clamps engulfed Evan midair, tangling his limbs like a fly in a spider's web. His wrist jammed against his face, knee jerked to his chest, a human pretzel frozen in mid-dive. For a split second, he caught sight of the shipping slip, carried off by the wind, Allison's name vanishing into the gutter. Then darkness swallowed his vision as a gloved hand pressed a needle to his neck. When consciousness returned, Evan found himself back in that familiar nightmare, the underground parking lot near the Jefferson Monument, the air thick with the scent of damp concrete and exhaust. The gurgle of a distant engine echoed a sound he knew all too well. Parking level 3 feels less like a place and more like a recurring nightmare. It's August 2008, the air thick enough to chew, and Evan has been trapped in this same suffocating moment for nearly a decade. The broken elevator sign flickers like a dying ember, painting the abandoned construction gear in eerie crimson. Cherry blossom petals cling stubbornly to his boots as he grinds them against the curb, waiting for the only man who ever mattered. He should be halfway across the world in Frankfurt, lying low after that messy Yemen extraction. Instead, he's here breathing in the stale concrete and motor oil, desperate for answers. Friap didn't want this meeting. Warned him about breaking protocol, about the risks of exposure. But Evan pushed, and Jack, against every instinct, caved. The footsteps come first measured, precise before Jack materializes from the shadows, his silhouette stretching grotesquely across the oil-slicked floor. Their embrace is brief, stiff with unspoken tension. Jack studies him like a father inspecting a wayward son, that rare flicker of pride breaking through his usual stoicism. Evan doesn't waste time. Free as that is, and a free Sate Shapariad. Jack's reply is scripted, rehearsed over years of training. You don't walk away. Not from this. Without me, you're just a ghost with blood on his hands, Evan finishes. The argument ignites, predictable as a ticking bomb until headlights slice through the darkness. The SUV barrels down the ramp, gunfire erupting before the vehicle even stops. Jack shoves Evan behind a pillar, but Evan's already moving, rolling across the concrete like it's second nature. His shots find their marks with brutal efficiency, turning the windshield into a jagged mosaic. The SUV drifts to a stop, nudging his legs. Inside, the shooters slump over the dash, their faces obliterated. Then the wet, choking sound behind him. Jack's clutching his shoulder, blue flannel blooming scarlet. Evan tears the fabric away, revealing the ragged wound, the blood arcing between Jack's fingers. Beneath the metallic stench, the faint perfume of cherry blossoms twists his stomach. Training should have erased the heat in his face, the way time stretches and snaps. But Jack's voice isn't his own anymore. It's Evan's conscience, dredged up from the deep. Chef to Siving's house, I made you. And you got me killed. A bloody hand lifts, pointing toward the shadows. A dismissal. A curse. Evan runs. Not toward escape, but into the dark where shame can't follow. When he wakes, it's to the whisper of silk sheets, the ache of fresh wounds. For a heartbeat, he thinks he's still dreaming. Then the pain reminds him he's alive. And that might be worse. Evan woke with a sharp gasp as pain radiated through his ribs, making his jaw clench. He forced himself to take slow breaths before pushing aside the impossibly soft sheets and sitting up with a grunt. The room came into focus in fragments, high wooden beams, heavy curtains, a fireplace crackling with warmth. The whole place looked like something out of a high-end hunting lodge, completely out of place in Los Angeles. His body was a mess of deep purple bruises, his ribs likely cracked, but nothing life-threatening. Whoever had taken him down with those beanbag rounds had done a thorough job. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, wincing as his bare feet met the smooth oak floor. The contrast between the cool wood and the heat from the fire was oddly comforting. The walk-in closet was stocked with clothes all his size, all neatly arranged. No belt, no shoelaces, nothing he could use as a weapon. Even the hangers were made of twisted pipe cleaners, a ridiculous but effective precaution. The shelves were bolted down, the rods welded in place. Whoever had set this up wasn't taking chances. He pulled on a pair of jeans, the fabric dragging over his bruised thigh, then grabbed a shirt. The material was high-end, the fit perfect tailored just for him. That detail unsettled him more than the bruises. The rest of the suite was just as carefully controlled. The furniture was screwed to the floor, the curtains fixed in place, the desk missing drawers. The bathroom was sleek and minimalist, with no cabinets, just a single bar of soap and a plush towel. Evan tested the door locked, of course, but it didn't even rattle in the frame. Solid craftsmanship. He exhaled, running a hand through his hair. This wasn't just a holding cell. It was a dollhouse, and he was the doll. The cracked porcelain of a lidless toilet sat bolted to the floor, a flimsy plastic bag substituting for a proper trash bin. Above the dual sinks, carved from a single slab of granite, a mirror hung suspended not for vanity but surveillance, its surface protected behind thick ballistic glass. Evan studied his reflection with clinical detachment, noting the fading bruise along his ribs and the telltale puncture mark in the crook of his elbow. They'd pumped him full of something, that much was clear. The prison-issue toothbrush between the sinks had a chewed rubber grip and left his mouth tasting like stale peppermint chalk. After splashing icy water on his face, he leaned against the doorframe, taking in the absurd opulence of his gilded cage. Irony bit deeper than the cold, this was exactly the kind of mess people paid him to fix. Wrenching open the heavy drapes, he froze. Beyond the barred balcony, a winter-blasted valley unfolded, white pines clawing at steel-colored skies. The sliding door groaned as he forced it open, unleashing a knife-edged wind that carried the metallic promise of snow. This wasn't just outside Los Angeles, this was another world. The blurred sun hung suspended between mountain ridges, refusing to declare whether it was rising or dying. His balcony perch revealed fragments of the sprawling chalet, timber beams, stone chimneys belching smoke, and far below, two figures in tactical gear moving like ghosts between the trees, Dobermans pacing at their heels. Their disciplined stride and night vision rigs screamed private military, not cartel thugs or grieving warlords. Back inside, Evan's fingers traced the door's locking mechanism as his mind cataloged possibilities. Van Sciver would have thrown him in a concrete box, not this alpine fortress. The Saudi theory held weight. He'd left enough oil princes weeping over their radicalized heirs, but the precision of this operation smelled governmental. The real question wasn't who, but why. Why the four-poster bed and artisan soap when a drain in the floor would suffice? His breath fogged the glass as he scanned the room again, this time noticing what he'd missed before, the faint discoloration in the oak ceiling beam. Perfect sightlines for a camera. Whoever wanted him alive had plans that required him. Cooperative. And Evan had never been good at playing nice. Evan moved carefully around the space, studying how the light played across the surfaces from different angles. A tiny glimmer caught his attention, a camera lens hidden in a heating vent high up on the sloped ceiling. That gave them a decent view of half the room, including the hallway door. His eyes scanned for other hidden devices, landing on a suspicious crack in the bathroom doorframe. If it were his setup, he'd have embedded another camera in the grout between the travertine tiles near the fireplace. Just as he started mentally mapping the bathroom's surveillance potential, a sharp knock interrupted his thoughts. The door clicked open, and in rolled an absurdly lavish room service cart, crisp white linen, gleaming silver domes, a basket of warm bread, and a French press. The only thing ruining the five-star illusion was the guy pushing it. With a neck tattoo, a missing front tooth, and an aura that screamed trouble, he wasn't exactly hotel staff. Behind him, two near-identical men fanned out, A-47s in hand, an impractical choice for close quarters, but cartel enforcers weren't known for tactical nuance. They loved the intimidation factor, the way the curved magazines earned their nickname, Carnot's de Chivo goat horns. The men struck poses like they were auditioning for a gangster flick, their Santa Muerte tattoos peeking above their collars. The skeletal saint, a favorite among narcos, grinned from their skin like a macabre blessing. More ink decorated their faces and arms, marking them as Sinaloa cartel veterans, the same crew responsible for flooding you. Streets with drugs. They cleared a path, setting the stage for someone's grand entrance. Evan expected a stereotypical cartel boss, thick mustache, hardened jaw, but instead, a man stepped in who looked like he'd been stitched together from different people. His face was stretched unnaturally tight from too many surgeries, his coffee-colored eyes sloping downward like a sad basset hound. His suit was a chaotic masterpiece of clashing patterns, paisley, plaid, yet somehow it worked. Behind him loomed a human refrigerator, pale and massive, his baby smooth head perched on a body built like a tank. No roid rage here, just quiet confidence, like he knew he could crush anything without breaking a sweat. Evan's gut twitched. Was this the same guy who'd fired the capture net earlier? "Swag, enduring your stay?" the suited man asked, gesturing with manicured fingers. His nails were just a little too long, polished to a mirror shine. The whole scene was surreal, like a high-end hotel had collided with a cartel's wet dream. Evan had always found it amusing when people casually claimed to have OCD as if it were some quirky personality trait rather than a debilitating condition. But this man, with his immaculate tailored suit, polished nails, and a guest room that looked more like a high-end boutique hotel than a makeshift prison, might actually be the real deal. The sheer expense of pulling muscle from a cartel's payroll wasn't lost on Evan. "Chai, where are your manners?" The man chided, his voice smooth but edged with authority. "Set the tray for our guest." The cartel enforcer, coy, lifted the silver domes with the precision of a waiter at a five-star restaurant, revealing a spread of fluffy pancakes, crispy bacon, and perfectly cooked eggs. He stood rigidly at attention, his expression caught between aggression and awkwardness like a guard dog forced into a tuxedo. The breakfast confirmed Evan's earlier suspicion. He'd been watching the sunrise, not sunset. His eyes flicked past Choi to the sharply dressed man. "When to are you?" Evan demanded. "Renee," the man replied with a smirk. "Yes, I know, sounds like a name for a poet, not a man of business. Blame my parents for their lack of imagination." "Last name?" Evan pressed. Renee waved a dismissive hand. "Let's not rush things. Sit. You must be starving 3 days without solid food will do that. What doers aus and trefte free days?" If Renee was telling the truth, that meant it was Monday, October 17. 13 days left before Allison Siegler was handed over at the Jacksonville port. But trusting anything in this situation was a mistake. The first commandment echoed in Evan's mind: assume nothing. He scanned the rifles in the room before lowering himself onto the bed. As Renee stepped forward, his men moved with practiced precision, forming a protective diamond around him. The largest of them, a hulking figure with a face like a bulldog, hovered just behind Renee, his fingers subtly poised near the small of Renee's back, ready to yank him to safety if Evan made a move. The body language was unmistakable. This was no ordinary cartel thug. Renee shot a glance over his shoulder. "Relax, Dex." Dex lowered his arm, but not before Evan caught a glimpse of something on the back of his hand. A tattoo? Nated scar. It vanished too quickly. Kai nudged the dining cart forward until it tapped Evan's knees. No utensils except a flimsy rubber spoon. The scent of melted butter and sizzling bacon filled the air. The napkin was folded into an absurdly delicate bamboo ring, fanning out like wings. And of course, there was a goddamn parsley garnish. Evan almost laughed. "I suppose you're wondering why you're here," Renee said. "You need me," Evan countered. Renee's lips twitched in something that wasn't quite a smile. He didn't like being read so easily. "Excuse me." "A bullet costs 25 cents, Evan said. "This setup? A hell of a lot more. So you want something from me. Otherwise you wouldn't bother." Renee's gaze was unnerving, his pale skin stretched tight over sharp features. "Where am I?" Evan asked. "Consider this a private sector rendition." "Where am?" Evan repeated. "That's irrelevant." "Relevance is subjective," Evan shot back. Renee's hand slipped inside his jacket and emerged with Evan's roam zone. He held it up like a trophy before smashing it under his polished dress shoe. Glass cracked, circuitry spilled out. He kicked the remains into the fireplace without breaking eye contact. A bead of sweat traced down Renee's flushed cheek. "You're on my time now," he said, "and you'll do exactly as I say." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. "Nobody's coming to save you." Evan didn't flinch. "I don't need saving. I am the rescue." Renee let out a dry chuckle. "You're off to a stellar start, I see." "Give me time," Evan replied. I'm just warming up. A thin smile played on Renee's lips. Let's hope you're clever enough to play along. Cooperate and we can keep this little chat as civilized as it's been. Civilized, Evan scoffed. That's one way to put it. Renee tilted his head. Everything's a matter of perspective. Now, do you have a name? Was this guy serious? Evan studied him, searching for any flicker of deception. Yeah, Evan. Last name. Evan smirked. Let's not rush into things. Renee stayed back, shielded by Chai, who stood there like a confused statue, still gripping those polished steel domes. The cart pressed against Evan's legs, trapping him against the bed. Casually, Evan plucked a croissant from the tray and set it beside him. He slid the napkin free from its bamboo ring, his movements deliberate. Dex watched him like a hawk, his dull eyes barely visible in his pudgy face. Renee spoke again, voice smooth. I don't know who you are, but we saw what you did to that house in Fullerton. Were you one of Hector Cantrell's clients? Evan noted the lack of accusation in his tone. No. Business dispute then? Manste preditevelapafen sam. Renee's steel-gray eyes narrowed. You're too good to be some pissed-off relative. So why were you there? Evan held his gaze silent. A slow grin spread across Renee's face. Ah, you just didn't like him. I can respect that. He licked his lips. Who are you? Still, Evan said nothing. Renee sighed. Your driver's license looks legit, but it's not. No other ID. Eilerpingser Prinsprinz. Nothing. Evan rubbed his fingertips, noticing the faint blue ink stains. Merely Itapolis and Topriapertivet. Renee kept talking. Your forerunner, registered to a shell company in Barbados. We dug deeper. Turns out that one's owned by another shell in Luxembourg. At this rate, we'll be chasing paper trails until we die of old age. Evan picked up the bamboo ring, examining it like a telescope. 2 inches long, just enough. Renee circled a hand in the air. I think I get it now. This whole act you're putting on. Evan slid the ring over his fingers, locking his knuckles into a weapon. No act. In one fluid motion, he launched forward, driving his reinforced fingers straight through Chu's eye. Blood sprayed across the pristine linen as Chu collapsed, twitching. Renee stumbled back, face twisted in shock. 2 dogs down. 4 guards left. The remaining narcos raised their AKs, but Evan knew they hadn't gone through all this trouble just to turn him into Swiss cheese on a designer bedspread. He flung the cart aside and lunged only for Dex to yank Renee into the hallway. Before Evan could follow, a sharp hiss cut through the air. He spun toward the sound, the heating vent. Then it hit him. The strange language of intimacy, blood crusted on his neck, his cheek swollen, his wrists still burning from the cuffs. At 12, Evan was small, underfed, and couldn't remember the last real meal he'd had. He'd survived brutal trials just to end up here in the passenger seat of a black sedan, speeding toward God knows where. He didn't know where he was. Didn't know what they'd use him for. The only thing he knew was the driver's name, Jack Johns. Maybe this time would be different. Maybe Evan crushed the thought. Hope was a liability. He'd spent his short life stomping it out. Jack cleared his throat. You don't exist anymore, he said. You vanished into the system after a felony arrest. Evan nodded. Got it. Jack gave a gruff nod in return. An hour later, their car cuts through the muddy currents of the Potomac River, rolling into the quiet outskirts of Arlington. The bustling storefronts fade into leafy neighborhoods, then disappear altogether as they pass between weathered stone pillars onto a winding dirt path. At the end stands an aging farmhouse, its wide porch sagging slightly under years of memories. The tension in the car has become suffocating, the kind of silence that makes even breathing feel dangerous. Evan waits until they've stepped onto the creaking wooden steps before finally speaking. Where are we? Jack's answer is simple. The tu es iatisse. Home. The air inside carries the faint scent of old fireplaces and rain-soaked wood. Evan scans the space, the worn maroon runner on the stairs, the overstuffed corduroy couch, the copper pots dangling above the stove, all of it too cozy, too normal. It sets his teeth on edge. Want to see your room? Jack offers. Evan shakes his head. Then what do you want? Answers. Jack exhales through his nose. Later. Evan stiffens, channeling every ounce of Van Skiver's steel. After what I went through to get here, I deserve some respect. Jack doesn't flinch. Respect isn't something you ask for. It's something you earn by acting like you've already got it. The words hit Evan like a door slamming shut in his face. He looks away first. Fine, he mutters. Upstairs, the dormer room holds nothing but a plain wooden bed, its sheets folded with military precision. Jack lingers in the doorway. This isn't charity. I get paid to keep you here, but the money's not why I took you in. Evan's jaw tightens. Dang, who's paying you? Jack ignores the question, instead flicking an imaginary speck off the desk with a folded handkerchief. Summon to, make your bed. Left alone, Evan wrestles with the sheets, but they twist and bunch like they're fighting him. Frustrated, he storms downstairs and finds Jack in the garage, methodically cleaning a Glock. The sight of the gun sends a jolt through him, but he forces himself to speak. I can't get the sheets right. Jack doesn't look up. Sheets aren't the problem. I've made that bed 100 times. Evan grits his teeth. Okay, I can't do it. Jack finally meets his eyes. And Evan swallows his pride. Will you show me? Back upstairs, Jack demonstrates with quiet efficiency, tucking corners with practiced ease. You don't have to be perfect, he says, snapping the top sheet taut. Just better than last time. When he's done, he pauses. Feel like a walk? Outside, Jack whistles sharply. A massive golden retriever barrels around the house, falling into step beside him. The dog's fur is streaked with a darker line along its back, like a shadow racing down its spine. Evan hesitates. Can I pet him? Jack shrugs. Strider's picky about who touches him. The dog eyes Evan warily, ears twitching as if weighing whether he's worth the trouble. The tall grass whispered beneath their footsteps as they climbed the gentle slope, the landscape unfolding into a sea of green treetops and open meadows. What's the plan here? Evan asked, kicking a pebble. Just putting one foot in front of the other, came the reply. He rolled his eyes. You know that's not what I meant. Jack smirked. We're figuring out if we can stand each other. Consider it a trial period. The real work began the following morning. Brutal, relentless training that made past drills seem like child's play. Inside a shadowy barn with a blade pressed to his throat, Evan's fate was laid bare. The revelations came like lightning strikes, each one branding him with a new identity, Orphan X. Jack never left his side, guiding him through explosives, sniper drills, and the delicate art of psychological warfare. By sundown, Evan would stagger back, bruised and spent. Their evenings followed a strict routine holed up in the study with only a dusty photograph for company. The woman in the frame wore outdated glasses, her hair cascading past her waist. Evan stole glances when Jack wasn't looking. Books piled high, dry histories and biographies that only came alive when Jack narrated them. Classical records spun in the background, filling the silence. One evening, as Evan struggled through a chapter on Jefferson, an opera singer's piercing notes cut through the air. Hear that? Jack's eyes were shut, lost in the music. 9 high Cs. Pavarotti brought down the house with this 117 curtain calls. Evan frowned. You were there. No. The word hung between them. Where were you then? Jack's thumb paused on the page. Las, he finally said, and the room suddenly felt smaller. Evan's throat tightened. He nodded toward the photograph. What happened to her? Kuwait. Embassy bombing. Was she like you? No. Just a secretary. Evan swallowed. She looks kind. Jack didn't look up. Thanks, kid, he rasped. Dawn came too soon. Strider snoozed on the rug, twitching in some canine dream. Evan gave the dog's ears an absent scratch before straightening his sheet's military corners, tight enough to deflect bullets. Next time, he thought, savoring the promise in those words. Downstairs, Jack wasn't flipping omelets, but jingling his keys. They drove to the town square, where the parade unfurled in a blur of patriotism veterans with pinned sleeves, fire trucks gleaming, the air thick with fried dough and sunscreen. Evan stood shoulder to shoulder with Jack, watching sunlight catch on the golden hair of young wives, their laughter mingling with the distant snap of flags. For the first time, he felt it, the strange, swelling pull of belonging, as if every heartbeat around him echoed in his own chest. That night, as Evan settled beneath the covers, his body still hummed with restless energy. The sensation reminded him of the deep vibrations from Jack's vintage record player, those rich, swelling notes that used to fill the room when he played old orchestral records. It wasn't just adrenaline, it was something deeper, a quiet certainty that as long as Jack was downstairs, the world made sense. Jack had a way of revealing hidden beauty in things, like splitting open a geode to expose its sparkling core. With him nearby, Evan felt invincible. Then it hit him, this warmth spreading through his chest wasn't just gratitude. It was the rare, unmistakable feeling of belonging. The next thing he knew, he was face down on the hardwood floor, the taste of dust on his tongue. Pushing himself up, he leaned against the carved sleigh bed, waiting for the pounding in his skull to ease. The cart was gone, the floor suspiciously clean. No trace of Chai's body remained. Someone had done a thorough job. His left hand bore dried blood on 2 fingers, so he washed up in the bathroom before moving to the fireplace, pretending to warm his hands. His roam zone lay half buried in the ashes beneath the grate. Keeping his back to the hidden cameras, he nudged it free with a poker. The casing was melted, the screen a shattered mess. But somehow, when he thumbed the power button, it flickered to life. The Gorilla Glass had saved the circuitry, but the touchscreen was dead. No calls, no signals, just a broken device with secrets trapped inside. He tucked the phone under the mattress, then eyed the cold croissant left on the tangled sheets. His stomach growled, so he devoured it, the pastry sticking in his dry throat. Whatever gas they'd used to knock him out had left him parched. He'd been trained to recognize halothane, but this felt different, probably a safer modern variant. Rubbing his temples, he crossed to the window. Sunlight poured in, high and bright. He'd been out for hours. Outside, 3 unfamiliar men jogged past the barn, vanishing into the trees. More guards, more unknowns. His mind raced, plans colliding like bumper cars. Then Jack's voice echoed in his head, if you don't know what to do nothing. So he sat on the bed, legs crossed, and breathed. Inhale, hold, exhale, slow, deliberate. The mental static faded. 20 minutes later, he rose, remade the bed with military precision, then launched into push-ups, ignoring the protest of his bruised ribs. A quick shower later, he returned to the window, sharper now. Same view, different eyes. Midday, October 18. Location still a mystery. But one thing was clear, standing still didn't mean staying stuck. Evan's eyes traced along the baseboards, searching for anything out of place. The mahogany desk against the wall had a slight gap behind it, just enough space for electrical cords. Pressing his face close, he peered into the darkness but saw nothing. Crouching where a chair should have been, he examined the outdated power outlet with its 2 round holes, clearly not designed for modern American plugs. He moved to the bathroom, scanning the sleek granite countertops before spotting a 3-prong outlet hidden beneath the floating sink. 2 round pins and a grounding slot, useful but not what he needed. The minimalist design left few places to conceal surveillance equipment. The mirror likely doubled as one-way glass, and the ceiling vent probably housed another camera, just like in the bedroom. Still, there were blind spots under the sink and near the toilet. He needed more. Pausing in the doorway, he spotted it, a tiny metal circle embedded in the wood like a burrowed tick. The vent camera he'd already found, plus this one, covered most of the room. His eyes flicked to the corner above the closet where the walls met the ceiling. A faint black dot stood out, just slightly darker than the shadows. Clever. Back in the bathroom, he scraped toothpaste residue from the brush, mixing it with water until it formed a sticky paste. A quick smear over the door-frame camera blocked their view of half the bed and the glass door. Then, bracing himself against the closet hinges, he scaled the wall like a spider, pressing his face close to the hidden lens in the ceiling before smearing it with paste. He dropped back down, wiping his hands on his jeans with exaggerated satisfaction. One camera remained the one in the heating vent, covering the hallway door. The one they'd rely on before making their move. If Renee was sharp, he'd gas Evan again and reset the cameras. But if he was really sharp, he'd let Evan think he'd won, watching through the last lens to see what he did when he believed he was alone. Evan paced the oak floor, calculating his next move. Then, knock, knock. Time to see who was better at this game. The door swung open, Renee stepping in with his usual entourage, the narcos gripping those same, less lethal shotguns. The real test was about to begin. Dex moved in behind them, his grip tightening around a pipe that swung ominously at his side. Evan couldn't help but smirk when he noticed the new guy leading the pack, his jittery stance betraying his inexperience. The room was crowded, 2 snarling dogs, 8 stone-faced guards, and Dex looming like a shadow. Renee tilted his head, his voice smooth as silk. "Shall we give this another go?" Evan didn't blink. No more breakfast pastries this time. Renee strolled toward the bathroom, his entourage shifting seamlessly to keep their formation tight. The faint scent of high-end cologne drifted through the air, a stark contrast to the tension in the room. Dex stayed near the exit, poised to yank Renee out at the first sign of trouble. Renee's gaze flicked to the repaired crack above the doorframe, his grin stretching unnaturally wide. He crossed his arms, fingers tapping impatiently against his designer blazer. "I'll indulge your little outburst," he said. "But let's be honest, you're not walking out of here." Evan glanced around. "So are we in Switzerland or Liechtenstein?" Renee's eyes narrowed. "Why not Romania? Or Russia?" "The outlets," Evan replied. "The C plug over there rules out the UK, but the J type in the bathroom? That's exclusive to Switzerland and Liechtenstein." Renee chuckled. "You've done your homework." Evan shifted his weight, ready to move. "Are we gonna keep playing 20 questions?" Renee turned to Dex, amusement flickering in his eyes. I like this one. The new guy Manny flinched, his gold-capped teeth glinting under the dim light. His ridiculous purple baseball cap, emblazoned with a mustachioed sombrero wearing ball, only made him look more out of place. Finally, Renee sighed. Groven, he admitted. The eastern edge of Switzerland. Evan had never been, though he'd passed through Ticino once. If he got out, he'd bolt for Liechtenstein. He had a contact in Triesenberg, a forger who worked out of an ancient church basement. A fresh passport, a quick detour to Vienna, then back to the States. After that, he'd find Allison Siegler before the Horizon Express did. Renee's voice snapped him back. You're outnumbered, outgunned, and frankly outmatched. Resistance is pointless. Evan tensed just a slight shift of his shoulders, and Manny flinched so hard he nearly toppled over. The shotguns jerked up in unison. Evan smirked. Nothing's pointless. One of the barrels trembled, and for a second, Evan wondered if Manny's nerves would get the better of him. Renee placed a calming hand on his shoulder. Easy. At this range, even a less lethal round could be deadly. But Renee remained unshaken, his tone almost conversational. You're a hard man to find. Evan ignored the guns trained on him, locking eyes with Dex instead. The giant stood motionless, his face unreadable. Ça vor the turf? Evan asked. Renee's grin turned predatory. I don't care about people. I care about money. Specifically yours. Evan stayed silent. Let him talk. 27 million, Renee continued. In Zurich. Private Bank AG was just a fraction of Evan's holdings. Back when he was Orphan X, Jack had taught him how to move money like a ghost offshore accounts. Untraceable transfers. Cash that slipped through the cracks. It was supposed to be invisible. But somehow Renee had found a thread to pull. Evan and his finances had suddenly become uncomfortably transparent. We convinced a bank manager to share some records, Renee explained, his voice dripping with satisfaction. Your complete lack of a digital footprint stood out like a ghost no one would notice was gone. The man's ruddy nose twitched as he spoke, the faint traces of concealer failing to hide the broken capillaries. Vanity oozed from his pores. Let's be honest, he continued. Not many people can lose 27 million without anyone raising an eyebrow. But you're the exception. Evan remained still, his expression unreadable. You think you've got me figured out, Renee mused. Drugs, arms dealing, it all fits. No paper trail, comfortable with violence, no ties to anyone. So what happened? Did you have a crisis of conscience? Start taking out men like Hector Contrell to balance the scales? Actually, I've taken up pottery, Evan deadpanned. Renee's lips curled in a mock smile. I've always found self-delusion fascinating. Me, I prefer simplicity. Money more than I could earn legally. So why bother with smuggling or trafficking when I could just take it from someone like you? Years of dirty work, a fortune with no legitimate ties, perfect for plucking. His grin widened, as if expecting applause. How would you track me? Evan asked. Swiss bankers aren't usually cooperative, but I have a talent for persuasion, Renee gloated. Following your money was like chasing smoke. Then luck. A data program matched a wire from your account to an auction house purchase. The exact amount the same day. The sword. Exactly. Very specific hobby. Did you know only 5 transactions matched that sum that day? The others, easy to dismiss. Once we had your starting and ending points, your little financial maze didn't matter. Evan remembered Jack's old warning. The guy who thinks he's the smartest usually isn't. He made a mental note to tweak future transfers. Random sense would throw off any future trackers. That gray van near the FedEx office hadn't been tailing him yet, just waiting for the sword to be picked up. Renee might think he had the upper hand, but Evan's accounts were as untraceable as his identity. He just needed patience, precision. Manny shifted beside him, tightening his grip on the shotgun. The barrel hovered dangerously close, 4 feet of tension waiting to snap. Having witnessed what happened to the man before him, it was no surprise he was on edge. Dex loomed in the background, coiled like a race car at the starting line, his hulking frame tense with anticipation. When he raised a meaty hand to rub his jaw, Evan spotted something strange on his skin. Was that marker ink? A fresh scar. The mystery vanished as Renee laid out the plan. Your funds are spread across multiple currencies, some quite obscure. Our helpful banker has started converting everything into Swiss francs, my personal favorite. The transfers take 3 business days to clear. First thing Friday morning, you'll enter your codes, send the money, and walk away a free man. Friday left Evan 9 days to track down Allison Siegler. More than enough time if he actually believed Renee would let him leave. That was a joke. After everything Evan had done, after stealing $27 million, after seeing Renee's face, no chance. Until then, Renee added smoothly, you can make this easy or difficult. Evan smirked. What if I pick difficult? Renee sighed, patting the nearest cartel thug like a beloved pet. Torture's not really my style. Unlike these gentlemen. Evan slumped his shoulders, playing defeated. So we're agreed? Renee asked. Evan reached out as if to shake hands. The room erupted in Spanish curses. Manny jerked his shotgun up, finger tightening on the trigger. Evan feigned confusion, stepping closer, then struck like a viper, slamming the barrel backward. The blast tore through the thug behind Manny, caving in his skull like a shattered melon. The recoil sent the shotgun flying as the third gunman fired wildly, the bullet grazing Evan's back like a branding iron. Manny swung, clipping Evan's chin before landing a solid hit on his shoulder. Evan spun with the blow, dropping low and sweeping the other thug's legs out. The man hit the ground hard, gasping like a beached seal just before Evan crushed his throat with a brutal stomp. 2 down, but Manny was still coming, along with Dex and the rest. Through the chaos, Evan glimpsed the first thug convulsing on the floor, foam bubbling from his lips. Dex was already moving, hauling Renee toward the door like a discarded toy, his expensive shoes dragging across the planks. Manny's kick drove the air from Evan's lungs, but he locked on to the boot, yanking hard. Manny crashed down, gold teeth glinting in a snarl. Then shadows swallowed the room, Dex, swinging something long and metallic. Evan rolled just as it smashed into the floor beside him. He grabbed it, realizing too late it wasn't a pipe. The cattle prod lit up his nerves like a firework. White-hot agony seared through him as he skidded across the rough wood, every muscle locked in useless spasms. His mouth tasted like static, his skin alive with needles. Distantly, he heard retreating footsteps, a door slamming. Blinking through the haze, he saw the ceiling vent exhaling a shimmering cloud of gas, distorting the air like a desert mirage. On his 17th birthday, Evan endures a grueling initiation, a week of forced starvation and sleeplessness, orchestrated by a retired Army Ranger before being dumped in the freezing Allegheny wilderness with nothing but coordinates and the clothes on his back. As the ATV disappears into the trees, its taillights vanishing with a mocking honk, Evan clings to Jack's third commandment, control your environment. But the snow-laced pines and biting wind mock that idea. He's survived SEER training, learned to evade capture, resist interrogation, carve shelters from frozen ground. He can identify edible plants versus the kind that'll liquefy his organs, or launch him into a hallucinatory nightmare. Yet, none of that matters when your fingers are numb and your stomach's gnawing on itself. 2 days later, half frozen and caked in filth, he collapses inside a crumbling cabin. The place reeks of mildew and animal droppings, but a glint of foil catches his eye, an ancient energy bar wedged in a collapsed cupboard. He scarfs it down before the chemical burn hits his throat. Hydrogen peroxide? My tool isn't me. Doesn't matter. Soon he's convulsing on the floor, vomiting bile until his ribs ache. Just as the world blurs, an engine growls outside. The door creaks open. What idiot leaves snacks in a ruin? Jack's voice cuts through the haze. Evan rasps the first commandment through cracked lips. Exactly, Jack says, tossing him a water bottle before vanishing again. 4 brutal days later, Evan limps up the farmhouse driveway, stolen coat reeking of mothballs, gas station sink baths, barely scrubbing off the stench. Strider nearly knocks him over, tail whipping like a metronome gone wild. Inside, Jack sits at a table set for 2, carving knife poised beside a golden turkey. The vodka martini in his hand glints like liquid frost. Evan's arms throb under crossed sleeves. He thinks of Van's skiver, how effortlessly he'd have conquered this test, no hesitation, no mistakes. The admission claws up his throat. I messed up. Jack's calloused hands pause. Next time, he says, softer than the firelight suggests. Bear's ready. Years later, rain smears the windshield as they speed toward Dallas Airport. Evan's passport burns in his pocket, fake name, real stamps. Jack's grip tightens on the wheel. Remember, he says, voice graveled with uncharacteristic urgency, I'm the only one who knows you exist. Anyone else claims otherwise. They're lying, but saga prevaquaid. Evan stares at the exit, signs blurring past. Got it. The unspoken weight lingers. Why tell me now? But the hum of tires on wet asphalt swallows the question whole. Evan knew Jack would always be there, that steady voice on the other end of the line, no matter what. But right now, something was off. Jack, usually unshakable, was visibly tense, his fingers drumming the steering wheel as they pulled up to the airport drop-off. A cop in a reflective vest waved them forward, and Jack eased the car to the curb. Nearby, a family stood huddled together, a mother wiping tears, a father clapping his son on the shoulder. The kid, decked out in a university lacrosse hoodie, shifted his weight like he couldn't wait to leave. Evan grabbed the door handle. I'll see you when it's over, he said, but before he could step out, Jack's hand clamped down on his arm, holding him in place. Listen, Jack said, his voice low and rough. Pulling the trigger? That's the easy part. The real challenge is walking away and still recognizing yourself in the mirror. For a split second, something raw flashed across Jack's face, fear, maybe, or doubt. Evan caught it only because he knew Jack better than anyone. His own throat tightened, but he swallowed the feeling down. Neither of them was big on talking about emotions. Instead, Evan gave a sharp nod, and Jack finally let go, shooing him toward the terminal with an impatient flick of his hand. Get moving, he muttered, like Evan was the one keeping him waiting. Cold air hit Evan's face as he stepped out, the wind sharp against his skin. He merged into the stream of travelers, matching their pace, not too fast, not too slow, just another face in the crowd. The boarding pass in his hand felt flimsy, insignificant. By the time he reached his destination, there'd be another message from Jack, another name, another life to erase. At 19, he was as ready as he'd ever be. He glanced back one last time through the glass doors, catching a glimpse of Jack's car still idling at the curb. The only thread tying him to anything resembling a normal life. When Evan clawed his way back to consciousness this time, the air felt different, thinner, cooler. The bedroom door was cracked open, a sliver of light cutting across the floor. He pushed himself up, swaying slightly before finding his balance, and moved toward the hallway. Shadows shifted at both ends, Manny on the left, shotgun braced, and on the right, one of the cartel guards he'd spotted earlier, weapon raised. Evan took a step, and the two men mirrored him, keeping their distance. They'd learned their lesson. Manny jerked his chin toward the other man. "Tell him, Nando." Nando's Santa Muerte tattoo, stretched across his sweaty neck, looked like it was dripping. He wiped at it impatiently before tightening his grip on the shotgun. "Mister, Renee says you're invited for a walk. Thinks some fresh air might help you reevaluate things." The attempt at Renee's smug tone, mangled by Nando's thick accent, almost made Evan laugh. Nando tilted his head toward the hallway, making it clear this wasn't optional. Evan started forward, Manny walking backward in front of him, Nando trailing close behind. The chalet smelled like old wood and something faintly sweet, decay masked by polish. After the suffocating confines of his room, the open space felt dizzying. They reached a landing and Manny paused, testing the next step with his boot before flashing a gold-capped grin. "Move slow, Abze, or you'll be picking buckshot out of your teeth. Then you'll need some of these." He tapped his own grin. "Man that comprendis." "Comprendo," Evan said flatly. The trio descended the grand staircase, Manny sliding one hand along the banister to keep his balance as he walked backward, shotgun never wavering. At the bottom, they stepped into a sprawling parlor, the Persian rug swallowing their footsteps. Evan surveyed the lavish interior, hand-carved oak paneling, a row of billiard tables, a bar stocked with top-shelf liquor. Renee clearly spared no expense when it came to indulgence. Two armed men lounged on buttery leather couches, nursing glasses of single malt, while their rifles leaned against the cushions like forgotten umbrellas. They barely glanced at Evan being marched past at gunpoint, as if hostage escorts were just another Tuesday afternoon in this place. How many times had Renee staged this exact scene? How many terrified faces had these walls witnessed? Evan mentally cataloged the threats: 2 attack dogs, 8 guards, decks before Nando nudged him down a hallway lined with excess. They passed a mahogany-paneled library, a solarium drowning in ferns, and a ballroom where a dusty grand piano slouched like a depressed aristocrat. The foyer soared 2 stories high, dominated by a chandelier so massive it could have crushed a pickup truck. Evan craned his neck, momentarily distracted, some country boy gawking at his first skyscraper. Sunset painted the chalet windows in shades of wildfire. At a sweeping staircase worthy of a movie set, Manny motioned toward the exit. Evan's fingers closed around the frostbitten doorknob. "Wait, I can just walk out?" Manny's grin showed teeth. "Give it your best shot." The realization hit like the coming wind chill. Renee wasn't just flexing his real estate. This was a demonstration, a theatrical reminder that the wilderness beyond those doors didn't care about Evan's survival training or clever plans. But escape wasn't the goal yet. Scouting was. And Renee, in his arrogance, had just handed Evan the perfect excuse to case the property. Stepping onto the porch, Evan felt the cold knife through his clothes, finding every gap in his defenses. He shoved his hands deep into his pockets, watching snowflakes vanish against his sleeves like tiny ghosts. The landscape stretched before him, beautiful and brutal. Renee's message was clear: try to run, and the mountains will finish what I started. The circular driveway bled into a single gravel road eastbound, the only visible exit. Evan's boots crunched over frozen earth as he moved away from the chalet, inhaling pine-sharp air that burned his lungs clean. He turned to study the fortress behind him, 4 stories of timber and stone, its manicured grounds clawed from the unforgiving terrain. Strategically placed hedges hid basement windows, while a watchtower sprouted from the east wing, a gaunt sentry silhouetted against the darkening sky. Oh, another tally for the mental ledger. A slow rotation revealed the valley's tactical advantage, 360-degree visibility, where even a distant engine would echo between the peaks. No wonder Renee hired cartel veterans. These were men who'd smuggled billionaires through drone-patrolled jungles, who knew how to vanish in plain sight. Above the ridge, a hawk hung motionless on an updraft, nature's own surveillance drone. Evan noted the gentlest slope to the north Liechtenstein lay that way. Near the red barn, 2 guards perched on crates, steam rising from their mugs as their rifles swayed like pendulums. Coffee break with the devil's employees. The figures stood wrapped in thick, dark overcoats that exaggerated their silhouettes. One absently stabbed at a plate of food with his fork while the other tended to a dying fire between crates, its embers barely clinging to life beneath a suspended pot, straight out of an old western. Evan realized these were the same men he'd spotted jogging into the barn earlier. Their Dobermans lay obediently at their feet, muscles twitching at Evan's approach, but holding position clearly disciplined, not the kind of untrained strays that lunge without warning. The damp air carried a mix of cigarette smoke and the sharp tang of onions and garlic. As he neared, Evan caught sight of the half-finished tamale drowning in green salsa, his stomach twisting with hunger. He gave them a wide arc, nodding as he passed. "Good afternoon," he offered, but their silence followed him like a shadow. The barn door groaned open with a metallic scrape, revealing another man wiping grease-stained hands on his shirt as he lit a cigarette guard number 10 by Evan's count. A jagged scar carved through the man's left cheek, his patchy beard struggling to cover the uneven skin. His eyes locked onto Evan, freezing mid-motion. Through the open door, the barn's true nature became clear. No rustic wooden beams here, just cold metal walls framing an industrial hideout. 2 black Mercedes SUVs, plate stripped, dominated the space alongside a vintage Rolls-Royce Phantom hoisted on a jack, its rear tire missing. Lockers lined the back wall, but it was the sound that seized Evan's attention, a woman's desperate cries, warped by echoes into something almost inhuman. Between the SUVs, a flash of movement, her dark hair swung forward as she writhed, her arm twisted at a brutal angle. Then, just before she vanished behind a vehicle, Evan spotted the massive hand gripping her wrist, its knuckles marked by a streak of color. Dex. The greasy shirted guard slammed the door shut, but his expression was unreadable. Was that panic, or had the whole scene been orchestrated? The men outside exchanged glances before leveling their rifles at Evan in silent warning. He forced himself to keep walking, half expecting them to corral him back toward the chalet. But they let him go. Not exactly the ideal conditions for a one-man assault, he thought wryly. No plan, no gear, and a designer shirt isn't exactly tactical armor. The forest offered little comfort. Even the mud had frozen solid, crunching underfoot as snowflakes dusted his shoulders. He climbed the first ridge, pausing to catch his breath, sweat cooling into an icy film on his skin. Ahead, a clearing beckoned. When he reached it, he leaned against a boulder, staring into a frozen puddle that reflected the pines like some twisted underworld. A loon glided down, shattering the illusion with a splash, its haunting call stretching across the silence. Evan's fingers were numb now, the cold gnawing at him. He scrambled onto the boulder, scanning the northern peaks, mind already tracing an escape route. Somewhere beyond those mountains, a cargo ship was inching its way south along the Baja coast, a fleeting thought, but one that anchored him. Time to move before the frostbite did. 17 years old, trapped inside a 20-foot shipping container like some forgotten freight. The thought of Allison Siegler flickered in his mind, tempting him to make a run for it, coat himself in mud for camouflage, scale the rim, and disappear into the wilderness. Find shelter, gather firewood, hunt for food. Maybe this was his moment. A loon's eerie cry suddenly cut short, its wings beating clumsily as it took off, droplets sprinkling Evan's hair. He turned just in time to spot a massive 10-point buck standing motionless at the water's edge, its dark eyes locked onto him. Both of them exhaled visible breaths into the cold air, twin plumes swirling between them. The buck shifted, muscles rippling beneath its coat, then bang! The gunshot echoed through the valley before Evan could even locate the shooter. The stag staggered, legs buckling as it choked on its own blood, collapsing into the muddied water. Crimson spread through the fur, staining the shallows. Evan approached, crouching beside the dying animal. He rested a hand on its heaving neck, stroking gently until the light faded from its eyes. The lesson was clear: 2 dogs, 10 guards, decks, and now a sniper. Renee's twisted little survival course had made its point. Sure enough, heavy footsteps crunched through the brush. Dex emerged from the trees, his face as blank as ever. Then, in a slow, deliberate motion, he raised his hand to cover his mouth, palm pressed to lips, thumb and forefinger forming a V against his nose. For the first time, Evan noticed the tattoo on Dex's hand, a grotesque, exaggerated grin, stretched too wide, like something painted on a cheap Halloween mask. Back in Renee's pretentious dining room, the air smelled of seared venison and expensive cologne. The walls were lined with imitation Monet prints and gaudy brass fixtures, the kind of place that tried too hard to feel important. Renee sat at the far end of a ridiculously long table, delicately slicing into his steak before offering a piece to Dex, who chewed and swallowed like a human lab rat. Evan, meanwhile, had no knife or fork, just pre-cut meat, and a napkin without even a bamboo ring. His fingers twitched, calculating. The fine china could break into something sharp, the napkin a makeshift grip. Renee dabbed his lips with a linen cloth, watching Evan with cold amusement. "This," he said, "is turning into quite the drawn-out discussion." "You need to stop targeting my people," Renee said, his voice smooth as silk. Evan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, targeting." Renee's sudden laugh caught Evan off guard, vanishing just as quickly as it appeared. "Eat," he commanded. Evan tore into the meat with his fingers, the rich flavor of rosemary and salt flooding his senses. It had been years since he'd felt this kind of hunger, back when every meal was a fight. Renee watched with something close to satisfaction. "Want more?" he asked. "Absolutely." With a flick of his jeweled hand, Renee tapped a sleek remote on the table. The kitchen doors swung open, revealing Samuel, the same guy from the barn, now dressed in a chef's coat instead of grime. He carried another plate, the meat cut into bite-sized pieces like something for a toddler. "Easy, Samuel," Renee warned. "Just set it there." He pointed to a spot well out of Evan's immediate reach. Samuel dropped the plate with a clatter and retreated, but not before Evan caught a glimpse of the sprawling kitchen massive island, brick oven, shelves stocked like a gourmet fortress. He memorized it all, adding to the mental map of the house. Standing, he grabbed the plate and sat back down, feeling the weight of Manny's shotgun tracking his every move. "Look up," Renee ordered. Our Evan did. "Now smile." Evan held his gaze unflinching. Renee's face was unnervingly smooth, like polished marble. What, Renee? You want us to be buddies now?" The knife in Renee's hand lifted slightly. "Given your current situation, do you really think it's smart to piss me off?" "We're way past that," Evan said, shoving another piece of venison into his mouth. His eyes swept the room, European outlets embedded in the paneling, a painting that looked like a knockoff Monet, but was probably the real deal. The dining area opened into a cavernous living room where oversized couches sprawled like lazy beasts. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed the night, snowflakes clinging to the glass. Evan's reflection stared back at him, pale and ghost-like. Renee's voice cut through the silence. "You don't whine. I respect that. Most Americans think stress is a delayed latte or a slow Wi-Fi connection. They act like safety is a birthright stamped on their foreheads at the factory. These days, entitlement is the only booming industry." He leaned back, hands resting on his stomach, his velvet suit shifting like liquid. For the herd, outrage is currency. They drown in it. Evan chewed slowly, unfazed. Renee's patience finally cracked. "Well, not interested," Evan said. "Me tri etu why not? I've had my fill of wannabe dictators and alleyway philosophers." Renee stiffened, his nostrils flaring. Despite his careful composure, he looked sickly pale except for the faint pink around his eyes. His fingers tapped impatiently on the BlackBerry beside him. Evan figured he used mirrored comms, bouncing messages through layers of proxies. Only his inner circle would know his real location, keeping him hidden like a ghost. "I thought you'd understand," Renee said, recovering. "We both operate outside the rules." Evan shook his head. "No, I live by my own. Your rules, maybe. Not society's." Renee waited, but Evan had nothing else to say. "There aren't many things I excel at. But the things I do," his smile was razor thin, "Masterfrism laid it shall. Few people can match my skill when it comes to spotting financial patterns, the subtle shifts in accounts, the digital breadcrumbs people unknowingly leave behind. That 35,887 ounces sword wasn't what ruined you. It was the 41 cents. That's my gift, seeing what others miss in numbers and knowing exactly how to shift them in my favor. My father never saw it as real work, just manipulation. No appreciation for the talent. In another world, I could have been running a division at Goldman Sachs." His smile was distant, almost haunting. "Picture dedicating your life to the one thing you're meant to do, only to have the world dismiss it. That's who I am." Evan's mind drifted to Mia, the freckles dusting her nose, the way she moved to jazz, the painful agreement to stay away for her safety. Renee studied him. "You get it, don't you? People like us don't fit into the mundane. Cubicles, traffic, scraping by penny, why bother when there's an easier path?" Evan shrugged. "Maybe I just care too much about fairness." Renee smirked. "And where did that come from?" "Been on the receiving end before." "How ironic." "Nee, so have I. That's how I learned justice is just an illusion." "Then what's real?" "Luxury." Renee sipped his wine. "I'd mainline silk sheets and caviar if I could." "That's what drives you." "I want everything exactly how I want it, for as long as I want it. No matter the cost. To others, absolutely. Look at me, I'm not winning any beauty contests. But money and fearlessness. That's power. And power gets me what I crave: luxury, youth, beauty." A drowsy young man shuffled in, shirt riding up to reveal a toned stomach, his messy blonde hair a testament to either exhaustion or last night's choices. Renee tensed. "David, you shouldn't be here." David blinked lazily at the room, Evan, Dex, Manny's shotgun before plucking food from Renee's plate. "Seems safe enough." He kissed Renee squarely on the lips, then ruffled his hair. Steam room's broken. Takes forever to heat up." Renee sighed. "I'll send Samuel. You're the best." David gave Evan a board once over before wandering off. Renee rolled his eyes. How you thinks it's invincible? He stabbed a green bean. And for the record, I'm not gay. I just occasionally enjoy men. He summoned Samuel with a click. Check the steam room. It's fine, but David's complaining just fiddle with the valve to humor him. As Samuel left, Renee turned back to Evan. When our interests align, I can be very generous. You've been treated well here. Certain liberties allowed. Evan glanced at Manny's shotgun. I blesse charming. It's a lot of money to lose. You've got 72 hours to accept that. But if you don't cooperate, you won't like the alternative. What's the alternative? Behind Renee, Dex stepped into the chandelier's glow, his expression unreadable. Evan hadn't noticed Dex at first. The man blended into the shadows like a statue, motionless and soundless, until he shifted slightly. Raising his left hand, Dex pressed tattooed fingers to his lips, revealing not a smile but a snarling mouth inked across his knuckles. The teeth were exaggerated, sharp enough to tear flesh, though not quite fangs. Blood-red droplets stained the artwork, giving the illusion of fresh carnage. Against Dex's expressionless face, that silent snarl sent an icy shudder through Evan's body. No words were needed, the message was clear. Dex doesn't speak, Renee explained, swirling his wine-stained teeth in a thin smile. Some would call it a disability, but trust me, he communicates just fine. His gaze lingered on Dex like a rancher admiring a prized bull. Sometimes silence speaks louder than shouting. Evan rose from his seat, ignoring Manny's sharp command to sit back down. His focus stayed locked on Dex, who held the snarling tattoo in place over his own lips. There was no anger in those eyes, no fear, just the cold, unblinking intensity of a predator waiting for prey to make a mistake. You've been in your share of fights, Renee mused, dabbing his mouth with a napkin. I imagine you relive them sometimes. The victories, the close calls. Not as often as the losses, Evan replied. With precise movements, Renee arranged his silverware and pushed his plate aside. From inside his jacket, he produced a small spray bottle, misting his place, setting before spritzing his chair cushion as casually as if it were routine. The bottle disappeared back into his coat, which he adjusted with a practiced flick of his wrist. He gave Manny a nod. We're finished here. As Renee turned to leave, Evan spoke up. This wire transfer, you really think it's untraceable? The system's air-gapped, never touch the internet. The encryption is military-grade, and the funds will bounce through multiple offshore shells before... He paused, catching Evan's smirk. Merritt's something funny. Just that you think it's enough. Enough for what? Evan shook his head. You don't want to do this. Why not? Because, Evan said, his voice dropping low, you never know who's watching. Faithful companions, Candy McClure hated swim caps, but they were a necessary evil when working nude. Not that she minded being naked, she just preferred it under more enjoyable circumstances. Right now, she was bent forward, a corpse draped over her bare shoulders, its pale arms swaying as she hauled it toward the crematorium conveyor belt. The cold, lifeless weight wasn't the worst thing she'd endured this week, but it was far from pleasant. Still, going commando minimized trace evidence, no stray fibers, no DNA left behind. This wasn't a human funeral home, thank God. Pet crematoriums had their quirks, the saccharine names like Forever Tales or Rainbow Bridge, but they also had lax security. Faithful companions nestled in the quiet outskirts of Muskego was perfect. Their Power Pack 2 unit was identical to those used for humans, spacious enough for a Great Dane, or, in this case, an overly curious journalist from the Journal Sentinel who dug too deep into classified budgets. With a grunt, Candy dumped John Jordan's body onto the belt, right beside a stiff-legged tabby. She'd preheated the chamber earlier, and now she slammed the ignition button, watching as the unlikely pair rolled into the inferno. The tabby had probably died of old age. Is Tavin Jordan? Well, curiosity had consequences. Cracking her neck, she stretched her arms and twisted her spine, working out the kinks. Another job done clean. Her back ached with a relentless fire beneath the skin. John Jordan had left his mark, but she wasn't one to dwell on weakness. Pausing before the reflective surface of the crematory unit, she studied her reflection undeniable curves, full breasts that defied gravity, a waist that could make a sculptor weep. Yet as she turned, the mottled ruin of her back came into view, a grotesque contrast to the perfection of her front. Orphan X had seen to that, sending her crashing into vats of hydrofluoric acid. The surgeries had been endless, the pain a constant companion, each shower a gamble with infection. From the front, she was a goddess. From the back, a nightmare. For the first time in her life, doubt slithered in. Not the kind that made her hesitate, no. She wasn't built for hesitation, but the quiet, nagging kind that whispered in the dark. Are you still enough? The orphan program demanded flawlessness, and now she carried an undeniable defect. It made her human, and humanity was the one thing orphans weren't supposed to have. Beneath her swim cap, her phone buzzed violently against her skull, the punk cover of I'm Every Woman blaring. She yanked it free. Yutzer, yeah. Is the package neutralized? The voice wasn't a voice at all, just a patchwork of stolen syllables, stitched together like some digital ransom note. Charles Van Skiver, ever the paranoid ghost. She'd only glimpsed him once, shrouded in shadows, but his reputation preceded him. He was a legend, a whisper in the dark. Now, thanks to Orphan X's efficiency, she dealt with him directly. Or at least with whatever algorithm mimicked his voice. She swung the crematory door open, flames licking at the remains inside. Crispy and well done. I have a potential lead on Orphan X, the scrambled voice announced. Her pulse spiked. How many false leads had there been? Mind the too many. But each time the thrill was the same. Revenge was the only thing that burned hotter than the acid scars. Orphan X had stolen her perfection, and she'd spent every agonizing recovery imagining what she'd do to him when she finally got her hands on him. Van Skiver shared her obsession. Rumor was their history went back to childhood. Something about Evan, the name Orphan X, had before he became the Nowhere Man. But details were scarce. All she knew was that Van Skiver was Orphan Y, she was Orphan V, and the hunt was everything. With a steel brush, she scraped the ashes into a cooling tray, the metallic screech echoing in the quiet. The job was done. But the real work? That was just beginning. Candy kept her tone casual, though anticipation prickled beneath her skin. What's the play? The phone service linked to 18055 to Nowhere had recently been rerouted to a shell corporation near Sevastopol, a detail Van Skiver's digital dragnet had uncovered by scanning VoIP relays, offshore accounts, and every digital breadcrumb that might point to Orphan X. We can't exactly waltz into Crimea without tipping off Putin's security apparatus, the recorded voice explained, its synthesized tone flattening the urgency. You're going in. Orphan M will accompany you. Ben Jaggers. The name conjured the image of a discount store clerk, not a lethal operative. Yet she'd watched grainy footage of him driving a bamboo skewer through an informant's eye in a Shanghai night market, leaving the man twitching beside his half-eaten meal. The program had once forbidden teamwork, but Van Sciver bent rules when it came to Orphan X. Drones had made assassinations clinical, but hunting rogue assets required finesse, and Van Sciver's inner circle had become a pack of wolves turning on their own. The most prized quarry? Orphan X. She emptied the hopper, watching John Jordan and Mittens dissolve into dust. Why, Jaggers? Because you won't distract him. The Indian accented recording lingered on the last word. Candy smirked. What's his deal? Broken. Silence. Van Sciver's proxies never wasted breath. When do we move? She pressed. Now, a new voice answered before the line died. A knock rattled the crematorium's back door. Tucking the phone into her swim cap, Candy crossed the antiseptic-scented room. Jaggers stood hunched in the cold, his ill-fitting suit sagging like a scarecrow's rags. 5'4", maybe 120 pounds, soaking wet. His gaze never dipped below her collarbone. Stay out of my way, don't second-guess me, and no, we're not sleeping together, she said. Clear. He coughed into his palm, the sound like crumpling paper. Who said I'd want to? She strode back to the pulverizer, its gears finally silent. They all do eventually, she said over her shoulder. She'll learn. If he noticed the scars modeling her skin, his face didn't betray it. The man had the charisma of a tax auditor. Plane leaves in 3 hours, he said. Kiev first, then overland. Cover story. Canadian travel journalists. Memorize your backstory mid-flight. Soldich trail bis to pave a trail. 3 layers deep, complete with an editor on call. She scooped ashes into urns labeled with names like Rover and Duke. God, Wisconsin, where people still named pets like it, was 1955. The quaintness almost made her nostalgic for a life she'd never had. She rinsed her hands, drying them on her thighs. One condition, she said, stepping close enough for her perfume to choke him. Jaggers didn't flinch. When we find Orphan X, I get first crack at him. Bex to sex him alive. A barely perceptible nod. Good. She grabbed her coat. Move out. Jaggers didn't budge. Renee froze, his eyes darting to the crumpled pile of fabric in the shadowed corner. Excuse me? He muttered, barely masking his irritation. The man smirked, nodding toward the forgotten clothes. Left something behind, he said with a shrug. The mirror had become Renee's worst enemy. Once it had been his ally, back when he'd spend entire afternoons perfecting his angles, admiring the sharp cut of his jaw, the elegant sweep of his collarbones, the way his body tapered into lean, sculpted legs. He'd never been classically handsome, but with the right lighting and a practiced tilt of his chin, he could make himself into something worth a second glance. His family, of course, had never shared his fascination. Now, under the dim glow of the bathroom lights, he twisted slightly, studying the faint curve in his spine. Just 2 inches off center. A barely there imperfection. And yet it had ruined everything. No amount of discipline or effort could erase that tiny flaw, and in the eyes of the Casaroys, it made him worthless. The family name came with expectations, heavy, unyielding ones, passed down like heirlooms. His ancestors had fought in every conflict worth mentioning. A lieutenant in the Spanish-American War, an artilleryman at Chateau Thierry, even obscure skirmishes like the Chippewa War and the Red River Campaign. If there was a battle, a Casaroy had been there, rifle in hand, spying ramrod straight, charging in like they couldn't wait to get shot at. His own father had stormed Omaha Beach, a story he'd retold endlessly by the fireplace, swirling expensive cognac like it was cheap whiskey. Renee had heard the old saying that true war heroes never talked about their service. Too bad the Casaroys never got the memo they treated every scar and near miss like a badge of honor. polishing their stories with each retelling. If he hadn't been the last in line, the pressure might have been bearable. But as the sole heir, his failures were magnified. Born premature, plagued by asthma and childhood illnesses, he was never cut from the same cloth as the Casseroy men before him. Now, still he'd tried. Then came the military rejections. His slight scoliosis, unnoticed by his own doctor, was spotted immediately by every recruiter in the country. Army, Navy, Marines, even the Air Force turned him down. His father's connections couldn't even get his foot in the door at the CIA. By his mid-20s, his parents were gone, his mother to some vague illness, his father to a stroke that sent him crashing into the bathtub. Renee hadn't mourned his mother much. She'd only ever given his father one disappointing son. But his father's death left him strangely hollow. The constant criticism had at least been proof he existed. The will reading only drove the point home. 3 agonizing hours in a stuffy lawyer's office, listening as the family fortune was handed off to veterans' charities. All Renee got was a paltry sum, barely enough to keep up appearances. The Casseroy legacy, it seemed, ended with him. For half a year, he vanished from society, retreating to a lakeside cottage that somehow still belonged to him despite the family's attempts to erase his existence. The sting of rejection from the Casseroy dynasty, a legacy stretching back to colonial times, had cut deeper than he expected, especially when delivered by that smug lawyer with the ridiculous mustache. A slight curvature in his spine had been enough to disqualify him from centuries of inherited privilege, as if his father could simply edit him out of their history like a misplaced comma. But being erased came with unexpected freedom. No expectations meant no rules. Drawing on the ruthless cunning he'd learned from those same people who discarded him, he built his own empire. Now he lived like a Casseroy, but without the suffocating weight of tradition, every indulgence, every rebellion purely his own. Control was his religion, and he worshipped at its altar daily. Even time itself might bend to his will someday. The one thing his ancestors had accidentally given him. AB-negative blood, rarer than any heirloom in their vaults. That was his true inheritance, not the portraits of dead relatives or tarnished silver, but this quirk of biology that set him apart. Standing dripping wet in front of the bathroom mirror, he cataloged every imperfection, the soft swell of his stomach, the shadows under his eyes, the way his thinning hair betrayed the shape of his skull under harsh light. Pathetic? Maybe, but not for long. With clinical precision, he began the nightly ritual. Concealer dabbed under his eyes. Color corrector blended over sunspots, a mental note to refresh the faded tattooed eyeliner that once made his gaze magnetic. The counter resembled a pharmacy fish oil, vitamins, prescriptions stacked like little soldiers in a war against decay. He dry-swallowed pills for focus, for calm, for vanity, chasing them with green tea extract like some modern-day alchemist. Behind him, David's movements reminded him to add a Cialis to the mix. Rogaine for the thinning crown, hair fibers sprayed like camouflage over exposed scalp. Every step was an act of defiance against the frailty his family had scorned. But no amount of creams or pills could silence the hunger gnawing at him, the need, sharp and insistent, humming in his veins. That's why Dr. Franklin lived in the guest house, why the medical suite downstairs was always stocked. Perfection had a price, and he'd pay it in blood if necessary. The Casseroys had called him weak. Let them try saying it to his face now. Renee's existence had become a high-maintenance spectacle, a dazzling beast that demanded constant attention. Tossing aside the towel, he stepped into the bedroom where David lounged naked across the silk-covered pillows, his sculpted frame gleaming under the dim light. That split-second look of revulsion in David's eyes, there and gone like a struck match, still stung, though Renee couldn't fault him for it. With a lazy sweep of his arm, David beckoned him closer, his pre-Raphaelite beauty almost surreal, rosy lips, smoldering gaze, the flush of indulgence coloring his cheeks. "You're heading into town later, aren't you?" Renee asked, the need already clawing at his ribs like a caged animal. David gave a half-hearted nod, barely a dip of his chin. "Bring me something," Renee pressed. "A few of each, if you can handle it." A smirk curled David's mouth as he rolled onto his back, all effortless confidence. I can handle anything." Meanwhile, Evan was locked in his room, barefoot and restless, watching the fire devour the cedar logs. The scent dragged him back to his high-rise at Castle Heights a lifetime ago. Outside, the mountains loomed like jagged shadows. The north slope, too obvious, Renee would have stationed a sniper there. No, but the west. That dip might be his way out. He'd need daylight to be sure. For now, discipline was key. How you do anything is how you do everything. Jack's voice echoed in his skull, a reminder to sharpen his focus. The push-ups had gotten easier, the bruises fading, though Manny's kick still throbbed in his ribs. Seated on the bed, he tuned out the surveillance camera, sinking into the rhythm of his breath, fleeting, fragile, yet powerful. Each inhale, each exhale, a choice. A whip, poor Will's mournful call, pierced the night before the growl of an engine drowned it out. Evan moved to the balcony just as the G-Wagon fish-tailed up the drive. David tumbled out, followed by a quartet of tipsy 20-somethings, their laughter carrying on the wind. Glasses clinked, a bottle shattered, and someone slurred, "Dude, this place is insane." With a theatrical flourish, David whipped out a remote, and the estate blazed to life under the sudden floodlights. One of the guy's ear gauges, stretching his lobes to absurd widths, grinned. Whoa. Straight out of a spy movie. Champagne bottle in hand, David spun in a slow circle, the picture of careless extravagance. "Well," he drawled, "make yourselves at home." Evan hesitated as the drunken group staggered toward the chalet's entrance, their laughter fading into the night. The cold bit at his skin before he retreated inside, shutting the door behind him. The firelight flickered over a woman standing before the hearth completely bare, her dark hair twisted into an elegant knot secured by a single wooden pin. Loose strands framed her face, drawing attention to her sharp cheekbones and the deep, knowing look in her eyes. He recognized her instantly, the same woman Dex had been rough with in the barn earlier. Bruises circled her wrist like a cruel bracelet. She spread her arms in a mocking flourish, then frowned when he didn't react. "Most men don't need convincing," she said, her voice laced with an accent he couldn't quite place, maybe Greek, maybe something else. Her hips swayed as she stepped closer, taking his hand and pulling him toward the fire. "Consider me a gift." Evan resisted the pull of her warmth. "I don't accept presents that come with strings." She laughed, low and throaty, before pressing her lips to his. The kiss was deliberate, testing. He held himself still, though every instinct urged him to respond. When she pulled back, amusement danced in her eyes. Then, with surprising strength, she guided him onto the bed, her body hovering over his. The hidden camera in the ceiling vent loomed in his peripheral vision. "Back up," he warned. Instead, she leaned closer, her hair cascading around them like a shield. For the first time, her confident mask slipped, fear flickered in her gaze. "We have to make this convincing," she whispered urgently. "Or it won't end well for me." Evan kept his voice just as quiet. "He hurts you if they refuse?" Her teeth caught her lower lip. "I wouldn't know. No one ever has. Your name?" "Despy," she answered, confirming his guess about her origins. She shifted, her body warm against his, her movements calculated to keep the camera blind. "Please," she murmured, and for a moment the plea sounded real. But Evan knew better than to trust appearances here. He rolled her deftly to the edge of the mattress, just out of the camera's sightline, keeping enough of them visible to avoid suspicion. Despy arched above him, pulling the chopstick free and letting her hair spill loose. It fell perfectly, as if staged. Her fingers traced the bruise on his shoulder, a souvenir from earlier. "You're strong," she mused. "But strong enough for Renee?" The name sent a ripple of tension through him. "I know better than to underestimate him." Her smile was thin. "Smart. You've already made enemies." "How do you know that?" "Men talk," she said, her body moving in slow, deliberate waves. "So it's true?" Evan met her gaze evenly. "Yes." She leaned down, her breath warm against his skin. "And now you're here plotting your next move?" "Something like that." Jasmine clung to her skin as she pressed closer, her lips brushing his ear. "How would you do it?" she whispered. "If you had to kill me." His answer was cold, precise. "That chopstick, straight through your neck." She recoiled slightly, her eyes widening. How cruel. But there was something else there, respect, maybe even relief. The game between them had shifted, and for the first time, Evan wondered who was really playing whom. She exhaled sharply, her body going limp beside him. "Just like that, you knew?" He nodded, watching as she dramatically draped an arm over her eyes, feigning exhaustion. As he shifted out of view, she turned her head toward him, her gaze suddenly vulnerable. "That's why they handed me the chopstick before I left. It was all a test to see if you'd sleep with me or slit my throat." Her expression darkened. "But you chose neither." Silence stretched between them. When he didn't respond, she sat up abruptly, her voice hollow. "I guess that's my role now. Bait. A lamb tied out for wolves." She snatched the chopstick from the nightstand, her movements sharp. The door swung open, and Evan caught the sound of multiple footsteps in the hallway before it slammed shut, locks clicking into place one by one. Before he could process it, a hiss from above made his stomach drop. Shit. Gas poured down thick and suffocating. Somewhere far darker than parking level 3, the scent of cherry blossoms twisted into something sickly sweet, undercut by the stench of wet concrete and blood. Jack stood hunched under a single spotlight, his hand pressed uselessly against his shoulder as crimson pulsed between his fingers. His flannel was soaked, his eyes burning with betrayal. Evan watched from the shadows, frozen as Jack's lips trembled, no sound, just the echo of his thoughts. What did you do?" The accusation hung in the air before Jack's mouth finally opened, unleashing a flood of black, oily blood. It spilled over his chin, down his legs, pooling and spreading until it swallowed the light. Evan tried to scream, but his lips were sewn shut, the sutures biting into his palms when he reached up. The blood rose, warm and sticky, climbing his legs, soaking his clothes, filling his throat. He was drowning in it, the world reduced to a red haze. Meanwhile, laughter and clinking glasses filled the lounge. David played the charming rogue, draining shots, stealing kisses, his teeth flashing against lime wedges. A girl slumped on the couch, her glittery phone slipping from her fingers as she thumbed out a drunken text. The guys were lost in their rituals, beer chugging, foosball battles, elaborate handshake sequences. Renee lingered on the sidelines, a silent puppeteer in his own show. Servants moved like ghosts, clearing plates of sliders and oysters, their high-collared uniforms hiding ink-stained skin. The real threats, Dex and the others, stayed out of sight. Flipping absently through a newspaper, Renee watched the revelry with detached amusement. To them, he was just the quiet man in the corner. To himself, the wizard behind the curtain. Joshua, the guy with the soul patch and tribal earrings, had upgraded from casual sipping to chugging Johnny Walker Blue straight from the bottle, Never a good sign. Renee kept an eye on him, concerned about dehydration. The kid had the build of a linebacker, all broad shoulders and solid thighs, his youth keeping his bulk firm despite the sweat soaking through his wrinkled guayabera. For some reason, he'd slapped on a pair of flashy headphones and was now swaying in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, mimicking an airplane's erratic flight path with exaggerated arm tilts. His laughter had spiraled into something unhinged, fueled by liquor and reckless energy. Nearby, David had the girl with the delicate neck pinned against the bar, expertly undoing her jeans with one hand while she tossed her head back in a practiced motion. On the couch, another guy was wrestling with his phone, trying to snap a selfie while the girl beneath him shrieked with laughter, her fingers pressing half-heartedly against his shoulders. The whole scene felt like a bad teen movie, scripted, performative, devoid of real passion. Kids these days couldn't even enjoy debauchery without turning it into content. Renee let his newspaper sag as he observed the room. David glanced up, his expression bored, while the girl, some trendy name like Kendall or Cammy, clung to him, her movements growing sluggish. Her eyelids drooped, her legs wobbled, and David caught her just before she hit the floor. Over by the windows, Joshua had collapsed onto the rug, his headphones blaring tinny beats. The couple on the couch had passed out mid-selfie, their phones still clutched in limp hands. All that forced wildness had dissolved into a drugged haze. Renee stood as doctor. Franklin entered, his usual disheveled appearance sharpening into focus the moment he saw the scene. Two men rolled the girls onto stretchers while Dex hauled Joshua over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. David dragged the other boy by his boots, his arms flopping behind him like windshield wipers. The need inside Renee stirred, anticipation curling in his gut. "Ready, doctor?" Franklin asked, snapping on latex gloves. Renee gestured grandly. Age before beauty. As they followed the stretchers down the hall, Evan jolted awake somewhere else, disoriented. A persistent buzzing rattled through the mattress, his roam zone. He fumbled for it, his head heavy, fingers scraping between the box spring and mattress. The cracked screen glowed faintly, the caller's number barely legible through the fractures. His thumb hovered over the talk button. For a second, he couldn't remember what he was supposed to say. Then, forcing the words through the fog, he answered. "Can I help you?" Evan asked, hearing the fear in the boy's trembling voice. Even though he knew the hidden camera couldn't see him, he turned toward the bed anyway, rubbing his tired eyes. The kid sounded young, maybe 10, and terrified. "How'd you find this number?" Evan kept his voice steady. "A girl gave it to me," the boy whispered. "Anna, I think. She said you fix things." Evan caught the hesitation in the kid's speech, not quite a lisp, but something off. "Describe her." "Dark hair, kinda patchy, like she's sick or something." The whisper turned ragged with panic. "Listen, I don't have much time." I took the phone. "I'm hiding under the couch. If they catch me, your name." "I can't. They'll hurt me worse." The kid's breathing was fast, uneven. Evan could almost see him curled up in the dark, clutching the phone like a lifeline. "Someone hit you," Evan said, piecing it together. The sluggishness from the gas still fogged his mind, but the kid's swollen speech gave it away. "Yeah, so what? Happens all the time. Just please come. Where are you and cement? It's bad here. They treat us like animals." Evan scanned the room, the locked door, the barred window, the vent pumping God knows what into the air. Priorities clicked into place. Get out. Find Allison. Save this kid. Soon, he said. "They're coming. I gotta go." "Will you help me?" "I will. Promise. I promise." The line went dead. Evan stared at the broken phone in his hands before tucking it away. He thought of Allison trapped in a shipping container halfway across the ocean. Was she running out of air? And now this kid whispering from some hellhole, his words slurred from bruises. Sleep pulled at him, but his mind kept tallying the obstacles ahead. Guards, dogs, decks. Tomorrow would be messy. Meanwhile, Renee lounged on his plush medical gurney, savoring the needle's bite as the drug flooded his veins. The world sharpened, colors blazing even in the dim underground chamber. Power thrummed through him, every breath richer, every sensation heightened. He yanked the IV pole along, ignoring the squeaky wheel, relishing the rush. His rare blood type made him a king among men, able to take from anyone, giving to almost none. He strode past rows of unconscious bodies, his back straight, his steps sure. In this shadowed kingdom, he ruled unchallenged. The natural order as he saw it was perfectly intact. The surge of energy coursing through him was undeniable, his aging body crackling with newfound life. Wrinkles smoothed, muscles tightened, and his mind sharpened as fresh neural pathways bloomed. Even his joints, stiff with years, pulsed with renewed vigor. His senses heightened, catching the faintest trace of Kendall's floral perfume from across the dimly lit lab. Poor girl, another AB type just like David. She'd serve her purpose tonight, replenishing what Renee needed to discard. Why waste precious O-negative from storage when she could take what he had to purge? For centuries, humanity had chased myths, Herodotus's tales, Ponce de Leon's futile quest, never realizing the answer was right under their noses. No golden chalice, no mystical spring. Just the cold, hard truth: youth wasn't found, it was taken. And who better to seize it than a Casseroy? Forget battlefield glory, Renee had conquered something far greater, defying nature itself. The lab hummed around him, IV bags swaying like macabre ornaments. Then a groan shattered the illusion. Joshua wasn't supposed to wake yet. Franklin's calculations were usually flawless, but anesthesia was fickle with larger subjects. The kid thrashed upright, tubes tangling, eyes wild with disoriented panic. It wasn't the machines, the antiseptic sting, or even the needles that broke them. It was the brutal clarity of seeing the world stripped bare. Way down Ethan's hesitamanas, spurry. Weakness was devoured. Civilization was just a pretty lie. Renee had tried to spare them that horror, letting them drift off blissfully unaware. But now Joshua knew. The kid lunged, toppling Kendall's gurney as Renee darted back, adrenaline surging. Fear. Capriwine, say Q with a non-stein. This was exhilaration raw, primal. Joshua's fury, his terror, sent a thrill through Renee's veins. For a fleeting moment, he understood his ancestors charging into battle, the intoxicating rush of dominance. Then impact Kendall trapped beneath Joshua's weight, the chaos complete. Doctor. Franklin lunged forward, syringe in hand, but the thrashing kid made it impossible to connect with the IV port. Joshua writhed across the unconscious girl, his frantic movements sending the gurney rolling until Renee found himself pinned against the wall, the boy's desperate fingers just shy of his throat. That's when Dex intervened. Despite Joshua's size, he looked like a rag doll in Dex's grip. With a swift motion, Dex locked him in a chokehold. A sharp crack echoed through the basement, and Joshua collapsed to the floor like a sack of wet cement, his lifeless hands splayed against the cold concrete. The silence that followed was almost peaceful. Renee wasn't worried. He'd dealt with messier situations before. By morning, he'd spin some story about Joshua leaving early, maybe a family emergency. If the others noticed needle marks, he'd have David blame it on a reckless night with drugs supplied by a kitchen worker. What happened at Chalet Savoir-Faire stayed at Chalet Savoir-Faire. Shame was the best silencer. David stood near the door, arms wrapped around himself, his breath shaky. Doctor. Franklin leaned against a cabinet, still rattled. But Renee. He felt electrified. Glancing down, he realized he'd squeezed the empty IV bag in his fist in the chaos. He'd pumped the last of the fresh blood into his veins. Youthful vitality surged through him, erasing years with every heartbeat. Dex hesitated, his expression unreadable, until Renee gestured to his right hand. Dex obediently stretched his lips into a grin. Perfect. This was a celebration, after all. When Manny and Nando arrived to escort Evan outside, he took his time bundling up, layering shirts and sweaters like armor. Breakfast and lunch had been delivered earlier under strict supervision. Evan had to face the wall while they set the trays down. The new security measures were thorough. Now, as they marched him downstairs, shotguns trained on his back and chest, Manny flashed his gold-capped teeth. "Yard time," he announced. "Just like prison." Evan smirked. "I'll trade you 2 packs of smokes for a shank." Manny blinked, confused, then jabbed the gun toward the door. "Move." The doorknob was freezing enough to burn. Outside, the cold sliced through his layers, turning his breath into a fleeting ghost. Near the barn, David was herding 3 dazed partygoers into a black GW. The kid with the stretched earlobes was either gone or already hidden behind tinted windows. The others moved sluggishly, their faces pale, their limbs stiff, clearly suffering from more than just hangovers. One girl clung to David like a broken marionette, her legs barely holding her weight. Her skin was the color of ash, her lips nearly white. She coughed weakly into her sleeve as David helped her into the car, his movements gentle. For a moment, he just stood there, staring at the sky, his jaw tight. Then he caught Evan watching. Their eyes locked, no shame, no anger, just something raw and unspoken. Finally, David climbed into the driver's seat and sped off. Alone on the porch, Evan exhaled, watching the taillights disappear. The equation was simple now. Find every one of Renee's men. Then end them. The lanky guard in the watchtower rested his elbows on the railing, studying Evan with narrowed eyes. Evan gave a casual wave, but the man just stared back unimpressed. Nearby, 3 armed men huddled by the barn, bundled in thick black jackets that made Evan shiver just looking at them. A dented pot hung over their fire, and they hunched over delicate china plates, shoveling food into their mouths. The Dobermans lounged at their feet, ears perked toward Evan with low, warning growls. When he gestured toward the woods, one of the men lazily waved his fork. "Go ahead, make our day." The guard muttered something under his breath, and the group burst into laughter. Evan trudged toward the trees, the cold biting through his layers. His hiking boots did little to keep the numbness from creeping into his toes. He could last an hour, maybe 2, but without proper gear, the cold would win. Escape wasn't the goal today. Glancing back, he spotted the guard's binoculars glinting from the tower like 2 pink eyes. Behind him, the chimney exhaled a slow curl of smoke. His gaze shifted to the mountain ridge last night. The western notch had seemed like a possibility, but now, seeing the sheer cliff face, doubt settled in. The southern slope was steeper but more manageable. A backup plan. Then movement caught his eye, a massive bird perched high in a pine, its white head stark against the dark branches. A bald eagle. Here. Before he could process it, a rifle cracked and the bird vanished, feathers drifting like confetti. Evan forced himself to keep moving. Of course, Renee would have a sniper take it out, no loose ends, not even for nature. But the sight confirmed one thing: he wasn't in Switzerland. The whip poor will last night, now this. He was somewhere in North America. Vermont, Canada, maybe even Alaska. Jack would have laughed at him, really, Evan. It took a damn eagle to figure that out. Closer to home meant closer to Allison. Closer to the kid who'd called. He reached the clearing empty this time, no buck, no loon. Just a porcupine in the branches, raining pine needles like a prickly little lumberjack. Scanning the ridge, he searched for a sniper's glint but found nothing. The wind sliced at his face. Then an idea. He picked up a pine cone, balanced it on his palm, and held it out. Moo, a silent challenge. The shot came instantly, a muzzle flash, the pine cone obliterated. Message received. The sharp crack of a high-caliber rifle shot split the valley air, sending fragments of pine cone spraying across Evan's face. His pulse spiked as adrenaline flooded his system, but years of training kept him steady. That was no ordinary hunting rifle. The Sunchi caliber round or larger meant serious firepower. Whoever held that trigger could pick off a squirrel at 500 yards without breaking a sweat. Evan mentally mapped the shooter's likely position before giving a subtle nod of acknowledgement toward the ridge. As he turned toward the chalet, a burning sensation crept across his palm, tiny wooden shards buried in his skin from the shattered pine cone. He worked them free with his teeth, tasting pine resin and blood. The security team had abandoned their post by the barn's fire pit, their voices muffled behind the partially open door. Only the watchtower guard remained vigilant, binoculars glued to Evan like a second set of eyes. Instead of heading for the porch, Evan veered into the tree line, the mountain air biting through his layers. Dusk painted the sky in bruised purples, and the temperature was dropping fast. He scrambled onto a shale outcropping, scanning the terrain. If he were the sniper, he'd take that gully 2/3 up the slope, perfect sightlines covering the valley below. Evan grabbed another pine cone and stepped into the open, holding it aloft like an offering. He shut his eyes, waiting. The gunshot came fast, the bullet whistling past to bury itself in a rotting log behind him. Missed by inches. His fingers unclenched, letting the pine cone fall. Southside sniper needed more range time, a useful weakness to remember. The cold gnawed at his exposed skin, turning his cheeks numb. Time to move. Near the bullet's impact, something pale gleamed in the shattered wood. A mushroom with a deceptively innocent white cap. Evan knelt, pretending to adjust his bootlace as he examined it. Destroying angel. One nibble could kill a grown man. He palmed the toxic fungus, crushing it to powder between his fingers as he walked back toward the barn. The tower guard's radio crackled with static-laced chatter as Evan approached the empty fire pit. The barn door screeched open, releasing 2 snarling Dobermans and a pair of jumpy cartel guards waving AK-47s. Evan gestured to the dying embers, feigning a shiver. One guard jabbed his ribs with a rifle barrel, hurting him toward the chalet. He stumbled obediently, shaking from more than just the cold, and brushed his hands clean against his jacket. Somewhere in the distance, the wind carried the stench of gunpowder, rotting meat, and something sickly sweet like carnival food, left too long in the sun. Candy walked arm in arm with Ben Jaggers down the weathered boardwalk, the ocean crashing against jagged rocks below. His arm felt bony under the cheap raincoat, like holding a coat hanger draped in fabric. Towering over him in skin-tight leather and a corset top, she'd fluffed her bleach blonde hair into a wild mane, trying to mimic the local girls. Jaggers was supposed to be some wealthy married man sneaking out for excitement, but his slumped posture and wrinkled plaid shirt screamed, "Accountant on a bad vacation." She might as well have been a Lamborghini being test-driven by a teenager who didn't know the clutch from the brake. Groups of young women strutted past, their laughter sharp as broken glass, dangling lipstick-stained cigarettes between manicured fingers. These girls were something else, all legs wrapped in fishnets, stomping fur-trimmed platform boots like they owned the boardwalk. Their confidence radiated like heat waves, their smirks daring anyone to look twice. The air around them smelled like hairspray, cheap perfume, and rebellion. Meanwhile, Jaggers barely glanced up, his sour expression suggesting he'd rather be anywhere else. His nose wrinkled like he'd caught a whiff of something foul, and the mothball stench clinging to him didn't help. The camera around his neck swung awkwardly as he scanned the streets behind them, his grip tightening on her arm. "Here," he muttered. She struck a pose against the railing, tossing her hair and puckering her lips while he snapped away. But his lens wasn't on her, it was fixed on the building looming uphill. She arched her back, squeezed her arms together for cleavage, even threw a leg up in a cheesecake pose, but his focus never wavered from the target. The wind snatched his words as he mumbled. Most of them left, but he's still in the office. Her skin prickled under the fitted top, the salt air biting at old scars. She shoved the pain aside, stashing it away like savings for a rainy day, or more accurately, for Orphan X. With a loud pop of her neon green gum, she flashed a grin at a passing group of girls who shot her icy glares in return. These Eastern European beauties could wear head-to-toe 80s throwbacks and still make a supermodel look frumpy. Candy, of course, was the exception. She bent forward, hands on knees, giving Jaggers her best pin-up smile. "Hey, Em," she teased, straightening into a power stance. "A little eye contact wouldn't kill you." She might as well have been talking to a brick wall. His camera barely flickered in her direction before zooming past her again. At least it hid his face. Small blessings. 12 hours in country, and they'd already pieced together the essentials. The phone company Orphan X had switched to was housed in that old cannery, its upper floors now packed with servers and secrecy. Given the region's instability and the nowhere man's habits, Telephone Star didn't mess around with privacy. Their mark, Rifet Setieva, a former Soviet hammer thrower built like a bulldozer, was the VP of operations. Van Skiver had picked him for a reason, and Candy was more than ready to deliver. His knees had given out before he even hit 20, yet here he was, managing operations for the low-profile communications firm Candy and Jaggers needed to breach. Instead of wasting time trying to hack through digital defenses, something neither of them excelled at, their mission was simpler. Swipe Setieva's laptop to grab the passwords and dive straight into the company's databases. Eliminating him was part of the deal, buying them precious time before anyone noticed the missing device. But Setieva wasn't some frail desk jockey. He was built like a linebacker, making this no easy job. Getting their hands on a gun would raise too many eyebrows, so they had to improvise. Jaggers let his camera dangle from its strap, glancing at his watch before scribbling the time in his notepad with a sleek silver pen. Candy mentally mapped Setieva's usual exit route out the back door, through the tight alley, and into the adjacent parking garage. Every detail mattered: sight lines, angles, timing. It was a delicate operation, one misstep away from disaster. Her old shop teacher's advice echoed in her head: measure twice, cut once. Meanwhile, Evan sat in his plush prison, checking his shattered phone for any sign of the boy's call. Nothing. He tucked the roam zone back under the mattress and headed to the bathroom. Kneeling by the sink, just out of the hidden camera's view, he examined the fake J-plug outlet beneath the floating counter. A few sharp kicks from his boot shattered the plastic cover, revealing nothing but hollow drywall and dead wires. Another decoy. He broke the pieces smaller and flushed them away. Back in the bedroom, he squeezed under the built-in desk, working at the Type-C outlet hidden behind the panel. After what felt like forever, his thumbnail finally loosened a tiny screw, the cover swinging open to expose more blank wall. Renee's meticulous deception was almost impressive. When he emerged, Despy was waiting by the fireplace, lips painted, hair pulled back. "Feel like not having sex again," she murmured, her voice barely audible. Evan straightened, eyeing her. "Don't you ever get cold?" She stepped closer, hips swaying, her finger tracing his jawline. "What I feel doesn't matter," she said flatly, even as her body played its part for the cameras. He instantly regretted the joke. She undressed him methodically, then pulled him close, her breath warm against his ear. Should we just get this over with? The contrast between her sultry movements and robotic words made her seem like an actress stuck in the wrong scene. Evan guided her to the bed, keeping them mostly out of view. She dragged him on top, whispering, "You've got impressive self-control. To not assault you. It's more complicated than that. Freke, not to me." How noble, she smirked. "So, do you trust me now?" "Mostly." "Mostly?" She pretended to be hurt. "No chopstick this time. How would you kill me now, mister?" "Virtue." Right here." He tangled his fingers in her hair. "I'd snap your head sideways hard enough to shatter your spine into your brainstem." That gave her pause. The air between them hummed with tension as their whispered conversation continued. "So you're telling me there won't be some dramatic Hollywood death scene?" she asked, her breath warm against his cheek. "Just paralysis and slow suffocation." "Exactly," he murmured. "The injury would sever your brain's connection to your lungs. You'd be trapped in your own body until the end." She exhaled sharply, her fingers tightening around his waist. "Charming, you asked." A bitter laugh escaped her. "I did. And I'm glad you're honest with me, even if the truth is ugly." She pressed closer, her movements practiced, effortless, too effortless. He wondered how many times she'd played this role before. "How did you end up in this mess?" he asked. "Word and same as me?" Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Stupidity. A party on a yacht near Rhodes, my hometown. My friend convinced me to go. Freshly divorced, I figured, why not?" She shrugged, the motion too casual for the weight of her words. "Renee was there. Not interested in me as a person, just as a possession. He collects people like trophies." Evan nodded. "Sounds about right." "He thinks I'm some mythical Greek beauty," she scoffed. "The one thing we agree on." And then, champagne, darkness, waking up at sea. Her voice flattened. "He had photos of my family, my parents, my little sister at art school. Her class schedule." He didn't say a word. Didn't need to." Evan searched her face for deception but found only exhaustion. "How long?" 17 months, 2 weeks, and a day." Silence stretched between them. "It wasn't your fault," he finally said. She smirked. "Oh, I was absolutely stupid. But that doesn't mean I deserved this." Her grip loosened slightly. "People imagine trafficking victims as helpless girls snatched from distant villages. Sometimes it's just one wrong drink." She let that sink in before adding, "But I don't know how to shatter a spine, so here we are." Her fingers trailed down his back. "You're terrible at playing hard to get." "Noted." With a sudden shift, she rolled on top of him, grinning. "Man, let me drive. Mental freight send." Her hips moved with deliberate precision. "That doesn't feel like disinterest," she teased. "Not even a little," he admitted. "Should I ease up?" "Serve through." She relented just as blinding lights flooded the room from outside. Shouts erupted. Evan scrambled up, yanking on his jeans before stepping onto the icy balcony. Below, chaos unfolded. 4 guards sprawled on the ground, barely moving. Another retched into the dirt. The wiry guard from the tower fumbled with a remote, flooding the yard with light. Samuel stumbled from the barn, knocking over a pot of chili before collapsing onto a crate. The skinny guard picked up a plate, dropped it, then bolted for the barn, likely to empty his stomach. "What's happening?" Despy called from behind, keeping her distance. Before Evan could answer, the chalet's door crashed open. Dex emerged, his hulking frame cutting through the rain as he lumbered towards Samuel. The older man slid off the crate, hitting the ground hard. 2 dogs, 3 guards, 2 snipers, and Dex. The odds just got worse. Dex spun around as the porch lights flooded his face, making his pale, shaved head gleam unnaturally. His gaze locked onto Evan standing on the balcony, the two of them frozen in that split second as rain began pelting down harder. With a deliberate motion, Dex smeared the blood-streaked snarl tattooed across his cheek, the vivid reds and blacks standing out starkly under the harsh light. Evan instinctively retreated into the room just as Despy called out, "What's happening?" The door burst open. Manny stormed in, shotgun aimed, and fired a non-lethal beanbag round straight into Evan's chest. The impact sent him crashing against the wall before he crumpled to the floor, gasping. Nando seized Despy by the shoulder, shoving her behind him. She stumbled, hitting the edge of the desk before collapsing near Renee, who nudged her toward the exit with the tip of his polished loafer. Dazed, she barely regained her footing before slamming into Dex's massive frame in the doorway, his rain-soaked shirt clinging to every defined muscle. He seized her wrist with a brutal twist and yanked her out of sight. Seconds later, a door banged shut down the hall and Dex reappeared, casually slipping a key into his pocket. Evan couldn't breathe, his lungs refusing to cooperate. Manny prodded him with his boot, flipping him onto his stomach before cuffing his hands and hauling him onto the bed. Gasping in ragged bursts, Evan finally managed a full, shuddering breath. Renee strolled over, leaning against the desk with an air of detached amusement, inspecting his manicured nails. "Let's chat," he said smoothly. Evan sat hunched forward, the cuffs digging into his wrists, the beanbag's impact leaving an angry welt on his chest. His breathing was still uneven, but Renee seemed unfazed. "Funny thing," Renee mused. "My guards are suddenly incapacitated, vomiting, writhing in pain. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" Evan exhaled sharply. "Not a clue." Renee smirked as if Evan had just admitted guilt. "You're full of surprises. I'd love to know what makes you tick." "Not much to tell." "Oh, I disagree." Renee dabbed his forehead with a silk handkerchief, his face flushed from the night's excitement. "You took out Contrell like it was nothing. Who does that? Who hunts human traffickers for sport?" Evan stayed silent. "Same kind of person who poisons my men, I'd guess," Renee continued. "Doctor. Franklin's patching them up now." Manny and Nando glared, fingers twitching on their shotguns. Manny took a threatening step forward, but Renee raised a hand, stopping him cold. "Those were our brothers." Manny growled. Renee's voice turned icy. "No, they were my employees, and they failed. Don't you fail too?" Dex shifted slightly, the floor creaking under his weight. Manny hesitated, then stepped back. Renee turned back to Evan. "People fall into 2 categories, those who create chaos and those who clean it up." Evan lifted his head, meeting Renee's gaze through sweat-damp hair. "Which one are you?" "The kind who decides the categories." Renee's eyes gleamed. "You made a mess tonight." Evan glanced at Manny. "Or cleaned one up." Manny licked his gold teeth like Evan was his next meal. A knock interrupted Doctor. Franklin shuffled in, his long white hair messy, his scrubs wrinkled. He looked like a retired surfer who'd seen better days. "Hey," he mumbled, blinking at Evan before turning to Renee. "Need a word." Renee stepped into the hallway, their muffled voices drifting back. The tension in the room thickened as Nando and Manny continued to glare. The wait was agonizing. Renee walked back in, his expression grim. 6 of my men are in critical condition, internal bleeding, kidney failure. Their organs are shutting down. Manny let out a strangled sound, halfway between a snarl and a sob. Doctor, Franklin thinks they ate toxic mushrooms. Evan shrugged. Mistakes happen, but none of them remember picking any, much less tossing them into their chili. Would you admit it if you poisoned your own dinner? Evan mused, watching Manny's jaw clench with satisfaction. Renee cleared his throat, and Evan was startled to see his usually composed eyes glistening. There's no saving them, Renee said, his voice clipped. And the nearest hospital might as well be on another planet. Welcome to the Swiss Alps, Evan added dryly. Renee's gaze snapped to him, sharp as a blade. Exactly. He ran a hand through his perfectly styled hair, though not a single strand was out of place. They'll be dead in days. In agony the whole time, Evan pointed out, locking eyes with Manny and Nando. Putting them down would be a mercy. The 2 men stared at the floor, waiting for orders. Evan turned back to Renee. Dying men eat up supplies. You know what needs to be done. After a tense silence, Renee gave a slight nod. Make it quick. Manny shot Evan a venomous glare as he left, his gold-capped teeth flashing. Now alone with Renee and Dex, Evan studied the older man. You're not upset about them. You're upset about me. Renee tilted his head. Why would you think that? Death makes people uncomfortable. It's a reminder that none of us get out alive. A memory flickered Jack's bloodied hand, clutching his shoulder, the dark stain spreading across his flannel shirt. His rare, crooked smile, the warmth in his eyes. Evan pushed it away. That's what you think grief is? Just existential dread? Remember when you first realized death was real? As a kid, Renee's voice turned brittle. I never got past it. None of us do. All the pretty lies, heroic last stands, peaceful white light, divine embrace. They're just marketing. I refuse to accept it. You'd be the first, Evan said flatly. Renee's lips thinned. When you're young, life feels endless. Summer stretches forever. Then, one day you see a photo of yourself, thinning hair, wrinkles, and realize time's been slipping through your fingers all along. He touched his hairline absently before jerking his hand away. I hate limits. Being told what's impossible. Just like you. Evan shook his head. You want to be everything. I just want to be good at one thing. That's a lack of ambition, Renee shot back, leaning forward. The light caught the careful layers of makeup, the hair implants. We all want to cheat death. We're just too ashamed to say it. But imagine if you could. Control time, control fate. Be young again. Evan smirked. Like the old saying goes, you can't relive the past. Renee's grin was all polished veneers. Of course you can. The cuffs bit into Evan's wrists. He wondered how long Renee planned to leave them on. The older man pulled out a sanitizer, spritzing every surface he'd touched. Uncuff him and lock him up, he told Dex. Pausing at the door, he added, no need to go easy. Dex grinned, flexing his massive arms before covering his mouth in a mocking, childlike gesture. Happy face. Evan lay motionless in the dark, counting the seconds until the gas would seep through the vents and pull him under. Exhaustion weighed on him like a lead blanket, but Renee wouldn't know that. Just as sleep finally claimed him, the sharp crack of gunfire shattered the silence. One shot, then another. The rhythm was methodical, 6 in all. The last echo clung to the air, lingering like a ghost before fading into nothing. Eyes open in the blackness, Evans sent a silent promise to Allison and the boy. Soon. Then, without the gas's help, he slipped back into unconsciousness. Morning came with the cold kiss of a shotgun barrel against his neck. Evan blinked up the weapon's length, past the neon orange stock, to Manny's face, his grin all teeth, like a Bond villain who traded espionage for street cred. "Get your ass up," Manny growled. Evan shifted slowly, the steel still digging into his throat. Nando hovered nearby, another shotgun locked and loaded. "Boss wants you downstairs," Manny said. "But maybe you trip on the way. Maybe I get jumpy." Evan's gaze flicked to Manny's trigger finger, knucklebone white, the mechanism already halfway engaged. One wrong twitch, and the wall behind him would be redecorated with his insides. Mim Samuel, Jonas, Handicause sides, Fresby Enstau Falls has, Louis, Betty. Manny's voice trembled. "We buried them last night. Said our goodbyes." Tears streaked his cheeks, but the shotgun never wavered. He dragged the barrel up Evan's jaw, grinding it against his cheekbone, twisting his nose sideways. Evan kept his expression blank, his eyes fixed on the far wall. He'd faced death more times than he cared to remember, but the idea of being turned into confetti by a beanbag round was a new kind of absurdity. The tattoo on Manny's neck, Santa Muerte, the skeletal saint draped in blue, roses spilling from her cloak, seemed to smirk at him. She held a scythe in one bony hand, an hourglass in the other, ready to snip his thread at any second. Evan held his breath, waiting for the microscopic twitch that would end him. "Manny," Nando cut in, pulling at his shoulder. "Me mentis outer de dowla for." "We won't forget this," Manny spat before shoving Evan forward. Barefoot and in boxers, Evan was herded down a hallway that smelled like a florist shop, lavender and rosewater thick in the damp air. Through a fogged glass door, they entered a spa straight out of a luxury resort. A jacuzzi bubbled lazily next to a plunge pool so cold it made his skin prickle just looking at it. Herbal tea bags floated in a marble tub, and sleek signs marked the sauna, eucalyptus steam room, and rain shower. The Korean mist room had a pebble-studded bench, like something from a high-end Zen retreat. They reached a lap pool lined with fake grass that crunched underfoot. Renee lounged in a zero-gravity chair, a paperback held aloft like a bird mid-flight. An IV dripped saline into his arm. Nearby, David leaned against a polished wood bar strung with fat Christmas lights, puffing on an e-cigarette. A bottle of Bacardi, 15-1, sat beside his glass, packed with square ice cubes and dark rum. A tray of snacks waited, untouched. The whole scene was so absurdly serene it almost made Evan laugh. Almost. Renee lounged in his chair, absently crunching on Doritos, while wisps of vapor curled from his lips. His feet rested in a bubbling hydrotherapy tank illuminated by an eerie blue glow, tiny fish darting around his submerged ankles like living shadows. As Evan approached, Renee tossed his paperback onto the bar with a careless flick. "Sustainably harvested Brazilian rainforest wood," he remarked dryly. "Yeah, can you believe people actually obsess over that kind of thing?" Evan raised an eyebrow. "Yet here you are, using it." "None of this is truly mine," Renee said, gesturing lazily at the lavish chalet. "I lease the lifestyle. What belongs to me stays buried where no one can find it." His grin sharpened. "Sound familiar?" He snatched a sleek remote from the side table, tapped a sequence, and moments later, a hidden elevator slid open to reveal Dr. Haver. "Franklin." The doctor shuffled forward, removed an IV from Renee's arm with clinical precision, then retreated like a ghost. As the elevator door sealed shut, Renee smoothed his sleeve, his tailored shirt immaculate despite the spa's humidity. "Thirsty?" he asked. "Doritos would do." "Nando," Renee called, but David was already reaching for a bag. "Let Nando handle it," Renee chided. David smirked around his e-cigarette, its lead tip pulsing like a tiny neon sign. He sauntered over, shaking the bag tauntingly in Evan's face. "Go ahead," he urged. Evan took it, and David's gaze swept over him. "You don't seem like the junk food type. And you don't strike me as the vaping type." "Baby steps," David admitted with a theatrical sigh. "Graduated from Patches last week. Still tastes like plastic, but hey, progress. They ne tu a futuro e pramum." David mock bowed, but Renee cut in sharply. "Back off." "He's harmless," David protested, though Manny's grip on his shoulder dragged him backward. Nando's shotgun, meanwhile, found its way into Evan's peripheral vision. "You're insufferable," David muttered into his rum before draining the glass and storming out. Renee watched him go, amused, then turned his attention back to the fish swarming his feet. "Starve them long enough and they'll eat anything," he mused. "Even you. They're quite thorough dead skin, calluses, flaws. Like little aquatic sculptors." His grin turned wolfish. "Me pair for a session." Evan imagined cucumber slices sliding off his face while shotgun barrels tracked his every twitch. "Hard pass. Pity. Doctor, Franklin could have zapped that ugly scar on your stomach." Evan's fingers brushed the pale line where a blade had once slipped between his ribs. He remembered stitching himself up on a bathroom floor, the sting of thread pulling through flesh, the way pain had whispered secrets only he could hear. "I keep my scars," he said. "They're reminders." "Of what?" "That's not your concern." Evan's voice hardened. "You'll blame him, I hear. Surely not for spa recommendations." Renee tilted his head. "Somewhere better to be." The memory surged the Horizon Express charging forward, a boy's desperate voice crackling through static. "Promise me." Evan exhaled. "Yeah, I do." Renee leaned against the edge of the tank, water dripping from his feet as he studied Evan. "2 more days and you're free to go," he said, his voice smooth. "Unless I decide not to send that wire," Evan shot back. Renee raised an eyebrow. "You still think you can change the outcome? Why surrender when I'm the one winning?" Behind Evan, Manny muttered something sharp in Spanish under his breath. Renee ignored it, stepping out of the tank and reaching for a thick robe. He tied it loosely, then grabbed a small spray bottle from a nearby table. With a quick motion, he misted the zero-gravity chair, the fine droplets glistening in the dim light. "What's that?" Evan asked. "Privacy spray," Renee replied, slipping into a pair of insulated boots. "Erases nearly every trace of DNA. The rest gets buried under a synthetic genetic layer. You're not the only one who knows how to vanish. When I choose to disappear, I stay gone." Evan let the comment hang in the air as Manny and Nando nudged him forward. They moved through the maze of steam rooms and winding corridors, Renee striding ahead with confidence. Finally, they reached the grand foyer, its massive chandelier casting a golden glow. Renee stepped onto the snow-dusted porch, the cold wind ruffling his hair. He turned, silhouetted against the stark white landscape, and beckoned them forward. Evan hesitated, the marble floor icy under his bare feet. The moment he stepped outside, the freezing air clawed at his skin. His thin boxers offered no protection. Manny and Nando positioned him across the porch, keeping their distance from Renee, who stood comfortably wrapped in his robe and boots. Evan shoved the chip bag into his waistband, rubbing his hands together for warmth. His face burned from the cold, his lips chapped. Then he heard the distant hum of an engine echoing through the valley. A thin trail of exhaust appeared on the horizon, followed by the dark speck of a Mercedes G-Wagon. The autumn chill seeped into Evan's bones, making every bruise and scrape ache. He bounced on his toes, trying to stay warm, his breath coming in short puffs. Renee whistled a cheerful tune, unfazed. After what felt like hours, the G-Wagon rolled into the driveway, tires crunching over cobblestones. The tinted windows reflected Evan's blue-tinged face. The driver's door swung open and Dex stepped out. Then, in perfect unison, the other doors and tailgate opened, revealing a line of new guards, 10 in total, emerging with military precision. Evan smirked. Great. More targets. Renee just grinned, his boots scraping against the wood as he turned. No limits, he said. Meanwhile, Candy and Jaggers shivered on the boardwalk, pretending to take photos while keeping an eye on the converted cannery. Candy looked effortlessly striking in her leather outfit while Jaggers adjusted his camera, zooming in on the building. Intel says Sativa leaves between 6 and 6:15, Jaggers muttered, checking his watch. It's time. They hurried back to their rental, a beat-up Dakota that barely qualified as a car. As Jaggers wrestled it out of the tight parking spot, Candy bought a berry popsicle from a street vendor, the bright red ice glistening in the fading light. The hatchback sped up the winding hillside road, tires gripping the asphalt as Candy stepped out into the shadowy alley behind the Telephone Star building. Jaggers cut the engine, plunging them into near darkness. Graffiti of the three wise monkeys stared down from the brick wall, their smeared paint giving them a sinister, almost ghostly appearance. Twilight settled over the city like a slow fade to black, while scattered office windows flickered to life higher up the slope. Leaning against the cannery's weathered door frame, Candy unwrapped her super fun Crazy Berries e-cestic with deliberate flair. She knew the effect she had the way she arched her back, the slow swirl of the bright red ice against her lips. Confidence radiated off her, even as that nagging doubt slithered in. Are you still the same after everything? Hell yes, she was. Maybe Orphan X had left his mark, but she was still the kind of woman who turned heads, the kind who could stop traffic with a glance. The alley stayed empty. No cars, no passers-by, just the faint briny scent of the cannery walls and the bizarrely peachy aftertaste of her supposedly berry-flavored treat. Somewhere in the distance, a chaotic mix of Salt and Papa and Led Zeppelin blared from a passing car, a weirdly fitting soundtrack for this place. Then the door creaked open. Rifat Sativa stepped out, distracted, shoving files into his battered briefcase. He didn't notice her at first, not until she let out a soft, deliberate hum. His head snapped up, eyes widening. He wasn't some hulking brute, but his frame still carried the remnants of an athlete's build, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. For a second, he looked like he'd seen a ghost. Too bad he didn't hear the Dakota revving behind him. She stepped closer, plucking the briefcase from his grip just as the car slammed into him. The impact sent him sprawling, breath knocked out in a ragged gasp. Candy took another slow lick of her ice pop, watching as Jaggers rolled forward, tires crunching over him before stopping perfectly for the next step. The trunk popped open, revealing a plastic-lined interior. They hauled him in with practiced efficiency, grunting with the effort. Just as the car settled under the weight, the sharp click of heels echoed down the alley. A woman in a barely there miniskirt wobbled toward them, her steps unsteady. Candy smirked. Damaged goods? Not even close. The girl had delicate features, almond eyes, and smooth skin framed by sleek black hair that fell straight past her shoulders. She could have been a college freshman or a high schooler who'd grown up too fast. Eastern European girls always kept you guessing. Her expression was pure innocence, wide-eyed concern that clashed with her edgy outfit. She rattled off something in a language that might have been Crimean Tatar before switching to Russian when she saw their blank stares. Are you hurt? Then did something happen? Candy answered in Russian, forcing a smile. We're fine, thanks. Her hand darted toward the car's hatch, but Jaggers blocked her, his grip unyielding. His flat, lifeless stare locked onto hers. Fur to tend to tell. Don't, she muttered. The girl took another step closer, oblivious. Really, you don't need help? I can call someone. We said we're good, Candy cut in, voice sugary. Appreciate it, sweetie. The alley was empty except for the three of them, bathed in the sickly yellow glow from a lone window overhead. Night had swallowed the city while they weren't looking. Jaggers cleared his throat. Actually, the trunk's jammed. Could use an extra set of hands. The girl hesitated, then shrugged. Sure. As she moved forward, Candy made another desperate grab for the hatch, too late. The girl's gaze dropped, her breath hitching as she registered the mess inside. Jaggers' hand clamped over her mouth before the scream could escape. Two sharp jabs to her throat with something small and metallic, and she crumpled. He tossed her into the trunk like a sack of laundry, slamming the door shut. Only then did Candy spot the bloodied pen in his grip. The girl's muffled thrashing filled the silence, then faded into choked gasps. She's not dead yet, Candy spat, fury turning her voice to ice. Give it a minute. Jaggers flicked the pen into a storm drain like he was tossing a cigarette. The trunk went still. Candy swung at him, her fist connecting with his jaw hard enough to snap his head back. Amsta tefteria twine. When she tried again, he drove a fist into her stomach, dropping her to her knees. A sweep of his leg sent her sprawling. Before she could recover, he was on top of her, fingers loose but threatening around her throat. She saw, he hissed, breath reeking of bile and decay. Candy drove her knee up, sending him lurching forward, but he didn't even groan. Just rolled off, climbed into the driver's seat, and waited. She lay there, gulping air before pushing herself up and sliding into the car without a word. They drove in silence until Jaggers pulled up to the auto shop they'd cased the night before. He picked the padlock with practiced ease, rolling the gate open before guiding the car inside. The place was a gold mine of coda parts everywhere, easy to replace, easy to disappear. While Jaggers wrestled off the dented bumper, Candy rifled through Sedieva's briefcase, snagging his laptop and the cryptotard that cycled passwords every 60 seconds. Perched on a workbench, she timed the code and logged in. The two worked in eerie sync, Candy typing furiously while Jaggers hammered out dents and slapped on a new grill. He moved like a rat in a maze, quick, precise, relentless. Progress was steady, but the night wasn't over. They still had a trunk to deal with. The database finally loaded. Candy exhaled. Got it. Candy punched the number 1855 to nowhere into her encrypted device, watching as the search results slowly populated the screen. A frustrated curse escaped her lips not once, but twice as the truth became clear. Nearby, Jaggers knelt by the car's bumper, his silhouette barely visible in the dim garage light. The surgical mask muffled his voice, making it sound disembodied as he spoke. Orphan X played us, he said, adjusting the spray nozzle. That account was a decoy. No trail to follow. Candy rolled her eyes. Of course, it was a setup she'd been in this game long enough to recognize when they were being led in circles. You really think Van Skiver's tech can trace money that doesn't exist? She snapped. Jaggers didn't even glance up, just kept layering silver paint over the car's dented hood like none of it mattered. The indifference made her blood boil. We wasted a life for nothing. That girl Rifachi was just collateral to you, wasn't she? Jaggers finally paused, tilting his head as if considering the question. Collateral implies value, he said flatly. Then he stripped off his clothes right there, revealing a body that made even Candy no stranger to the grotesque pause. No scars, no marks, nothing to suggest he'd ever been human at all. He doused his bloody clothes in motor oil and set them ablaze, the flames casting eerie shadows across the concrete. "Your turn," he said, pulling fresh clothes from his bag. Reluctantly, she tossed her stained bustier into the fire, the fabric curling into ash. Stepping outside, she dialed Van Skiver, the night air cool against her bare skin. The line crackled with digital interference before his distorted voice answered. "Dinner didn't go as planned," she muttered. "No recipe left to follow," came the reply, each word stitched together from a dozen synthetic voices. She imagined him in his lair, surrounded by screens, his body practically dissolving into the streams of data. "Your partner's a nightmare," she said, staring up at the hazy sky. Somewhere in the distance, laughter and broken bottles echoed normal life, oblivious to the blood on her hands. "Yes," Van Skiver agreed, "but he's semi-nightmare." Meanwhile, Evan lay awake, mentally mapping every detail of his prison. 2 dogs, 13 guards, 2 snipers, 1 doctor, and Dex always watching. The numbers kept growing, and with them his suspicions. What kind of operation was Renee running? And why did it need this much firepower? The answers were somewhere in this maze of steel and surveillance. He just had to find them before time ran out. Evan scanned the room, weighing his limited options. The fireplace caught his eye, maybe his best shot. With 2 security cameras disabled, he had a narrow window to move unseen near the balcony and desk. Stepping outside, he spotted the barn across the property, its massive door wide open. Inside, a pair of well-trained enforcers sparred on a wrestling mat, their movements sharp throws, kicks, counters, while others cheered them on. Clearly, Renee had upgraded his crew from simple gunmen to seasoned fighters who knew their way around close combat. A cold gust hit Evan as he stepped back inside, deliberately leaving the sliding door open. He climbed into bed, faking restless sleep before shifting just out of frame. With a quick adjustment, he stuffed a pillow under the covers, near the hidden camera's blind spot, mimicking his shoulder. The draft from the open door swirled through the room, and he waited, listening. When the faint hiss of gas seeped through the vent, he buried his face in the pillow, letting the fumes pass over him and dissipate into the night. He held his breath, counting the minutes until the air cleared. Once safe, he slipped out of bed and crept to the bathroom, avoiding the floor's creaky spots. Grabbing the trash bag liner, he filled it with water, then carried the sloshing load back to the fireplace. A quick puncture turned it into a makeshift watering can, dousing the cedar logs until they sizzled and smoked. The flames died to a faint glow, leaving only smoldering embers, which he crushed under his boots. Lacing them up tight, he turned his attention to the flue. After waiting for it to cool, he pried it open just enough to squeeze through barely. The tight space reeked of damp ash, the rough bricks scraping against his arms as he inched upward. He'd done this once before in Prague, wriggling through a chimney to eavesdrop, but this time the thick walls muffled everything except his own ragged breathing. Progress was slow, every inch a battle. Ash coated his skin, grit working its way under his nails. The darkness swallowed him whole until a faint glow from above signaled the next floor. His muscles screamed, sweat stinging his eyes, but he pushed on. Finally, his fingers found a ledge. With a firm grip, he braced his boots against the brick, wedged his back against the opposite wall, and let himself rest just for a moment. The real challenge was still ahead. Sweat dripped into his eyes as he paused to assess his surroundings. The narrow chimney shaft angled sharply downward, opening into a fourth-floor study with a fireplace stacked high with fresh cedar logs. Before venturing further, he needed to know his options. Muscles straining, he braced his boots against the soot-covered ledge and reached upward, fingers brushing against two rusted iron bars welded across the passage. No rooftop escape, no bird's-eye view to track Renee's men. But the fireplace below still offered a path forward. Jack's voice echoed in his mind. Intel hides in plain sight. With a deep breath, he pushed off, sliding down the flue like a kid on a greased-up playground slide until his grip failed. He crashed shoulder first into the log pile, sending a few rolling across the hearth. The room was empty, bathed in the faint glow of brass wall sconces. A study meticulously sterile. He wiped his hands on a towel draped over spare logs, then stepped onto an ornate Persian rug, careful not to leave marks. His clothes were a lost cause, streaked with grime. The desk dominated the space, flanked by towering bookshelves. Its surface held only a pen holder and a pair of wire-rimmed glasses resting on a leather blotter. No personal touches, Renee's paranoia on full display. I rent this life, Evan thought bitterly, yanking the file drawer. A custom lock held firm. Empty drawers, barren except for office supplies. Even the trash yielded just a crumpled envelope addressed to some chalet in Maine. Probably legit, who'd plant decoys in a garbage can. Then he saw a faint smudge on the glass's lens. Moving fast, he snapped a pencil, bent a paperclip into a makeshift tool, and sprinkled graphite over the glass. A breath sent the excess dust flying, leaving behind the ghost of a fingerprint. Gotcha. The clock was ticking. Any second now, they'd realize he'd slipped his guards. But this was worth the risk. The graphite dust clung only to the spots where Renee's fingertips had brushed the glass, leaving behind a partial fingerprint. Evan grabbed a roll of Scotch tape, tore off a 3-inch strip, and carefully pressed it over the smudged print. The graphite lifted cleanly, sticking to the adhesive. He folded the tape over itself, trapping the evidence inside like a tiny time capsule. For safekeeping, he stuck another piece of tape to his inner arm above the elbow, hidden from sight but easy to access. After yanking the top drawer off its rails, he ran his fingers along the empty cavity, hoping to find a key taped underneath. No such luck. The side drawers yielded nothing either. Stepping back, he scanned the bookshelves coated in a thick layer of dust. The rows of hardcovers, their covers long gone, stood like faded soldiers in mismatched uniforms, more of a prop library than a real one. Then he noticed it, a clean gap on the second shelf where a book had been pulled out recently. His fingers closed around the spine of a Robert Louis Stevenson novel, and when he flipped it open, a key tumbled onto the carpet. The file drawer slid open with a reluctant groan, packed tight with folders, each labeled with a different name. The first one he opened contained bank details, a social security number, and paper clipped to the back, a photo that sent a cold ripple down his spine. It was the middle-aged man from downstairs, unconscious and stripped bare on the same bed Evan had slept in. His stomach twisted, but he kept flipping. Dozens of files, each with financial records and a photo of another victim sprawled across that mattress. Renee hadn't just done this before he'd perfected it. The numbers added up to over $300 million stolen. At the very back, a tab marked with a question mark caught his eye. Inside, he found a printout of the auction listing for the katana, his bank details, a fingerprint card, and a photo of himself drugged and helpless on the bed. The sight of his own image, vulnerable and exposed, sent a surge of fury through him. He shredded the photo and cards, stuffing the pieces down the heating vent, just as the door creaked open behind him. Manny's voice barked, "I got him." Evan rose slowly, the broken pencil still in his grip. Heavy footsteps filled the hallway. "Turn around," Manny ordered. Evan complied, meeting the barrel of a shotgun aimed squarely at his torso. "Drop it." Evan let the pencil clatter to the floor. Nando slipped in first, followed by a flood of fresh recruits fanning out around the room, their neon-stock shotguns gleaming under the dim light. Then came Dex, his cold stare unreadable. Renee stepped in last, his smile tight as he took in the open drawer. "I enjoy a challenge," he said, voice dripping with false cheer. "But you're pushing your luck." Evan didn't flinch. "Funny," he said, edging back until the desk pressed against his legs. "I was thinking the same thing about you." Renee signaled to his men, and they moved in on Evan from multiple angles, shotguns leveled. Evan scanned for an escape route, but the odds were stacked against him. Dex stepped forward, a syringe glinting between his fingers. A sharp backhand sent Evan crashing into the desk, followed by the sting of the needle piercing his shoulder. Liquid fire coursed through his veins, turning his limbs to lead. As his vision blurred and his knees buckled, he caught Dex staring down at him with an unsettling mix of fascination and predatory amusement. Evan came to sprawled on his bedroom floor, naked and disoriented, the morning light stabbing his eyes. His skull pounded, his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth like sandpaper. When he tried to push himself up, searing pain erupted around his neck, sending him crashing back down, muscles spasming against the hardwood. His fingers fumbled toward the source, a thick metal collar locked in place, its inner prongs biting into his flesh. Behind him, Manny chuckled. "This little toy's gonna save us a lot of trouble, Eyes. Oh, no more babysitting you with shotguns." Evan gritted his teeth and forced himself onto his hands and knees, but another jolt of electricity sent him face first into the floor again. His nerves screamed, his vision flickering between black and white. When it cleared, Manny was fiddling with the remote, grinning like a kid with a new video game. "This thing's badass." "Cool it," Nando warned. "Renee's gonna lose it if you scramble his brains." "Relax, it's not like we're testing it on a chimpo weight." Manny smirked, adjusting the dial. "Boss did say to crank it up a notch." Evan wiped spit from his chin, discreetly checking the strip of tape on his inner arm, Renee's fingerprint still hidden there. "No room service today?" he rasped. The next shock sent him writhing sideways. Manny's laughter crackled through the static. "Hand it over," Nando snapped, snatching the remote. Time for his morning jog. Manny nudged Evan's ribs with his boot. "Get dressed. Unless you want another zap." Outside, Evan trudged through the frost-covered yard, the collar chafing his skin. The new guard in the watchtower wasn't just observing, he had a high-powered rifle trained on him. Not a sniper's reach, but deadly enough at close range. When Evan hesitated to study the weapon's silhouette, the guard reached into his pocket. A split second later, electric agony tore through him, dropping him into the snow. He gasped, cheek pressed to the icy ground, realizing the guard had his own remote. No escape. Shaking, Evan staggered toward the tree line, bundled in layers that made him look like a stuffed scarecrow. Hidden among the pines, he probed the collar, no visible lock, just smooth metal and biting electrodes. Swallowing felt like choking on a golf ball. He pushed onward, climbing the slope for a better vantage point, his breath fogging in the cold air. The valley stretched below, a frozen prison disguised as wilderness. Evan reached the top of the ridge, the mountain air crisp against his skin as he surveyed the terrain. Both the eastern and western slopes were sheer walls of crumbling shale, impossible to climb without being spotted. Renee wouldn't waste men guarding those sides. No, the real threats were the snipers to the north and south, their sight lines reinforced by the watchtower's vantage. The northern route was the obvious escape path, which meant Renee had stationed his best shooter there. That left the southern slope as Evan's only real option. He climbed higher, boots crunching over loose rock, needing one last look before nightfall. Tomorrow, Renee would force him to drain his account, something Evan couldn't allow. Without his encryption protocols, a single transfer would light up like a beacon for Charles Van Skiver's digital bloodhounds. The thought of Allison and the boy depending on him sharpened his focus. He moved faster, sweat trickling down his back despite the cool air. Pausing, he studied the opposite ridge, mapping routes and escape paths, calculating where the sniper might be hiding. The third commandment echoed in his mind: know your battlefield. Then crack. A bullet tore into a tree beside him, sending bark flying. Sabin froze. Another shot split the air and a heavy branch crashed down inches from his feet. He stepped left, another muzzle flash, another near miss. The sniper wasn't trying to kill him. They were steering him back toward the chalet. Evan raised a hand in mock surrender before turning downhill. He played along, moving quickly until the terrain shielded him from the sniper's scope. Instead of descending, he cut sideways, weaving through the pines until he reached the barn's rear. Flattening behind the tree line, he watched two armed guards patrol with Dobermans at their heels. In the tower, the sentry radioed frantically, his scope fixed on the northern woods. Moments later, 3 more men jogged into the forest, night vision goggles strapped to their foreheads. Evan waited for the patrol to pass again before making his move. The first few strides left him exposed, but the guard's attention never wavered from the distant ridge. He reached the barn's shadow, breath steady, fingers testing the back door. Unlocked. A gust of wind hissed past as he slipped inside. The garage was cluttered with luxury SUVs and high-end sedans, their polished surfaces reflecting the dim overhead lights. Wrenches and oil cans lay scattered across the concrete floor, while heavy-duty lockers lined the walls, secured with industrial padlocks. Though Evan couldn't see anyone, muffled voices drifted from deeper inside the building. Outside, fresh snow crunched underfoot as the patrol made their rounds, boots thudding, Dobermans panting, their breath forming ghostly clouds in the frosty air. Evan slipped inside, shutting the door with barely a sound. The cavernous space was mostly empty except for a flimsy office in the corner, its walls so thin he could see shadows shifting behind the grimy window. Dropping low, he pressed himself against the cold floor, the scent of motor oil thick in his nostrils. A draft seeped under the rear door, chilling his skin as the patrol drew closer. Boots and paws left dark imprints in the snow outside, their shadows stretching beneath the door before fading away. Evan ducked behind the nearest G-Wagon, then risked a glance through the tinted windows toward the office. A muscular forearm rested against a filing cabinet, the skin inked with a grotesque stretched grin. Nando's voice cut through the quiet. What's his next move? Despy's reply was tense. No idea. Will the transfer happen tomorrow? Nando pressed. Despy exhaled sharply. He doesn't trust me with that. Then what does he trust you with? Nothing. The man's a stone wall. Nando's laugh was cold. Maybe you're not cutting it. Maybe we should bring in your sister instead. Despy went silent. Evan's gaze swept the garage, landing on the car jack Samuel had used days earlier, a compact scissor-style tool that could be tucked away beneath layers of clothing. If he could grab it without being seen, he might actually pull this off. The jack sat just beyond the hood of a Mercedes, out in the open. 3 steps across the rubber matting and he'd be exposed. Nando's voice carried again. We've had eyes on her place. Watched her tending those little potted plants on her balcony. Pretty thing just like you. Despy's response was lost in the hum of the garage. Evan moved. One silent step, then another, his fingers stretching toward the jack. Just as his fingertips brushed metal, the office door flew open. Despy stood frozen in the doorway, her face a storm of disbelief and something darker. Behind her, Dex and Nando hadn't yet looked up. Evan held her gaze, inching back toward cover, but then the rear door burst open. Claws skittered on concrete as the Dobermans lunged inside, their snarls ricocheting off the walls. Trapped between the SUVs, Evan had seconds before the dogs found him. Despy hadn't moved, her hand still raised from shoving the door open, lips parted in shock. He lifted his hands slightly, nodding at her. "Go on. Do it." The barking intensified. Shouts erupted in Spanish. Dex and Nando were coming. Evan gestured again, firmer this time. Now. Despy's arm lifted. She pointed. Her voice cracked on the first attempt, then steadied. "Here." The moment she screamed, "He's here." Her voice cracked with such convincing terror that Nando didn't hesitate. He shoved past her, his long coat whipping behind him as he charged forward, the shock transmitter already raised in his fist. Evan barely had time to process the situation before electricity ripped through his body, locking his muscles in violent spasms. The Dobermans lunged, their teeth flashing dangerously close to his face, confused by his jerking movements. Their handlers yanked the leashes back just in time, keeping the dogs from tearing into him. A sharp command echoed through the barn, "Off!" The dogs retreated, tongues lolling between sharp teeth, their muscular chests glistening with drool. Evan's vision swam as he rolled onto his side, catching a distorted glimpse of Renee framed in the barn doorway. "You just don't quit, do you?" Renee mused, stepping inside. Evan managed a weak grunt in response. "No more privileges," Renee continued. "No walks, no fresh air, no more time." "Surah, time for what?" Evan slurred, his mouth still numb from the shock. "Until you transfer my money. First thing tomorrow." Renee knelt beside the Dobermans, scratching behind their ears. "Such good boys," he cooed, feeding them treats from his pocket. "You ever notice how dogs are better than people? Lock your wife and your dog in a trunk for a day, see which one's still wagging its tail when you open it." The dog's lips curled, their dark eyes fixed on Evan as he struggled to his feet, his neck burning where the shock collar had bitten into his skin. Behind Nando, Despy met his gaze, her expression twisted with silent distress. Evan quickly looked away, not wanting to betray their connection. "Lock him up," Renee ordered Dex before pausing beside Evan. "And clean yourself up for dinner." Evan shook his head, trying to clear the lingering fog, then realized too late that he was smirking. Renee froze. "Something funny?" Just figured you out," Evan said. Renee's jaw tightened. "Sauf de suri differed." "You're not the ruthless psychopath you pretend to be," Evan said, squaring his shoulders. "You're just lonely. You have to pay people to sit at your table or shock them into staying. You think money fixes everything, but all it does is make your misery more expensive." Renee's face darkened, his surgically smoothed skin flushing unevenly. For a second, something raw flickered in his eyes, then vanished behind cold fury. Without another word, he turned and strode out of the barn, disappearing into the snow. Evan barely had time to register the fading silhouette before another jolt from the collar dropped him to his knees. Alone in his room later, Evan sat hunched over, running through his dwindling options. No carjack meant no escape. No escape meant Allison and the boy were as good as dead. But he wasn't out of time yet. He'd fought through worse. If he had to claw his way up that mountain, leaving a crimson trail in the snow, so be it. A sudden hiss overhead snapped him from his thoughts, gas flooding the room hours earlier than usual. No dinner tonight. Renee wasn't taking chances anymore. He'd knock Evan out cold and wake him just in time to make the transfer. The clock was ticking. Evan sucked in a breath and bolted toward the sliding glass door, flinging it open with desperate force. The crisp night air rushed in, only to twist into something acrid as invisible fumes seeped inside. Stumbling backward, he collapsed onto the bed, pressing his face into the pillow as his lungs burned. Dizziness clawed at him, but he clenched his fists, forcing himself to stay awake. The hissing faded, yet he kept his face buried, waiting for the poison to dissipate. Then a buzz. The roam zone hidden under the mattress. The kid calling again. Mother vibration. Gasping, Evan peeled his face from the pillow, the chemical aftertaste clinging to his tongue. Third ring. He rolled off the bed, knees cracking against the hardwood, and fumbled beneath the mattress. His fingers closed around the battered phone, its cracked screen flickering with the caller's number. He swiped answer just in time. Hello perfect das. It's me. The voice was quieter than before, frayed by static. Evan's head spun, but he gritted his teeth, pushing through the fog. Desu I one ties, I went in. I don't know anymore. The boy's whisper was raw. They keep me locked up. Never enough to eat. I didn't choose this. Evan's grip tightened. What are they making you do? That's not the worst part. A shaky inhale. The worst part is I'm invisible. Like I don't even matter. You matter. Evan dragged a hand over his face, fighting the haze. None of this is your fault. You're not alone. I know other kids go through it, the boy murmured. But when it's you, it feels like you're the only one who's ever felt this way. Evan's throat tightened. The gas had stripped away his usual restraint, leaving his words too honest, too exposed. You're tougher than you think. Like I was. Static roared over the line, nearly drowning the kid's next words. Can't talk about it. Why not? They'll hear me. A ragged breath. I'm scared. Evan forced himself to think. Is there a way out? Oh, where to go? What about the police? No one can help. Sector. Evan's jaw set. Outside, snow blanketed the valley, the chalet's guards patrolling below. I'm coming for you, he said. Alfer es pebir and kiss, soon. Silence. Then barely audible. I have to go. I'll call if I can. When you do, Evan said, I'll be waiting. The inexpressible submerged in the crimson glow of parking level 3. Evan drowns in his own paralysis. His body refuses to obey, lips sealed shut, lungs burning with the metallic tang of Jack's blood. Across from him, Jack floats like some battle-worn specter, arm raised. The hairs on his forearms sway like underwater reeds. His finger jabs toward Evan. You. Evan strains, muscles coiled, but he's frozen. For the first time, he meets Jack's gaze, and what he finds isn't blame, but sorrow. And something worse, understanding. The finger doesn't accuse. It names. Desalinir and Dateir. The realization hits like a gut punch. Decades of swallowed grief, guilt festering in the dark, surge up in a tidal wave. It's everything Evan buried, every scream he never let out. It claws at his ribs, demanding to be heard. And this time he can't stop it. A searing pain tore through his throat, acid rising like wildfire until it erupted from his lips, tearing through the stitches. The scream that followed wasn't just sound, it was raw desperation, a plea ripped from the deepest part of him. Frey, help me. Evan jolted awake, senses snapping to the shadow looming at the foot of the bed. He hadn't meant to sleep, but exhaustion and the remnants of the sedative had pulled him under. The figures stepped closer, the dim light revealing the curve of a woman wrapped in a plush spa robe. Moaning as a blear mind. With deliberate silence, she let the robe fall open, just enough to reveal the carjack pressed against her stomach. She placed it on the mattress just beyond the camera's sightline. "Make them pay," she murmured. His fingers twitched toward the tool, the cold metal imprinting the sheets. "If he finds out, what's he gonna do? Break what's already broken." Her laugh was brittle, hollow. "You have people who need you," Evan argued, but she cut him off. "And so do you." Her voice dropped to a whisper. 1 hour. That's all you've got. The darkness inside him twisted, that same abyss from his dream. "Don't get involved. Not your call." Her eyes locked onto his, unflinching. "This isn't just about you." He thought of Allison, of the terrified boy waiting for a lifeline, of Jack's ghostly finger pointing through blood-red water. "You hold the key. I can't let you take this risk." Desby's smile was sharp, humorless. "Risk. That's the price of caring about someone." His hands clenched in his lap, knuckles white. She watched him, robe still parted, defiance in the tilt of her chin. The jack sat between them, a choice, a burden. Evan exhaled, nodded. The cold bit through his thin layers as Evan stepped onto the balcony. No moon, just swirling snow in the distant glow of a fire where guards huddled, oblivious. No time to waste. His bare hands burned with the chill, but he forced them steady, wedging the jack between the iron bars. Each turn of the handle sent a metallic groan through the night, the steel bending under the strain. Muscles taut, he pushed harder until, with a snap, 2 bars gave way. One clattered at his feet, the other vanished into the snowdrift below. The guards didn't even glance up. Leaning through the gap, Evan scanned the ground. Nothing but white, the fallen bar already buried. No going back now. Evan wriggled through the narrow opening, his body contorting as he maneuvered himself out. The crinkling sound of the Doritos bag stuffed in his waistband nearly gave him away, while the roam zone phone in his pocket weighed him down like an anchor. The metal bars were freezing, biting into his palms as he adjusted his grip, so cold they practically fused to his skin. For a heart-stopping second, his fingers slipped, and he imagined himself plummeting 2 stories down, a human pancake in front of the guards. But he clung on, swinging his legs like a pendulum to build momentum before releasing at just the right moment. The landing was anything but graceful. His feet skidded on the icy balcony, sending him crashing onto his back. And there was Manny, standing inches away on the other side of the glass, admiring his reflection as he buttoned his shirt. Evan held his breath, realizing the man was too busy preening to notice him sprawled in the snow. With a quick roll, he was back on his feet, vaulting to the next balcony like some kind of undercover acrobat. This time, luck was on his side. The sliding door gave way under his touch. He slipped inside, moving like a shadow through the darkened room. But just as he cracked the hallway door, fate decided to throw him a curveball. Nando stood there, mid-bite of a power bar, his AK-47 slung carelessly around his neck. For a split second, they just stared at each other. Then Nando dropped the snack and raised the gun. "Freeze. Hands up." Evan didn't move. "Interesting choice of weapon," he said, nodding at the AK. "You sure Renee would approve of you turning me into Swiss cheese?" Nando hesitated, sweat beading on his forehead. He adjusted his aim, pointing the barrel at Evan's leg. "One wrong move and you're done." Evan smirked. "You're shaking. I'm not. That should tell you something." Desperate, Nando fumbled for the shock collar remote, clicking it frantically, but nothing happened. Evan just tilted his head, exposing his throat. "Go ahead. Try again." The silence between them was deafening. Nando had improvised a makeshift insulator. folding a bathroom trash bag 6 times before cramming it between the stun collar's metal contacts. And his skin. The layered plastic created just enough barrier to neutralize the electric current. As the transmitter slipped from his grasp, Evan was already in motion, launching himself like a human spring, his body uncoiling into a devastating punch. His fist connected with Nando's jaw with bone-crunching force, sending the cartel enforcer crumpling to the floor like a marionette with cut strings. The moment Evan's feet touched ground, the creak of an opening door sent adrenaline surging through him. Manny appeared down the hallway, his eyes widening before he ducked back into the room. When he reappeared, the neon-orange shotgun in his hands gleamed under the hallway lights. Evan didn't wait. He snatched the fallen transmitter and bolted for the stairs just as a beanbag round exploded from the barrel. The projectile grazed his shoulder, obliterating a wall sconce in a shower of ceramic. Manny racked another round, but Evan was already sliding down the staircase, the next shot tearing through drywall above his head. His boots hit the landing hard and he pivoted around the banister, nearly losing his footing as he burst into the deserted ground floor library. Shouts and radio chatter filled the air as guards mobilized, their heavy boots thundering across marble floors. Instead of fleeing toward the exits, Evan doubled back deeper into the chalet. He moved like a shadow, slipping past closets and bathrooms until the sound of squeaking boots forced him into a side room. Pressed against the wall, he listened as radios crackled with urgent Spanish commands, someone barking orders about releasing the dogs. The moment the guards moved off, Evan exhaled sharply and examined the transmitter. A quick press of the red release button and the collar clattered into his waiting palm. He dumped it and the remote into a potted fern, then chucked the crumpled plastic liner into a corner. The Dobermans' frenzied barks bounced off the foyer walls, their claws skittering on marble as they charged down the hall. Evan didn't hesitate. He sprinted into the dining room, vaulted over the table, and crashed through the kitchen doors. The room was empty, but the dogs were closing in. His eyes darted over the space knives by the oven and ajar pantry door, a cold pot of water on the stove. No time for subtlety. He knocked the pot over, sending water cascading across the tiles, then lunged for the pantry. The door became his shield just as the dogs burst into the kitchen, their growls reverberating off the stainless steel appliances. Evan braced himself, knowing the next move would mean the difference between escape and disaster. The dogs burst through the swinging kitchen doors, their claws skidding wildly on the slick tile as they lost control mid-charge. Their aggressive barks turned to panicked yelps as they spun helplessly, crashing into walls before finally tumbling into the pantry. Evan wasted no time. He slammed the door shut and jammed the lock with a broken toothpick from the counter. The trapped animals howled and scratched, but their noise was drowned out by the approaching footsteps of their handlers crunching through broken chair legs in the dining room. Evan scanned the kitchen with desperate speed. The ballroom exit offered no cover. The pantry was occupied, and the island wouldn't hide him for long. Then the 2 armed men stormed in, shotguns raised. The first, a burly figure named Angel, motioned for his partner to check the ballroom. When the man shook his head, "Nothing, Angel," their eyes locked onto the missing knife from the block. A silent understanding passed between them. Meanwhile, the dog's frantic scrabbling inside the pantry drew Angel's attention. He crouched, fumbling with the stuck lock while his partner moved cautiously along the counter, shotgun sweeping the room. The man never noticed the shadowed figure waiting inside the wood-fired oven. Evan's arms shot out like twin vipers, one hand clamping the man's head in place while the other drew the blade across his throat in one fluid motion. He caught the body before it could collapse, lowering it silently to the floor. Angel finally stood, cursing in frustration only to freeze in horror as he turned. His shout was cut short when Evan ducked behind the island, but Angel was smarter than he looked. Instead of firing at Evan, he blasted the hanging pot rack above. Metal rained down, disarming Evan and sending him sprawling. Angel lunged, belly sliding across the counter like a linebacker, shotgun stock aimed for Evan's jaw. At the last second, Evan planted his boots into Angel's gut and flipped him backward, sending him crashing through the doors into the ballroom. Evan charged after him, kicking through the swinging doors just as Angel scrambled for the fallen shotgun. A well-timed door swing knocked him off balance, and the weapon slid out of reach. Angel wiped blood from his lip and squared up, hands raised in a fighter's stance, palms loose, weight balanced. Evan smirked. This wasn't some amateur. This was going to be fun. Evan's moves were restricted. He needed to capture his opponent alive, but Elvangel faced no such constraints. The guard lunged first with a sharp cross punch, but Evan pivoted smoothly, countering with a lightning-fast finger strike aimed at Elvangel's eye. The deflection was flawless, his middle finger driving deep into the socket with brutal precision. Angel staggered back, more stunned than hurt, clutching his face as Evan seized the moment to press forward. But the injured man recovered faster than expected, blocking Evan's next strike with a sharp parry to the triceps before slamming a palm strike into his jaw. The impact sent Evan reeling, and before he could react, Angel slipped behind him, locking him in a chokehold. The world narrowed. Evan's vision swam as the pressure on his carotid cut off blood flow. The ornate chandelier above blurred into streaks of refracted light, its crystal droplets dissolving into static. He had seconds before blackout. With a desperate surge of strength, he drove his heel down onto Elmgel's foot, crushing the delicate bones with a sickening crunch. The guard gasped, his grip loosening just enough for Evan to wrench free. Angel stumbled back, cradling his ruined foot, his good eye locked on Evan's hands like a predator sizing up prey. Evan remembered his old sensei's lesson. If they expect a punch, hit them with a kick. He shifted his stance, chambered his knee, and snapped his heel into Elvangel's shin with brutal efficiency. The ankle buckled instantly, sending the guard crashing to the floor. A final jab to the throat silenced him for good. Breathing hard, Evan scanned the abandoned ballroom, its grand piano shoved against the wall, strings snapped, dust coating the keys. He yanked free a length of steel wire, coiled it tight, and pocketed it just as shouts echoed down the hall. The others were coming. He snatched up a fallen shotgun and bolted, leaving Alf's twitching body behind. Moments later, Evan slipped into the spa area, the humid air thick with chlorine and tension. Renee's voice crackled over a radio, frantic and clipped. Locking the door behind him, Evan edged forward, spotting David, slumped against a doorframe, swigging straight from a bottle of Bacardi. Two armed men paced nearby, one gripping a riot shotgun, the other a Kalashnikov. The bigger of the two, his neck bulging over his collar, a gaudy Kalaka pendant glinting against his chest, glanced up just as Evan stepped into view. The cartel guys had a twisted sense of humor. Evan braced the shotgun against his shoulder, calculating the perfect angle to swing around the corner. Jack had always called it slicing the pie, equal parts precision and instinct. Before he could make his move, Kalaka's head snapped up, his eyes locking onto Evan like a startled deer. Marco, over there. Evan didn't hesitate. He pivoted into the hallway, firing before the words fully left Kalaka's mouth. The shot grazed David's face before slamming into Kalaka's forehead with a sickening thump. The big man stumbled backward, clutching his skull, then toppled into the pool with a splash. His AK-47 spun through the air before clattering onto the concrete. Marco swung his own shotgun toward Evan, but the next shot tore it from his grip, sending it skidding toward the water. Evan kept moving, relentless. David flattened himself against the glass wall of the Korean sauna as Evan charged past, driving the shotgun stock upward into Marco's jaw. The impact should have dropped him, but Marco twisted midair, flipping backward, his foot catching the shotgun and kicking it free. Evan barely had time to register his mistake before Marco landed smoothly and snapped a left hook into his eye. Pain exploded, vision blurring. Marco pressed forward, fists flying. Evan blocked desperately, retreating down the narrow hallway as Marco hammered him with brutal strikes. Finally, he shoved Marco back, both men gasping for breath. David cowered against the wall as if hoping it might swallow him whole. Out of the corner of his eye, Evan saw Kalaka staggering upright in the pool, water sloshing as he lumbered toward his rifle. Evan couldn't let that happen. His shotgun lay near Marco's feet, barrel angled toward the water. He lunged, grabbing it and firing just as Marco's heel slammed into his kidney. The beanbag round hit Kalaka square in the shoulder, sending him face first back into the pool with a gurgling splash. Marco kicked the shotgun free before Evan could recover. It clipped his cheek, then cracked against the rain shower's glass door. Evan scrambled up, ignoring the throbbing in his back and the swelling distorting his face. Marco was better, faster, sharper. If this dragged on, Evan wouldn't last. He needed one decisive strike. Marco's eyes flicked to Evan's swollen cheek at tell. He feinted, then launched another jab. Evan countered with a pinkick salat deflection, trapping Marco's wrist and wrenching his elbow backward until it snapped. Marco howled, his arm hanging uselessly, but he still twisted free. Across the pool, Kalaka was making progress, water churning as he fought toward his rifle. Evan had to stop him again. Ignoring the risk, he grabbed the shotgun and fired. The beanbag struck the base of Kalaka's skull, sending him under once more. Marco wiped sweat from his eyes, grinning through the pain. The fight wasn't over yet. Evan tensed, anticipating the attack, and Marco didn't disappoint his side. Kick slammed Evan hard against the wall. The impact forced a pained grunt from his lips, distant and detached, like he was hearing it from another room. Marco followed up with another kick, this time targeting the shotgun, crushing Evan's finger against the trigger guard and sending the weapon skittering across the floor. It bounced off the wall near David's face before clattering onto the tiles. The two men broke apart, circling each other in the narrow hallway, both breathing heavily. Marco clutched his fractured arm against his stomach while Evan focused on keeping his footing. Marco telegraphed his next move, a roundhouse kick, but Evan was ready. He stepped in with a sharp Jeet Kune Do strike, driving his foot into Marco's inner thigh, disrupting the kick before it even started. The sudden impact sent Marco's leg jerking backward like a door swinging shut too hard. Behind them, Evan heard Kalaka stirring, dragging himself toward the AK-47. He flicked a glance at his fallen shotgun, but Marco was faster, sliding it across the wet floor with his foot until it splashed into the hot tub. Kalaka's thick fingers gripped the pool's edge as he hauled himself up, water sloshing around him. Evan knew he had to deal with Marco first. The guy was predictable, he only had one move left. Evan watched his back leg, waiting. Sure enough, Marco tried another roundhouse. This time, Evan let it come. He ducked, shielding his head with his arm, and drove his elbow straight into Marco's kneecap. The sickening crack echoed through the hallway as Marco howled, stumbling back on one leg. Seizing the opening, Evan launched a sloppy but powerful front kick straight into Marco's chest. The force sent Marco crashing through the glass sauna door behind him, his body crumpling onto the cedar bench inside. David, still pressed against the hallway wall like a terrified statue, clutched the Bacardi bottle like a lifeline. Evan yanked it from his grip and hurled it into the sauna. The bottle exploded against the heater, igniting the high-proof alcohol in a burst of blue flame. Fire rained down on Marco, his screams turning feral as the flames engulfed him. Evan didn't hesitate. He slammed the sauna door shut, grabbed a nearby pool skimmer and wedged it under the handle, jamming it against the opposite wall. Marco wasn't going anywhere. Turning back toward the pool, Evan scooped up the shotgun, the muffled shrieks from the sauna vibrating in his bones. Kalaka was still dazed, half submerged in the water, straining for the AK-47 just beyond his reach. Evan's boots crunched on the artificial turf as he stepped closer. Kalaka twisted toward him and Evan fired a baton round straight into his collarbone. The bone snapped, but somehow the guy stayed upright, barely clinging to the pool's edge. His wide, panicked eyes locked onto Evan as he gasped for air. With a desperate lunge, Kalaka reached again for the rifle, but his fingers only nudged it farther away. Evan moved to the tacky paisley-patterned bar, its surface strung with oversized Christmas lights. He smashed a few bulbs against the wood, then ripped the whole string free. "Wait," Kalaka rasped, shivering violently, his bald head slick with water. "Please," Evan tossed the broken lights into the pool. The crackling explosion sent a jolt through the water, lifting Kalaka's body like a puppet on strings before he sank beneath the surface, motionless. The man surfaced moments later, floating on his back with arms outstretched like a crucifix, his gold chain catching the light against a patch of exposed chest hair. The scene was eerily calm compared to the chaos unfolding elsewhere. 2 dogs, 8 armed guards, 2 snipers, a doctor, and Dex, all standing by. Down the hall, David still pressed himself against the wall, hands raised in surrender, his face pale with terror. Across the way, the barred sauna crackled with flames, but Marco's agonized screams had finally gone silent. When Evan moved toward him, David flinched, stammering, "Please, I'm just another victim here." Evan didn't let him finish. He seized David's jacket, tearing the hidden remote free along with a strip of fabric, the force sending David spinning before a sharp kick sent him sprawling into the mist-filled Korean steam room. The satisfying thud of his body hitting the floor was drowned out by the sudden rattle of gunfire. Renee's men were breaking through the spa entrance, bullets shattering glass. Evan sprinted back across the artificial grass, swapping his less lethal shotgun for Kalaka's AK-47. The snack tray was gone now, replaced by a basket of apples. He grabbed 2, then snagged a guard's heavy coat draped over a lounge chair on his way to the elevator. The doors slid shut just as the armed reinforcements poured into view. For a split second, they locked eyes, Evan offering nothing but a casual shrug before the elevator descended with a mechanical hum. Wiping sweat from his brow, he steadied the rifle, waiting for the doors to part again. What he found in the basement wasn't just unexpected, it was surreal. Rows of glass-fronted medical refrigerators lined the space, each filled with plump IV bags of blood, glistening like fresh cuts of meat. Machines with tangled cords and sterile casings stood ready alongside enough gurneys for a battlefield hospital. Dr. Franklin lay sprawled across one, slack-jawed, a rubber strap between his teeth, his eyes glazed. Evan hit the emergency stop, freezing the elevator, and stepped into the nightmare. The refrigerators held labeled bags, organized by date and donor, name and orchard of stolen life. Nearby, a massive chrome safe stood bolted to the floor, its presence unsettling. A filing cabinet drawer hung slightly open. Evan pulled it wider, flipping through medical files until he found one, a 17-year-old girl's full workup, blood-screened, purified, cataloged. Franklin barely stirred as Evan approached. His skin was sallow, a needle still dangling from his swollen vein. Vials of fentanyl sat neatly arranged beside him. Evan tossed one across the room, snapping the doctor back to awareness. "What is this?" he demanded. Franklin's cracked lips parted in a dreamy smile. "Renee's secret garden." His hands lifted weakly as if blessing the grotesque harvest. "It's how he feeds." "Feeds?" Evan's grip tightened. "He transfuses himself with their blood." "Why?" "Studies. There are studies." Franklin's words slurred, his eyelids fluttering. A sharp slap brought him back. Above, muffled shouts and radio chatter echoed through the elevator shaft. Evan stared at the rows of blood bags, the names of people reduced to commodities. He kills them. Rand Franklin shook his head weakly. No. But the truth hung in the air, thicker than the sterile chill of the room. Franklin's lips curled into a knowing smirk, his eyes glinting with private amusement. Unless things don't go as planned. His eyelids trembled slightly as Evan followed his gaze toward the crumbling brick fireplace dominating the basement wall. The iron log holder sat atop a mountain of cold ashes, and only then did Evan register the creeping chill penetrating his jacket, settling deep into his marrow. His legs moved mechanically as he crossed the concrete floor, dropping to his knees before the hearth. Fingers raked through the soot, emerging with a small metal hoop, a gauge earring no larger than a quarter. The memory of thick black smoke billowing from the chimney 2 nights prior flashed through his mind. Digging deeper, his fingertips brushed against something solid, a partial dental bridge resting in his palm like some grotesque treasure. A white-hot rage surged through him. He should have put a bullet in David's skull the moment he discovered his betrayal. But Franklin still had time. Spinning on his heel, Evan emptied his magazine into the row of refrigerated units, glass exploding in a glittering storm as IV bags ruptured, spraying crimson across the floor. Sparks erupted from the shredded medical equipment, the acrid scent of burnt wiring filling the air. Only the gleaming safe stood untouched, bullets ricocheting harmlessly off its surface. Franklin watched lazily from his sprawled position, unfazed even as the elevator shaft above echoed with the metallic screech of Renee's men prying open the doors. Evan loomed over him, silhouetted by the dying sparks of the ruined machinery. A single tear clung stubbornly to Franklin's lashes, but his expression wasn't sorrow, it was something closer to peace. "Good," Franklin murmured, gesturing weakly at the wreckage. It had it coming. His breath hitched. So did I. The AK's sharp crack reverberated off the concrete walls just as heavy thuds signaled the arrival of reinforcements above. Perfect, they'd taken the bait. Evan yanked the dead guard's coat tighter, toppling a medical cart beneath a grimy basement window. Remote in one hand, rifle in the other, he blew out the glass and launched himself through the frame. Snow crunched beneath him as he hit the ground, thumb jamming the remote. Blinding floodlights erupted across the property, sending 2 advancing guards staggering back, clawing at their seared retinas. Even the sniper perched on the northern ridge would be momentarily helpless. Evan finished them off with a controlled burst, their bodies crumpling into the snow like discarded puppets. Tossing the empty rifle aside, he snatched up a pair of NVGs and sprinted for the tree line, mentally cataloging the night's tally. 2 attack dogs, 6 guards, 2 snipers, David, and Dex. Not bad for a few hours' work. Beneath the thick pines, snow still swirled, catching in Evan's lashes as he navigated the southern slope switchbacks. Every step sent a fresh jolt of pain through his ribs, a reminder that even victories came with a cost. He froze, goggles snapping down as he scanned the ridge. A pair of glowing eyes locked onto his until the white-tailed deer startled, vanishing into the darkness with a flick of its tail. Pressed against a boulder, Evan forced his breathing steady, digging up old survival instincts. Shelter, fire, water. The fundamentals never changed. Renee had learned survival skills, how to choose elevated terrain, clear an area, and construct a basic shelter by weaving branches and layering leaves. But right now, those lessons were useless. He couldn't afford to stop, not until he cleared the valley and crossed the mountain range. His legs burned with exhaustion, every step a gamble between pushing forward and collapsing. Stopping meant death, but so did freezing solid. The only option was to dance on the edge, pushing himself to the limit before stealing moments by a fire to thaw his stiffening limbs. Not a second beyond what was necessary. Back at the ruined spa, Renee clenched his jaw until the muscles ached. David hovered behind him, pressing an ice pack to his swollen face where he'd slammed into the bench in the steam room. Nearby, one of Renee's men struggled to drag Kalaka's body from the pool, while another scrubbed blood from the tiles. Manny was securing the lab downstairs, and Dex had taken the remaining guards to track Evan's path through the snow footprints, still fresh despite Evan's half-hearted attempts to cover his trail. Dex had an eye for tracking, and the radio update confirmed they were closing in. Renee rubbed his tired eyes until they stung. David lowered the ice pack, wincing as he touched the bruise darkening on his forehead. That guy was a damn hurricane, he muttered, completely unhinged. Renee's bloodshot gaze locked onto him, his fingers still smeared with foundation from earlier, the makeup doing little to hide the broken veins on his nose. Whatever emotion flickered in his stare made David flinch, his usual cocky demeanor crumbling into something raw and young. He swallowed hard. I should head upstairs. You're not going anywhere, Renee snapped. For once, David didn't argue. As if summoned, the elevator doors slid open and Manny stepped out, his gold teeth glinting as his cheek twitched nervously. Boss, you need to see this. A cold dread settled in Renee's chest. Meanwhile, Evan fought his way up the mountainside, ducking under fallen timber and vaulting over tangled roots. The thin air burned his lungs sharp and electric. The final stretch loomed ahead, the steepest yet. His boots skidded on loose shale, sending rocks clattering behind him as he scrambled forward. He stumbled into a bed of pine needles, their brittle points pricking his palms as he forced himself back up. His fingers were stiff, clumsy. Tying his laces took far too long. If he didn't warm up soon, he'd be useless. The horizon hinted at dawn, a dull gray creeping into the black sky. Just enough light to risk a fire. He had no choice. His mind flashed to the promise he'd made. I will get to you, and the image of Allison's shipping bill fluttering away in the wind outside that house in Fullerton. He needed heat, just enough to keep moving. Scanning the trees through his night vision goggles, he saw no sign of the sniper. In a tight cluster of pines, he scraped together dry branches, stripping away the damp bark with piano wire. His numb fingers fumbled, the wire biting into his skin, but he managed. The trick wasn't new. British spies had hidden wire saws in their clothes during the war. Evan wasn't above borrowing from the best. With a practiced motion, he peeled back the cushioned insert from his left boot, carefully threading the wire toward the front before smoothing the padding back into place. Tying the laces tight, he noted only the faintest pressure under his foot. The half-crushed bag of Doritos came next. He shook out the largest remaining fragments, arranging them carefully on the frozen ground. Most people wouldn't think of snack chips as fire starters, but their oily composition made them perfect kindling. Scooping resin from a nearby pine, he dabbed the sticky substance over the chips to boost their flammability. His fingers moved stiffly as he ripped fabric from his shirt hem, twisting the strips into a crude bowstring tied to a sturdy stick. The cold was creeping in another few minutes, and his numb hands wouldn't have managed the knots. Sawing the bow rapidly against a second stick, he generated enough friction to produce a glowing ember, which he nudged into the makeshift tinder. Leaning close, he coaxed the flame to life with careful breaths until it caught the dry branches. The fire's warmth seeped into his palms as he hovered over it, thawing his stiff fingers. Normally he'd purify water, but fresh snow would have to do tonight. As he chewed ice and bit into an apple, his night vision goggles swept the darkened slopes below. Heat gradually returned to his limbs, just a short rest, then he'd move again. The elevator shuddered open, revealing the carnage below. Renee stepped into the haze of disbelief, his brain struggling to process the scene before him. Shattered IV bags leaked crimson onto the tiles. Medical equipment lay in twisted ruins, and Dr. Franklin's remains were sprawled across the gurney in a grotesque still life. The images carved through him, jagged and relentless, until his fury erupted in a raw scream that echoed through the ruined lab. Behind him, David and Manny pressed themselves against the walls, giving him room as his chest heaved. He'd rebuilt before, but never from nothing. New supplies, new staff, new blood. Amid the wreckage, the safe stood untouched, its chrome surface marred only by a single bullet dent. "Open it," Renee commanded. Manny hesitated, keys jingling in his shaking hands. "But you said now." The heavy lock clunked open, revealing rows of glass vials and 2 loaded syringes. Renee plucked one up, watching Manny flinch as if it were poison. Maybe it was, in a way. He tested the plunger, feeling the weight of what it held, centuries of power distilled into a single dose. A burst of static interrupted them, the tracker's voice crackling through. "Found tracks, maybe a fire ahead, they were getting closer." Renee snatched the radio, his gaze fixed on the needle's glint. "Bring him to me." Evan buried the last embers under snow, his body finally warm enough to move. Through his NVGs, a glint caught his attention high on a ridge. Nearly 10 clicks away, a sniper lay motionless on the rocks. The stubborn lookout hadn't spotted him yet. But time was running out. Evan faced his final challenge as the sniper methodically swept his rifle across the hillside, searching for any sign of movement. Pressing himself flat against the frozen ground behind a thick tree, Evan exhaled slowly into his jacket collar to keep his breath from betraying him in the crisp morning air. A sliver of dawn crept over the valley, casting harsh reflections off the fresh snow. If he could just cross the open stretch beside him, he'd disappear into the rugged terrain beyond. Renee's men would never track him through the endless mountain wilderness. One last push. He stole another glance. The sniper had shifted focus, scanning a different ridge. Evan seized the moment, sprinting across the uneven ground, boots crunching through icy patches as pine branches whipped past. Reaching the crest, he slid down the slope, finally slipping out of the sniper's line of sight. For a brief, triumphant second, he lay there, chest heaving, staring up at the endless blue sky. Then he brushed snow from his sleeves and pushed himself up, just as a bullet tore into a tree inches from his face. The shot echoed across the valley, and Evan's mind reeled. The sniper behind him couldn't have made that angle. Another round grazed his shoulder, shredding fabric and obliterating a branch. He zigzagged, legs burning, boots slipping on ice. A third shot shattered a pine cone above him, a warning. The realization hit like a punch to the gut. The North sniper had repositioned, cutting off his escape. Now exposed in the open, Evan froze. His pulse hammered in his throat. Slowly, he raised his arms high, surrendering to the inevitable. Footsteps crunched through the snow behind him, deliberate and heavy. He didn't turn, not until a brutal kick sent him sprawling face first into the snow. Dex loomed over him, grinning with cold amusement, while 2 armed men leveled their rifles at Evan's chest. Dex's tattooed hands flexed as he pulled the shock collar from his pocket, its hinges creaking open. Evan barely had time to brace himself before the metal clamped around his neck, sealing his fate. Dragged through the snow like deadweight, Evan squinted against the blinding morning glare. His limbs ached, his vision blurred. The narcos hauled him into the barn and dumped him onto a wrestling mat where he curled into himself, finally letting the pain take over. The biting cold seeped into Evan's battered body, sharpening every bruise and igniting fresh pain along the raw skin circling his throat. His vision blurred, whether from the freezing air, the relentless beating, or sheer exhaustion, he couldn't tell. His face had gone numb, his limbs heavy with fatigue, each breath more labored than the last. If this godforsaken valley became his grave, he'd just be another name on the long list of those who'd let Allison Siegler and the boy down. The irony wasn't lost on him. How could he save anyone when he couldn't even save himself? There was some twisted wisdom in that, something Jack would have distilled into one of his sharp, cryptic quips, half profound, half absurd. But Jack was gone, and Evan was left staring at the armed men surrounding him, trying and failing to summon the fury that usually fueled him. Instead, he just felt hollow, exposed. The groan of the barn door sliding open cut through the silence. Footsteps. Then the unmistakable scent of expensive cologne, the kind that reeked of privilege and golf courses. Renee's voice dripped with mock sympathy. Your little plan didn't quite pan out, did it? Evan managed a weak smirk. Guess not. Two thugs frisked him, one snatching the shattered roam zone from his pocket and handing it to Renee, who examined the fire-warped device with amusement before tossing it back. Evan barely caught it, fingers stiff with cold, and tucked it away before curling tighter, trying to preserve what little warmth he had left. The metal collar dug into his skin. Renee adjusted his deep purple scarf, looking every bit the smug aristocrat. You look absolutely miserable. Evan licked his split lips, fighting a shiver and losing. He forced his gaze up, locking onto Renee's face. Manny loomed behind him like a shadow. Evan mustered a dry laugh. Reunion tour, huh? Save the jokes, Renee said. I've seen what goes on in that lab of yours. Evan's fingers instinctively brushed the healing puncture in his arm. You stole my blood while I was out? You're past your prime, Renee said, waving a dismissive hand. You're just the funding. The real prize is the kids. Evan sucked in shallow breaths, his ribs protesting. Say come say why fine whip. Renee smoothed his hair, preening like a peacock in his tailored suit. Cornell researchers stitched old and young rats together, shared their blood. Guess what happened? Stefig's inholed enlightened me. The old rats got younger, stronger. Turns out youth is quite the cocktail. He paused, savoring Evan's disgust. Let me guess you're morally outraged. Antibiotics defying nature too, Evan muttered. I don't care about natural. I care about who you're draining. Just a sip here and there, Renee said, grinning. Like a mosquito. Besides, you're hardly the saint here. I only hurt people who earn it. Renee's perfect teeth gleamed. Such a noble little killer. Evan dragged himself upright, his limbs prickling as circulation returned. What happened to the young rats? Renee sighed, feigning regret. They aged. Fast. Every miracle has its cost. And you're happy to let others pay it. Surapsucrine. So David's your recruiter? Renee studied the crimson vial in his hand, swirling it like fine wine. You think I'm draining them dry? Please. I'm more refined than that. He smirked, the dim light catching the sharp angles of his face. Though I'll admit, not every extraction goes smoothly. Perfection is a moving target. Evan clenched his jaw. There's a line between theft and murder. Renee leaned in, his shadow swallowing Evan whole. Is there? When I take blood, it regenerates. But when I take a life, he snapped his fingers. Ooh, that's permanent theft. Years, decades gone in an instant. Some people inherit safety, privilege, clean water. Others get a knife in the dark. Fair? No. But neither is life. His grin widened. Consider my restraint a mercy. I could drain every drop if I wanted. Your generosity is overwhelming, Evan muttered. Renee straightened, rolling his shoulders. Harm isn't my preference. But after the disaster you left in my basement, I'll make an exception. He clapped his hands. First, we tidy up. Dex moved like smoke, plucking the rifle from Manny's grip before the man even registered the loss. Manny's gold-capped teeth flashed as his lips trembled. "Salvador," Renee called, gesturing to the wiry kid with the half-finished tattoo. Manny's English is lacking. Translate for me. Manny's nod was barely perceptible. Tell him, Renee continued, that thanks to your failure, he's getting a promotion. Manny's mustache quivered as he forced out the words in Spanish. Now tell him his sole job is babysitting our guest. Renee jabbed a finger at Evan. Manny swallowed hard, repeating the command. Finally, Renee purred. Tell him you wish him success. Manny's throat worked silently before he choked out the phrase. Renee gave Salvador an approving nod. The kid didn't hesitate. 3 bullets punched through Manny's chest. As the body hit the floor, Evan tallied the remaining threats. Bravo, Evan said flatly. I'm tanned. Intermission's over. Dex reappeared, dragging Despy by her hair. She fought like a wildcat, but Dex's grip was iron. He deposited her in front of Renee like a twisted offering. Evan staggered upright, surrounded by guards armed with rifles and shock collar remotes. Renee tilted his head, studying Despy. Now let's discuss consequences. Our visitor employed a carjack in his failed getaway attempt, Renee remarked, his voice calm but edged with authority. Any thoughts on how he acquired it? Evan didn't hesitate. I took it from the barn when I slipped in yesterday. Renee's attention remained fixed on Despy, who twisted in Dex's hold until his grip tightened, forcing a sharp gasp from her. She went still. The truth will spare you pain, Renee assured her, his tone almost soothing. I wouldn't touch anything of hers, Evan insisted. She works for you, I don't trust her. Despy, Renee murmured, tilting his head. There are cameras in that barn. Is this the lie you want to cling to? Her dark eyes lifted, hesitant, before she gave the slightest shake of her head, strands of her hair swaying. Did you give him the jack? Renee pressed. Her lips quivered before she nodded. Good, he said, brushing his thumb along her jaw. Very good. You don't actually have cameras, do you? She whispered. Of course not, Renee admitted, watching her bite her lip. But you believed me. And you still kept your promise no harm will come to you. In fact, this whole incident, it never happened. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she shut her eyes. Renee turned to leave, but Evan stayed rigid, sensing the trap before it snapped shut. However, Renee paused, his back still turned. Wealth has its privileges. I can arrange things. Anywhere. Rhodes. Athens. He extended his hand, and one of his men placed an iPad in his palm. Despy's breath hitched. No. Please, Renee tapped the screen, humming absently before angling the device toward her. Evan couldn't see the images, but the horror in Despy's expression told him everything. She staggered back as if struck, her face collapsing into something unrecognizable. A choked sound escaped her as Renee swiped to the next photo. Not her too, she rasped, doubling over, her body racked with silent sobs. Guilt twisted in Evan's gut, sharp and corrosive. Not a scratch on you, I keep my word, Renee said, resting a hand on her arm. Dex will take you to any airport you choose with enough cash to disappear. You helped my guest, consider this your reward. I mattered, and 'twas it worth it. Despy straightened, her face tear-streaked but her gaze burning with defiance. For the first time, Renee seemed momentarily thrown. Before you go, he added, gesturing toward Evan, say your goodbyes. She moved toward Evan like a ghost, her steps unsteady, as if her body no longer fit together right. Evan braced for a blow, but instead she crushed herself against him, her face buried in his chest. He held her, fingers tangling in her hair. I tried to warn you, he whispered, surprised by the fury threading his voice. Heat prickled under his skin, memories surging, Jack's bloodied hand clutching his shoulder, the weight of every wrong choice pressing down. If he'd been faster, if he'd refused Despy's help, if... The images Renee had shown her family, gone, would haunt her just as parking level 3 haunted him. There was no undoing it. Not the agony of now, nor the decades of grief waiting ahead. Her gaze locked onto his with the same intensity as before, her voice sharp. You honestly believe my family would have been spared if I turned my back on you? That's not just naive, it's delusional. The word hit him harder than he expected. Nout at delusional? You're no different from Renee, thinking you're calling the shots. But some things, they're beyond anyone's control. Her words cracked the hardened shell around him, and for the first time he felt exposed. She exhaled, her breath shaky. Admitting you need help doesn't mean everything works out. There are no guarantees. His throat tightened. Then why bother? Instead of answering, she kissed him, desperate, raw. Her tears smeared against his skin as she pulled back, fingers gripping his face. I don't know how to carry what I've seen. How to keep breathing after this. I know, he murmured. I know exactly how that feels. Her next question came like a blade. If you had to do it right now, how would you kill me? The plea in her voice shattered him. He took in her trembling lips, the strand of hair stuck to her damp cheek, the way her body leaned into his. So painfully human. For once, he had no words. Then Dex moved. A black hood swallowed her head, and just like that, she was ripped from Evan's grasp. Dragged toward the waiting Rolls-Royce, her legs buckling as she fought to stay upright. Dex shoved her into the back seat, the hood cinched tight, before peeling out of the barn, the car's rear bumper grazing a snowdrift as it vanished. Evan's hands ached. He glanced down to find crescent marks dug into his palms. He turned to Renee, voice low. This won't last forever. One day, the roles will reverse, Renee cut him off with a laugh. And you'll kill me? Predictable. Worse. Something in Evan's tone made Renee pause, his smirk faltering for just a second before he recovered. Outside, dawn painted the snowbanks in pale gold and icy blue. Renee checked his watch. Markets open soon. Ready to transfer the funds? Evan spat blood onto the pristine floor. No. Renee sighed, nodding to his men as he strode out. Search him. Take him to the lab. The restraints dug into Evan's flesh, leather straps pinning him to the gurney. He forced his mind to retreat, slipping into the mental corners he'd carved out years ago, places where pain couldn't fully reach. Seer training had taught him this, how to endure mace, electricity, waterboarding, how to detach just enough to survive. It didn't erase the agony, but it created distance, a sliver of control. Renee's back was to him, shoulders tense as he rummaged near the vault. Dex loomed nearby, grinning behind his tattooed hand. I tried being patient, Renee said, voice clipped. But you're something else. He turned, syringe glinting in the cold light from the broken window. So now we do this. Evan's mind raced. Big truth serum. Some kind of psychotropic drug to break his will. But the gleam in Renee's eyes and Dex's unnerving smirk suggested something far worse. I promise, Renee murmured, stepping closer, this will be unforgettable. A fly landed on Evan's clenched fist, its wings flickering. The irony wasn't lost on him, something so small, so free, while he lay trapped. Then the needle bit into his arm. Evan twitched his fingers in a futile attempt to shoo it away. Let me guess, another twisted experiment cooked up in some Ivy League lab. Oxford, to be precise, Renee corrected, casually closing the distance between them. You'd be shocked what I had to pay for these few precious drops. He paused, savoring the moment. It all began with a simple thought. What if justice didn't end with a life sentence? What if punishment could stretch beyond a single lifetime? A cold dread crept up Evan's spine, his pulse hammering against his throat. Beyond, far beyond. Renee admired the syringe like a prized possession. Take that couple kidnapped a child, locked him away, starved him, then beat him to death. The UK doesn't believe in execution, so they got 30 years. A slap on the wrist for monsters like that. Evan's mind flashed to the Horizon Express cutting through the ocean at full speed, Allison Siegler hidden among thousands of shipping containers, racing toward an unspeakable fate. Then the boy's voice echoed in his memory. You should see how they keep us here. Marriage saplika. 30 years isn't justice, Evan muttered. But what if, Renee mused, tilting the needle toward Evan's arm, you could make someone endure 1,000 years of suffering in just 8 hours? Condense an eternity of torment into a single day? The needle hovered closer. Evan thrashed against the restraints, panic clawing at his chest. Can you even fathom the agony? Renee whispered, leaning in. The needle pierced skin. Relax, he soothed. This is just a tiny, then time shattered. Renee's mouth stretched open in slow motion, each syllable dragging like molasses, his lips forming an endless O that warped into a metallic hum. His eyelids descended like glaciers, each microscopic movement a lifetime in itself. Evan's own vision crawled, shifting his gaze, felt like steering a cargo ship through tar. A bottle hovered lazily above Renee, its wings refracting light in hypnotic patterns, every detail excruciatingly clear. Yet inside his skull, Evan's thoughts screamed at normal speed, trapped, frantic, drowning in the horror of a mind left untouched while the world around him stretched into infinity. Then snap, he was back. His body convulsed against the bed, muscles locked in agony. He twisted sideways, retching violently, bile soaking the sheets. Fine, he rasped, his voice raw. I'll transfer the damn money. Unleash hell. Evans slumped in front of the computer in the fourth-floor study, fingers hovering over the keyboard. The screen's glow reflected in his hollow eyes a man who'd just glimpsed hell and would do anything to escape it. The computer was fresh out of the box. Evan had seen Zalbador unbox it himself. While being air-gapped from the internet provided some security, Renee's encryption for hiding the wire transfers was child's play compared to what Evan had mastered under the world's top cybersecurity experts. Van Skiver had an entire team of them now, with data mining resources beyond Renee's wildest dreams. One click could bring the sky crashing down. Maybe that was Evan's only move left. The vent above blasted hot air, beads of sweat forming on his neck, or was it dread finally seeping through his skin? Years of staying hidden, invisible, were about to end. The rock he'd sheltered under was being pried away, leaving him exposed. He remembered the endless seconds strapped to that gurney, each one stretching like a lifetime. His gaze flicked to Renee. You really don't want me to do this? Renee smirked, fingers interlaced. Don't I? The wrong kind of people will show up. You won't like them. I've handled worse, Renee said, oozing confidence. My systems are airtight. Evan scoffed. You have no idea what airtight even means. A snap of Renee's fingers and Dex handed over a syringe filled with a thick, ominous liquid. One drop had nearly broken Evan before a full dose would be unthinkable. Steeling himself, he typed the passcodes into the private bank site. His finger hovered. Once I hit send, there's no taking it back. Renee drove the needle into Evan's neck, his face inches away, sweat glistening in his stubble. Negotiation time is over. Evan felt the cold steel buried in his flesh. One push of Renee's thumb, and agony would swallow him whole. Something inside him drained away the last shred of resistance. He exhaled, clicked the mouse. The screen spun, then flashed, wire sent. 27 million won't cover what's coming, Evan muttered. Renee turned to Dex. Lock this dog back up. Dex hauled Evan to his feet, shoving him toward the door. Evan smirked, finally calling it like it is. Renee stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, snow swirling outside like a shaken snow globe. The pose felt fitting, regal, commanding, the kind of stance that belonged in a Casseroy family portrait. He could almost see the oil painting now, hanging among the stern-faced ancestors in his childhood estate. But something nagged at him. Victory today didn't mean the war was won. There was a thrill in the hunt, the chase numbers shifting, patterns emerging just out of reach. Behind him, David shifted under the silk sheets, voice groggy. You coming to bed. Our guest is more than I bargained for, Renee mused, watching the snow twist in the wind. Maybe even more valuable. David frowned. How? Renee finally turned, his eyes tracing the unnatural ridges of David's abs like they'd been sculpted from plastic. I don't know yet, he admitted. But I will. Renee barely glanced at the scene before him, feeling nothing but the pull of unfinished business. His office called questions needed answers, traps needed setting in the shadowy corners of the internet. As he brushed past David, his voice was low but determined. Time to get my hands dirty. Meanwhile, in the women's restroom at Mexico City International Airport, the sharp scent of bleach mixed with something far less pleasant. Candy dampened a handful of paper towels under the faucet and ducked into a stall. Peeling off her shirt and bra, she winced as the fabric tugged at her raw, blistered skin. The damp towels brought a fleeting relief, though she refused to let out so much as a whimper. Pain had become her constant companion, so familiar she often forgot it existed until an 18-hour flight in a scratchy seat next to Jagger's reminded her. Just thinking about him made her jaw tighten. His sour stench, his sallow skin glowing like old fruit under the cabin lights, the way he smacked his lips after eating. Worst of all, the memory of that Tatar girl, just a kid who'd wandered into the wrong place. The mission had been a bust, and now they were sneaking into the U. Through the back door, a forgettable hop from Mexico City to San Diego. But Candy would crawl through broken glass if it meant another shot at Orphan X. Failure tasted bitter, and return flights were its aftertaste. She tossed the used towels to the floor, exhaling slowly as the cool air soothed her skin. Putting her shirt back on would be agony, but she steeled herself, glaring at the bra crumpled in her fist. All that training, all that discipline, and here she was nearly bested by an underwire. A boarding announcement crackled overhead. Then her phone buzzed, the punk cover of I'm Every Woman blaring from her pocket. Her spine tingled. She answered, pressing the phone to her ear. I've got your next reservation. Already. Strike while the iron's hot. A grin tugged at her lips. How hot are we talking? Scalding. The tingle became a shudder. Details incoming, the voice said before the line went dead. Candy pocketed the phone, yanked her shirt on, and kicked the stall door open. On her way out, she tossed the bra in the trash. So tonight called for going commando. Elsewhere, Evan stood under a scalding shower, the water doing little to chase away the chill. His internal clock said it was past midnight, and for once Renee hadn't pumped sleeping gas into the vents. Maybe a small mercy for Evan's last night at Chalet Savoie Fair. Tomorrow he'd be blindfolded and dumped in the middle of nowhere while Renee vanished. Or so he'd been told. Ivan wasn't buying it. More likely, Renee was waiting for bank confirmation that the money was secure before tying up loose ends permanently. For now, Evan was back in his gilded cage, every exit sealed. The balcony bars reinforced, the chimney bolted shut, the door now a fortress. The only escape was the shower, and even that offered no real comfort. He stepped out, drying off with one of the absurd bamboo-patterned towels. The shock collar, annoyingly, was waterproof. The strip of tape preserving Renee's fingerprint had fused to Evan's forearm like a stubborn second skin. The plastic trash bag lay crumpled by the toilet again, its earlier role in disabling the collar now a secret buried with Nando. Evan clung to that small victory, knowing his captors had overlooked the piano wire tucked beneath his boot's insole. His discarded clothes still littered the floor, but the room felt less like a prison and more like a stage. Renee had stripped it bare, leaving only a garbage bag and a coiled wire as props for whatever twisted performance lay ahead. Despair was a distraction he couldn't afford. He fished the cracked Rome zone from his jeans, the boy's voice echoing in his mind, "So what? I get beat up all the time." The words twisted in his gut. Trapped here, powerless while that kid suffered, while Allison Siegler inched closer to her nightmare aboard the Horizon Express, the Panama Canal's monstrous machinery would drown her out soon. 8 days. His hands clenched. A distant roar snapped him back. He yanked on fresh clothes and bolted to the balcony, icy wind biting his face. Through the reinforced bars, the valley echoed with the growl of diesel engines. One by one, massive moving trucks lumbered into view, their cargo hidden behind wooden crates the size of barn doors. Workers strained under the weight, hauling them toward the chalet. Evan's jaw tightened. Renee wanted him to see this, to anticipate it. Inside, the chalet erupted with the shriek of power tools and tearing metal. Evan pressed his ear to the door, listening as hours bled into dawn. The noise was relentless saws, drills, the occasional muffled shout. Just as the trucks rumbled away, silence fell like a held breath. Then fire exploded around his neck, searing through his nerves like a live wire. The jolt sent Evan crashing onto the wooden floor, waves of agony coursing through his body. Through the haze, he understood this was now standard procedure before anyone entered his cell. Renee wasn't taking any risks. The door burst open moments later, knocking Evan aside as Dex hauled him up like a rag doll. Dazed and barely standing, Evan shuffled down the hallway, a step ahead of Dex like a dog on an invisible leash. No rope was needed, just the transmitter in Dex's grip, ready to drop him with a single tap. They moved past the library, then the sunroom, each step tightening the knot in Evan's gut. What fresh nightmare had Renee dreamed up? When they reached the ballroom, Evan froze. At the center of the cavernous space stood a massive glass box, the size of a shipping container, its walls thick as a bank vault. Reinforced Lexan, nearly seamless except for a small vent at the back like something designed for a high-security reptile exhibit. A heavy steel door, a foot thick, hung open on industrial hinges, its surface embedded with a biometric panel the size of a dinner plate. Renee stood before it, smug as ever, his remaining guards lined up behind him like a security detail for a dictator. With a nod from Renee, Dex shoved Evan forward. As he stumbled inside, the door's edge sliced through his shirt like a razor. The moment the vault sealed shut, the air turned thick, suffocating. Dex pressed his palm to the outer panel, and inside, a matching screen lit up vein patterns glowing beneath the infrared scan. The word match flashed, followed by options: lock, open, disable, recode. A click echoed as the bolt slid into place, trapping Evan in his transparent prison. Renee watched with amusement as Evan studied the controls. Vein patterns are as unique as fingerprints, he said, voice crisp through the reinforced glass. Infrared reads the hemoglobin fancy tech, really. Too clever for me, but effective. You're not getting out. Evan exhaled, fogging the Lexon. So this is home now. Just a test run. For what? Renee stepped closer, his breath leaving a misty smear on the door. Remember when you warned me I wouldn't be happy after that wire transfer? His grin widened. Turns out I'm very happy. His voice dropped, smooth and mocking. You said bad things would follow. You were right, just not for me. He leaned in, eyes glinting. I know exactly who you are. A chill seeped into the box. Who's that? Evan asked. Orphan X. The nowhere man. Ne bist du es Pleidigstad. Renee scoffed. Oh, I got the whole briefing. Covert ops program. High-value targets. CONUS and OCONUS missions. He smirked. Sounds like a bad porno, honestly. Renee smirked, tapping his fingers against the glass. So tell me, what exactly do they want with you? Look it up yourself, Evan shot back. You know we had an arrangement, Renee continued, his voice dripping with false patience. But you didn't exactly hold up your end, did you? Killing my men, wrecking my lab. Now I need double the funds just to replace everything. All this time I thought I was after what you had. Turns out you're the real prize. Evan's voice turned icy. Who fed you that information? I've got connections, Renee said, licking his lips. People talk when you ask the right questions. Let me guess, Evan pressed. They reached out through an email linked to that offshore account of yours. The one buried under layers of encryption? Funny how they found it. Renee chuckled. What's funnier is how much they're willing to pay for you. 27 million was just the opening bid. Evan exhaled slowly. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Not at first, Renee admitted. But I did some digging. Turns out you're in high demand. Once word got out about your unique situation, the offers poured in. Old school methods too, burner phones, dead drops. I even found a few extra bidders. He leaned in, grinning. Consider this an auction. Evan's jaw tightened. You're poking a hornet's nest. Renee turned to leave, tossing a final remark over his shoulder. But Evan, that's where the sweetest rewards are. Evan crouched in the fireplace, inspecting the reinforced bolts sealing the flue shut. No give, no matter how hard he slammed his palms against the metal plate. The ninth commandment echoed in his mind, always stay on the attack, but options were running thin. The memory of Despy's shattered expression flashed before him, the glow of Renee's iPad reflecting in her wide, horrified eyes. He struck the flue again, the clang reverberating up the chimney, his knuckles burning with each impact. A ghost of Jack's voice drifted through his thoughts. Real smart kid. Break the only tools you've got left. Evan stopped, chest heaving, the scent of old ash thick in his lungs. Then he heard it, a faint scraping. At first, he thought it was the building settling, but no. It came from outside. He moved to the sliding glass door, stepping into a blizzard. The late afternoon light was fading, swallowed by storm clouds. Squinting through the snow, he spotted figures near the barn, shoveling in sync. Not digging, clearing. A perfect square 10 meters across, far from any structures. His blood ran cold. Back inside, he pressed against the door, forcing slow breaths. Then the hiss of the air vent cut through the silence. Evan's eyes snapped open as he instinctively gasped for air, only to immediately regret it. The bitter taste flooded his mouth while a thick fog settled over his mind, his eyelids growing heavy far sooner than expected. That damn Renee, he'd been clever to randomize the sedation schedule. Barely making it to the mattress, Evan collapsed before he could berate himself for being caught off guard again. The buzzing dragged him from unconsciousness, his fingers fumbling beneath the pillow until they closed around the shattered roam zone. A familiar number flashed across the spider-web screen before disappearing. Yeah, Sawyer. His voice came out rough, throat parched with that distinctive medicinal burn. The whisper on the other end was nearly drowned by static. "Are you coming?" Evan pushed upright, his gaze darting to the reinforced door locks and the barred balcony, his gilded cage. He swallowed against the dryness. "I can't." Not yet." Silence stretched before the boy's voice cracked through again. "You're supposed to help people." The accusation stung. Somewhere in the background, Evan caught the distant hum of a television left on too loud. "I am helping," Evan lied, his fist clenching against his leg. The memories came unbidden, Jack's reassuring grip on his shoulder during their first parade, the rich swell of opera filling Orphan Manor's study. All those moments that made staying human worth the struggle. "People do get saved," he insisted, surprised by the tightness in his own voice. The line hissed, swallowing the boy's reply. Then, quieter, "You'll forget me." Evan's jaw tightened. "No." Outside, a deep, rhythmic thudding shook the walls. Evan lurched to his feet, fighting the dizziness as he staggered toward the balcony. The night air was sharp, the earlier snowfall gone. Twin navigation lights pierced the darkness, a helicopter descending. Below, Dex waited with his dogs, their barks lost beneath the rotor wash. The hooded figures stepping onto the frozen ground made Evan's blood run colder than the wind. Tigran Sarkeesian, the butcher of Spitak. Evan's grip on the railing turned white-knuckled as the past roared back, flames, gunfire, the weight of a rifle in his hands. The helicopter lifted away, but Sarkeesian didn't even glance up. He just strolled toward the house like a man coming home. The thundering echo of rotor blades grew louder as the first helicopter faded into the distance, the sound bouncing off the canyon walls like a surround sound nightmare. Evan's gut twisted when he realized the noise wasn't just an echo, it was a second chopper. He whipped his head toward the barn just in time to see the glow of approaching lights. Then another pair. And another. A whole airborne parade of death machines, each carrying someone desperate to get their hands on the nowhere man. The adrenaline punched through the drug haze, sharpening his senses. The roam zone, his only link to the boy, was still on the bed. He lunged for it, grabbing the phone and gasping, "Hello? I'm here." But the line was dead. The kid had hung up. Inside the Lexan vault, the great white Sark leaned forward, his cracked lips parting in a grotesque smile. Evan sat trapped in a folding chair, feeling like one of the desperate souls he'd spent years rescuing. The old warlord's voice was a raspy whisper as he recounted horrors from Deir ez-Zor, where women had been crucified, their hair whipping like mermaids in the wind. "I've reclaimed that pain," Sark hissed, tapping his yellowed fingernail against his wrist. "You know where excruciating comes from?" Out of crucifying." "Clever, no." Evan barely reacted, too exhausted to flinch. The ballroom felt like a twisted auction house, with buyers circling like vultures. Dex lurked by the broken piano, arms folded, his bald head gleaming under the pale light. The security upgrades were obvious. Every narco now carried a sidearm, and the beanbag shotguns were long gone. Renee had gathered the worst of the worst, and Evan was the prize. Irritated, Sark wasn't done. When I buy you, he mused, tracing the spot where the nails would go, I'll make sure you last. A footrest helps. You'll hang longer before suffocation takes you. The high windows cast ghostly beams across the room, turning the ballroom into something between a church and a slaughterhouse. Evan exhaled, realizing he wasn't just trapped, he was part of the show. Zalbador stood watch at the door, his Kalashnikov resting casually against his shoulder, fingers looped behind the gaudy gold buckle of his belt. The remaining narcos had spent the day herding buyers in and out, barking orders like overzealous hotel staff, except these bellhops were armed to the teeth. Evan guessed the snipers hadn't budged from their perches in the hills, keeping their scopes trained just in case. So far, none of the visitors had been the one he dreaded, Charles Van Skiver or any of his orphan operatives. Not that the current guests were any picnic. Sark's voice dripped with relish as he leaned closer to the Lexan barrier. I plan to enjoy every second of your suffering, no shortcuts, no mercy. Shock. Too quick. A heart attack? Too kind. Sepsis, though that's my favorite. Slow, agonizing, perfect. My personal best. 5 days. He flashed a calloused hand, fingers splayed as if Evan needed the reminder. But you're tougher than most. Safe, Driaponen. With a grunt, Sark pushed himself up, joints creaking, and wrapped the clear barrier almost affectionately, his grin revealing those jagged, pitted teeth. I have high hopes for you. Then came Asim al-Hakim, limping into the room like a man carrying the weight of the sun itself. The light from the windows draped over his hunched shoulders as he shuffled toward the chair outside Evan's cell. Nerve damage from too many close calls had left him with a permanent shrug. Back in 2002, Evan had taken out Asim's twin sister, Aisha, triggering the car bomb she'd been transporting to a 4th of July parade in Virginia Beach. The premature explosion had painted the highway with what was left of her and her Dodge Neon. Asim had been busy that year, natural gas trucks into synagogues, buses blown sky high in Karachi. 5 Foreign in the U. He and his sister had been mercenaries without borders, selling their skills to the highest bidder. Rumor had it even the CIA had hired them for dirty work in Colombia. Now he sank into the chair with a groan, licking his cracked lips. Hello, nowhere man. You look exhausted, Evan observed. Asim let out a dry chuckle. Traumatic brain injury like playing pro football. After a while, you stop noticing the hits. The doctors say my brain's full of lesions. All the money in the world and no time left to spend it. His trembling finger rose, pointing weakly. But I've got one last thing to settle before I go. And I'll burn every penny to do it. Evan nodded. I get it. Sababson, do you? Asim's voice cracked as he leaned forward, arms shaking. Do you have any idea what you took from me? Serzi Bolentaz, what's to save? Yeah, the same thing you do. Just for better reasons. Asim scoffed. Aisha and I were honest. No delusions, no moral grandstanding. We knew exactly what we were. She was beautiful. His gaze drifted, unfocused. Every day I feel her absence like a missing limb, no worse. Half of my soul. His broken teeth glinted as he smiled. I'll make sure you understand that before I'm done. Zalbador had to help him out, his body betraying him with every step. Then came the widow Lakshmanarayanan, gliding in like a ghost. She didn't bother with the chair. Instead, she circled Evan's cell with the precision of a vulture, her orange and gold sari whispering against the floor. Her presence was unsettling, less a woman, more a specter of vengeance. Her wiry gray hair framed a face etched with deep wrinkles, making her appear decades older than her actual age. The years had not been kind since Evan ended her husband's life with a rigged cell phone Shankar Lakshmanarayanan, a financial mastermind who laundered money for cartels and extremists yet avoided violence himself. That burden had fallen to his wife, whose reputation for brutality was whispered in dark corners, her weapon of choice rumored to be a razor's edge. Behind her, Renee's men snapped folding chairs into place, the metallic clangs punctuating the tense air as the widow circled Evan's transparent prison like a vulture eyeing its prey. He mirrored her movements, an eerie dance under the dimming ballroom lights. The day had been a relentless parade of ghosts from his past, a Serbian warlord's daughter, a disgraced CEO, a Hong Kong crime boss, each one stepping forward to inspect the nowhere man, now caged and exposed. But the ones he dreaded most hadn't shown. Not yet. The widow's gaze burned into his back, and when he turned, she was pressed against the Lexan, arms splayed, her tongue dragging across the glass with deliberate slowness. A shudder ran through him as she finally retreated, leaving behind a smear of saliva and malice. Just as he thought the torment might be over, Renee strode in. David draped on his arm like a trophy, the scent of tobacco lingering from his vape. The bulge at Renee's hip suggested even the host wasn't above carrying a weapon. "We're not finished," Renee announced, his smile sharp. Then came the footsteps, light, deliberate. Candy McClure stepped into view, resurrected in a dress that clung like a second skin, her smirk as lethal as the blade she'd once tried to bury in his back. Beside her stood a gaunt man with hollow eyes, another ghost from the orphan program. David exhaled a cloud of vapor, admiration dripping from his words. "Spectacular," he murmured. Evan's stomach tightened. The worst was still coming. Candy sauntered forward in her towering heels, the click of her boots echoing through the grand ballroom. She stopped just inches from the reinforced glass separating her from Evan, her stance wide and unyielding. With a deliberate motion, she tugged at the halter strap behind her neck, letting the fabric of her dress slip down to reveal her torso. David's sharp inhale was audible, his hand flying to his mouth in shock. Evan's confusion lasted only a second before she pivoted, exposing the brutal lattice of scars that marred her back, jagged, uneven, as if her body had been haphazardly stitched back together. The symmetry of the damage was eerie, like two mismatched halves fused into one. When she turned back, her flawless front on full display, she flashed a chilling smile. "Hello, X," she purred. "We've been searching for you for ages." A brief flicker of something pity maybe crossed Evan's face as she adjusted her dress. "I had no idea it was that bad," he murmured. For just a heartbeat, her icy demeanor cracked, a glimmer of vulnerability surfacing before vanishing again. "Save the sympathy," she snapped. "I won't waste words on threats. When the moment comes, you'll see exactly what I'm capable of." Renee scoffed from the sidelines. "You really think you'll outbid everyone here?" Candy smirked. "It's not about confidence. It's about reality." "Right, M.M." The silent man in the corner didn't react, but Salvador tightened his grip on his rifle, sensing the tension. Dex, ever the opportunist, edged closer, positioning himself just outside M's line of sight. "See," Candy continued, "we're the only ones with unlimited funds." Renee chuckled, oblivious to the literal truth behind her words. Vince Giver's control over the orphan program meant access to the treasury itself. "Good luck, then," he said dismissively. "Oh, we're not here to buy," Candy corrected. "We're the couriers. You made us ditch our electronics before boarding, but we need a way to contact our buyer. Unless you'd rather lose out on a fortune?" Renee hesitated, jaw working in frustration before finally relenting. Dex, give her the sat phone. Evan couldn't resist a jab. Because your encryption worked so well last time. Renee smirked. It did. For me. Dex handed over the bulky device, and Candy dialed with exaggerated impatience, tapping her boot against the marble floor. Then, mid-conversation, her expression darkened. Confirmed, she said abruptly before striding toward the glass, waving the phone at Evan. Someone wants a word. She hit speaker, and a distorted chorus of voices spilled out Van Skiver's signature manipulation of tone and cadence. Evan, the voices jeered. Looks like you've finally dug yourself a hole too deep to crawl out of. Evan's eyes flicked to Candy for confirmation. She gave a slight nod, and a familiar chill settled in his chest, the same dread he'd felt as a scrawny kid under Van Skiver's predatory gaze. I'm not buried yet, Evan countered. No, the voices sneered. But we'll pay for the privilege. Candy here deserves some quality time with you first. Consider it my thanks for her loyalty. It didn't have to be like this, Evan said. Van Skiver's trademark phrase crackled through the line. It is what it is. Then silence. The call ended, leaving only the hum of tension in the air. Candy held the phone aloft, and Orphan M stepped forward to retrieve it, his movements deliberate as he returned it to Renee. Renee gave them a cold smile as he delivered his ultimatum. Sleep on your financial decisions tonight. The auction starts at sunrise. Candy pivoted sharply on her designer heels, the click echoing through the tense room. Not happening, she snapped. We're not gambling with those stakes. His response was a humorless chuckle that caught in his throat. You're not calling the shots here. The atmosphere turned electric. Dex's muscles tensed while Zalbador adjusted his rifle with practiced ease. Then Orphan M made his move, stepping close to Renee before suddenly yanking David into a chokehold, pressing a sharpened pen against his jugular. In an instant, Zalbador had his weapon leveled at Candy's head, and Dex drew his. 45, though M stayed shielded behind his hostage. From behind the bulletproof glass, Evan observed the standoff with detached focus. Candy, however, remained eerily composed, raising her hands in mock surrender. Let's cut the theatrics, she said smoothly. 100 million, cash. We walk out with him, and this ends now. Renee's grin was more like a grimace. And leave me to deal with a room full of homicidal lunatics? David's face was pale, his voice ragged as he strained against Miss Grip. Renee, he choked out, just let me go home. The polished facade had crumbled now. He just looked like a terrified kid way out of his depth. His vape pen clattered across the floor, and Evan couldn't shake the thought that this boy would never get the chance to outgrow his nicotine phase. Mem's grip tightened, the pen digging deeper. Think carefully, he warned. Renee's expression darkened with something like regret before he sighed and drew his pistol. A single shot tore through David's chest. The kid crumpled, hands clutching the wound as blood seeped between his fingers, his wide eyes locked on Renee in disbelief. Without missing a beat, Renee holstered his weapon. Dex, escort our guests to their quarters, he ordered, already turning away. Bidding begins at dawn. Later, in the suffocating silence of his locked room, Evan worked methodically in the surveillance blind spot. He folded a trash bag into a thin strip, carefully wedging it beneath his shock collar. One slip, and he'd be dead before sunrise. His fingers trembled slightly as he smoothed the plastic flush against his skin. If even a sliver showed, it was over. And Allison Siegler would be shipped off like a piece of gym equipment to the highest bidder. And that desperate kid on the roam zone would keep calling into the void unanswered. Easing the piano wire from his boot, he moved to the bolted-down chair. He wrapped his hands in socks, ignoring the cold bite of the floor, and looped the wire around the wooden leg. Sawing back and forth, he ignored the sting in his palms until sweat dripped into his eyes. After what felt like an eternity, a splinter of wood finally gave way. He caught his breath, flexing his raw hands before snapping the wedge over his knee. 2 makeshift handles. Wrapping the wire tight, he tested the tension once, twice. Perfect. Now he had a weapon. He secured the package snugly, tucking it deep into his sock before adjusting his jeans to hide any trace. Next, he grabbed his spare hiking boots, unraveling the laces with practiced fingers before twisting them into a sturdy noose. This went into his front pocket right over the roam zone. One chance, that's all he had. A single misstep, and he'd be staring into Charles Van Skiver's cold eyes for his final moments. But dwelling on that wouldn't help. He dressed mechanically, then stretched out on the bed, forcing himself to let go of the day's chaos and the dread of tomorrow. There was only now the weight of his body sinking into the mattress, the slow rhythm of his breath. If tonight was his last, he'd savor it. When the gas seeped in this time, he inhaled deeply, almost grateful. Meanwhile, Candy relished the rare honesty of the moment. No more pretending to be Ben Jaggers' doting wife, his fling, or even his fellow journalist. The charade was over. They were both lethal operatives here for one purpose: retrieve the asset and erase him. Too bad she was stuck sharing a room with Jaggers. Under different circumstances, the cozy chalet fireplace crackling, snow dusting the windows might have been charming. Instead, it felt like a bad romance ad. She stepped out of her dress, kicking off her stilettos before slipping into silk pajamas, the fabric soothing her aching back. Predictably, Jaggers didn't glance her way. He sat rigid on his bed, staring through the glass door, his frame almost fragile beneath the quilt. "What's your deal?" she finally asked. He didn't turn. "What do you mean? How'd a guy like you end up here?" "Say. You know that's classified. Obviously. But we're stranded in the middle of nowhere, snowed in, and let's face it, you're not exactly equipped for distractions. So humor me." At that, he shifted just enough to show his profile sallow, unremarkable. "Break protocol again," he warned, "and I'll report you to Orphan Y." So Prepper Candy smirked. Van Skiver's got bigger problems. Now Jaggers turned fully, knees drawn up like a vulture perched on a branch. His eyes, though flat predatory, told the real story. Men like him didn't have pasts worth dissecting. They simply existed. "We've got problems too," he said. "Renee's not some amateur. He outplayed us." "You sound impressed." "By his moves, yes. We underestimated him. Should've known what he'd sacrifice. Or," Candy countered, "he just prioritized better." She studied Jaggers, but his expression gave nothing away. Her mind flashed to that alley behind the abandoned cannery, how he'd morphed into a concerned stranger when the girl approached. "Need help with the trunk," he'd said, voice dripping with fake warmth. Then the quick strike, the pen's needlepoint jab, the muffled struggle. Such a waste. Yeah, beauty shouldn't end like that. Candy suddenly realized Jaggers hadn't killed her out of practicality like he'd insisted it was jealousy. Her beauty had eaten at him, just as he secretly admired Renee not for strategic brilliance, but for the sheer brutality of murdering his own protege. Destroying what you can never become is the ultimate surrender to darkness, a twisted worship of your own limitations. It's letting the void inside define you instead of growing from your own truth. Because that truth, it's empty. Van Skiver's favorite phrase echoed in her skull. It is what it is, but now it sounded less like cold wisdom and more like a scream lost in the void. Maybe that's all they were, her and M and Y, ghosts without anchors, no family, no past, just hollowed-out shells howling into nothingness. When she'd shown Orphan X the scars on her back, his reaction had thrown her. Not the satisfaction of vengeance she'd craved, but something worse, pity. She'd spent years hunting him, desperate to watch him break, only to find his eyes holding a flicker of understanding. It made her furious. Or was it that she recognized her own buried pain staring back at her? That fragile human weakness. M's voice snapped her back. "What?" she muttered. He checked his watch. "We need to move." Stepping into the bathroom, she fished out a contact lens case from her bag. The high-tech lens, a mesh of liquid crystal, projected a floating screen only she could see. Her metallic nails embedded with ruffled chips let her type mid-air. Renee's men had torn through their luggage, confiscating every device, never guessing her phone was literally in her eyes. The display flickered to life, Van Sciver's message materializing, "Have you secured the asset?" Her fingers danced in reply, "Plan a failed. Auction's our last shot." A pause. Then unacceptable risk. She exhaled, tracing the grout lines between the tiles. "The where am I?" "Did you trace the call?" "It's her H3 Panta de Sal, rural Maine." Impossible. They'd been in the air too long. Renee must have had the jets circling to disorient them. The cursor pulsed green before another message popped up, decrypted his sat phone data, but only 2 satellites locked for tracking. Narrowing it down now. She typed, sending a drone. "Sand all too dangerous on you." Soil. A smirk. "Since when do we play IT safe?" "No chances," he fired back. "Full team deploying." Her stomach tightened. Van Sciver never mobilized ground forces not like this. The logistics alone meant delay. "Can you make IT by dawn?" "If not," he replied, "delay that auction. X doesn't leave until I'm there." "Copy that." The screen died, her reflection staring back. For the first time in years, something dormant stirred a whisper of conscience, rusted but alive. She delivered a sharp kick to its face, forcing it back down. Whatever it was didn't need to be conscious for what came next. Dawn crept in, but Evan was already wide awake despite the drugs. He lay still, listening. The floorboards groaned under heavy footsteps before the deadbolts clicked open one by one. The mahogany door swung inward with a reluctant sigh, and Evan played his part, rolling over, pretending to stir as Dex's hulking frame filled the doorway. The transmitter in Dex's meaty fist locked onto him, and Evan jerked upright, fingers scrabbling at the shock collar. A convincing act, honed from repetition. Dex led him into the hall, where Salvador waited, shotgun in hand. No words were spoken as Evan descended the stairs, the weight of their stairs pressing into his back. The scent of espresso lingered in the air, mingling with hushed conversation from the sunroom. The library stood empty, but a handful of early risers lounged like royalty war criminals and cartel bosses swapping stories over pastries. The great white sark held court near the banquette, while the widow Lakshminarayanan sat rigid in her corner, teacup poised. Every eye tracked Evan as he passed, the silence thick enough to choke on. Candy McClure and Orphan M were nowhere in sight. Even if Van Sciver insisted on pairing them these days, they weren't the type to linger over coffee with monsters. Evan moved forward, hyper-aware of Salvador's shotgun trained between his shoulders. Dex stayed ahead, half-turned to keep him in sight, the pistol looking comically small in his grip. The ballroom loomed ahead, and Evan's skin prickled not with fear, but the electric thrill of what was coming. He hated how much he craved this, even knowing the stakes. His focus sharpened until he could count the calluses on Dex's trigger finger, feel the vibration of Salvador's steps through the marble. The makeshift garrote in his sock pressed against his ankle, cold and ready. They turned the corner, boots clicking on hardwood. Rows of empty chairs stood like sentinels facing the Lexan vault. Evan's pulse steadied as they crossed the spot where David had bled out 10 steps left. He slipped a hand into his pocket, fingers brushing the coiled laces. 6 steps. Prassigade, entrails coiled. 4. Salvador's shadow stretched ahead, the shotgun's outline clear. Evan adjusted his grip, letting his pant leg ride up just enough. Dex glanced back one last time before reaching for the sensor panel. 2 steps. 1. The morning light caught the fine hairs on Dex's arm as his palm flattened against the steel. The tattooed grin on his wrist seemed to widen, fangs glistening. Time slowed. Evan breathed in and moved. The monitor flickered to life, scanning the intricate network of veins beneath the skin. A match. The locking mechanisms disengaged with a metallic click, and the massive door, nearly a foot thick, began to inch open. 3 inches, then 6, a full foot. Dex's hand remained frozen mid-air, fingers just beginning to curl back. Evan didn't hesitate. He pulled the makeshift noose from his pocket, not aiming for Dex, but darting past him, diving toward the widening gap in the door. As he brushed past Dex's shoulder, he looped the bootlace around the man's still outstretched wrist. Salvador's shout echoed through the space, the shotgun swinging into position, but Evan was already using Dex as a human shield. Dex spun, bewildered. Why was Evan charging into the reinforced room instead of away? Their movements became a chaotic dance, Dex twisting one way, Evan the other. Evan's free hand shot out for the 45, but missed. For a split second, he teetered toward the Lexan vault, one hand gripping the bootlace, the other flailing wildly. Then the slack vanished. The noose tightened around Dex's wrist with a sickening jerk, yanking his arm taut. Evan clung on, his momentum carrying him past the door's razor-sharp edge and into the vault. He seized the inner handle and slammed the door shut with every ounce of strength he had. The impact crushed Dex's wrist against the frame, nearly severing it. Dex's mouth stretched in a silent scream, his lips trembling. There was something unnerving about watching agony without sound. Evan leaned his full weight against the handle, trapping Dex's mangled arm. The noose had done its job, the laces dug deep into the flesh just below the gaping wound, acting as a brutal tourniquet. Now Evan just had to finish the job. Keeping one hand locked on the door, he tore the garrote from his sock. Dex jerked back, the heavy door swinging open before slamming shut again on his ruined wrist. Another silent howl twisted his face, but Evan was already looping the piano wire around the arm, driving it deeper into the gash. With a brutal twist of the wooden handles, tendons snapped. Bones began to separate. Then movement fast and lethal. Evan barely had time to look up before the 45's barrel filled his vision. He jerked his head aside as Dex pulled the trigger. The gunshot was deafening, the bullet ricocheting wildly inside the confined space. It was only a matter of time before one found him. Evan hung from the garrote, wrenching with everything he had, using Dex's own body to keep the door shut. Dex shoved back, trying to widen the gap for another shot. Meanwhile, the bullet kept pinging off the walls, a deadly game of pinball. Salvador grabbed Dex around the waist, turning the struggle into a grotesque tug-of-war over the mangled limb. Dex thrust the gun through the gap again. This time, Evan clamped both ends of the garrote in one hand and grabbed the barrel with the other, forcing it away from his skull. The gun bucked violently but didn't fire. He jammed the slide. As long as he held on, it wouldn't cycle. With a sharp twist, he wrenched that. Iowa Surazanani the set, free. The pistol clattered across the floor behind him. The first bullet was still ricocheting, whining past his ears so close he felt the air stir. His head throbbed, ears ringing like a struck gong. Dex and Salvador heaved backward, the door groaning open. Evan's grip on the wooden handles was slipping, his boots sliding on the slick Lexan. They were going to drag him right out of the vault, and there was nothing left to stop them. Evan's legs gave way as the Garrett yanked him toward the doorway, sending him spinning across the floor. At the final moment, he jammed his boot against the doorframe with a desperate kick, using the leverage to hurl himself backward. A sickening pop echoed through the room as tendons gave way. The sudden release sent Evan sprawling, while Dex's severed hand dropped to the ground with a wet smack. Dex and Salvador tumbled apart, blood arcing from Dex's stump in a fine red spray. A bullet whizzed past Evan's head, missing by inches before vanishing through the open door. Scrambling forward, he grabbed the heavy metal handle and slammed the reinforced door shut just as Dex writhed on the floor, cradling his mangled arm. Salvador scrambled out from under him, frantically jabbing at his transmitter in a futile attempt to reactivate Evan's shock collar. With one hand braced against the door, Evan blindly groped behind him until his fingers closed around Dex's severed hand. Blood oozed from the ragged wrist, but the Garrett still clung tightly just above the fracture line. He slapped the hand against the biometric panel, praying the bootlace tourniquet had preserved enough circulation for the scanner. Across the room, Salvador staggered upright just as the screen flickered to life, reading. Shadows surged in Evan's periphery, reinforcements flooding through the doorway. The display flashed options: lock, open, disable, recode, and Evan didn't hesitate. He jammed his thumb against recode just as Salvador lunged for the handle. The locks engaged with a metallic clang, sealing the vault a heartbeat before Salvador's fingers closed around the bar. For a moment, Salvador just stood there, panting, sweat dripping onto the bulletproof glass. Then his shoulders slumped in defeat. Through the transparent barrier, their eyes locked, Evan's calm, Salvador's burning with frustration. Behind him, Dex wobbled to his feet, howling wordlessly at the chandelier overhead. The ballroom erupted as bidders and guards stampeded inside, knocking over chairs in their panic. At the forefront, Renee froze, his surgically altered face mottled with rage. His jaw clenched as he glared at Evan, safe behind the impenetrable door. With deliberate slowness, Renee pulled a transmitter from his tailored jacket and pointed it at Evan. Varicose suit is a -5. He squeezed it again, harder, before flinging it aside in disgust. Striding forward, he yanked at the vault handle, his thinning hair falling into his eyes. Then, with forced composure, he smoothed it back. "Congratulations," he sneered, his voice tinny through the intercom. "You've locked yourself in your own prison. How exactly does that help you?" Evan bent down, retrieving Dex's severed hand from the floor. The tattooed snarl on its skin was now smeared with real blood. Renee's cheek twitched, a vein pulsing at his temple. "You're still trapped," he spat, laughter laced with fury. "What's your endgame here?" Evan lifted the hand, Dex's grotesque, bloodied grimace, and pressed it over his own mouth like a macabre mask. Chaos exploded through the ballroom, spreading like wildfire. Sark had some warlord by the collar, his fist cocked back until a narco restrained him. Dex lurched away, leaving a smeared trail of blood, supported by another guard. Near the grand piano, Candy and Orphan M lounged like performers on break, utterly unruffled. Candy caught Evan's eye and flashed him a grin, all sharp teeth and predatory amusement. Renee barked orders, but the crowd only grew louder. Salvador, abandoning pretense, swapped his non-lethal shotgun for an AK-47 and climbed onto a chair. "May-deceased colon," he roared, sweeping the barrel across the room. Shut the hell up. It took more threats, more shoving, but eventually a tense quiet settled over the ballroom. Evan stayed seated, watching it all unfold from his makeshift throne. The show, after all, was just beginning. Renee scanned the buzzing crowd of bidders, his voice dripping with dark amusement. I can sell him to you right now, box included. You could keep him like some twisted pet, starving him slowly in that Lexan cage. Take your time. Enjoy the show. Sark's lip curled in disgust. This isn't what we agreed to. I didn't pay for a spectacle. I want him vulnerable, exposed. I want to peel him apart myself. The widow Lakshminarayanan let out a low, approving hum, while the others muttered objections. The Somali arms dealer cut in. He's armed in there. Renee scoffed. He's sealed inside a vault rated for bullets, fire, and sub-zero temps. Even if he tried it, he'd be staring down half a dozen rifles before he took a single step, Sark finished. From his glass prison, Evan locked eyes with Candy lounging near the back. Even from across the ballroom, he could tell she was savoring the chaos as much as he was. The crowd's agitation swelled, voices clashing over what to do next. Renee waded into the fray, trying to calm tempers, but the debate spiraled into absurdity. Pump sarin gas through the vents, the Serbian suggested. Sark sneered. And then what? Fish out a corpse? The Hong Kong syndicate's translator scrambled to keep up as his boss proposed. Load the whole vault onto an oil tanker. Dump him in the ocean and let the pressure crush him. Protests erupted, the tension threatening to boil over into bloodshed. Finally, Asim pulled Renee aside for a hushed exchange. When they returned, Salvador silenced the room with a sharp gesture. We have a solution, Renee announced. Sark's milky eyes sharpened. Which is? Breaching the vault, Asim said. That got Candy's attention. She stepped forward, intrigued, while M lingered behind her like a shadow. Renee spread his hands. Mr. Al-Hakim and I discussed the risks. We wouldn't want the blast turning our prize into paste. Sark smirked. What a tragedy that would be. Asim adjusted his frayed collar, his voice steady. I've cracked tougher shells than this. Al-Mansura, Yemen. Buchili, Colombia. Gombe, Nigeria. Prisons, Candy clarified, grinning. He's blown through walls on 3 continents. 4, Asim corrected. Edmonton Max. Just last month. Renee turned to Evan, his expression unreadable. He has to come out breathing. Asim flashed a jagged smile. I could crack open a soda can without denting it. Trust me, I want him alive more than you do. Candy's eyes gleamed. Got explosives on hand. Dex is already en route for medical care, Renee said. But my team can deliver whatever we need within hours. Candy licked her lips, staring at Evan. Good things come to those who wait. A message buzzed unseen. Where are you? I, too, inbound. Stall the auction. Orphan X doesn't leave until I get there. The air in the vault felt stale, thick with anticipation. Evan adjusted the plastic trash bag lining the shock collar, ensuring the padding stayed secure. His breathing echoed off the Lexan walls, a rhythmic drumming in his ears, like being trapped inside an instrument. The metal chair dug into his spine, cold and unyielding, as the bidders circled him with detached curiosity like spectators at an aquarium. Most of the people who wanted him dead were gathered here, yet they were just a fraction of those hunting him. Finally, with theatrical flourish, the explosives arrived, a wooden crate marked with hazardous material warnings, hauled in by 3 cartel men. Asim barked orders, directing them to set it down behind the rows of chairs. Despite his usual sluggishness, the sight of the explosives sharpened him into a man of purpose, all clipped commands and coiled energy. Across the room, Candy caught Evan's eye. She pressed her lips together, then let them part a silent farewell. To his own surprise, Evan grinned back. Sim ignored him entirely, too busy measuring the vault door with a pencil clenched between his teeth. He returned to the crate, and the men unloaded a spool of cord-thin plastic tubing packed with high-grade explosives, capable of slicing through concrete like a hot knife through butter. Perfect for demolition, mining, or in this case blowing a cartoon-perfect hole in a wall. By the time Sim was done, that cord would rip the Lexan door clean off, leaving Evan defenseless against a firing squad. The sheer firepower in the ballroom could level a small army. And what did Evan have? A Kimber. 45 with 6 rounds. Pathetic. He could almost hear Jack's ghost laughing at him. That pistol's not your real weapon. You are. And your finger's the safety. Loneliness had always been his shadow through childhood, through missions, through the charade of normal life at Castle Heights. But never like this. Trapped in a glass box surrounded by predators, he wished Jack were here. Not just the idea of him, not just the guilt of his absence, but the man himself. The broad-shouldered mentor with the knowing squint, the quiet comfort of a hand on Evan's shoulder. The past week had worn him down more than he'd admit, and now the weight of it threatened to crack his focus. No, he couldn't afford sentimentality. The bidders fidgeted in their chairs, restless and irritable. Only Candy and Orphan M were missing, plotting something, no doubt. Renee kept a guard posted by the vault, rifle trained on Evan, while Sim knelt by the piano, slicing precise lengths of cord. A strip of duct tape dangled from his lips as he returned to the Lexan box, ready to finish the job. His fingers trembled as he secured the detonation cord along the door's hinge, reinforcing it with additional strips for maximum impact. Stepping back to inspect his handiwork, he locked eyes with Evan through the bulletproof Lexan barrier. "Brace yourself for a one-way trip to the other side," Sim remarked, rapping his knuckles against the transparent surface. "Showtime's coming faster than you think." Evan's pulse spiked, but he forced himself to steady his breathing, slow inhales, controlled exhales. Nothing else mattered in this moment. As Sim retreated down the aisle toward the staging area, he signaled sharply. 2 guards lugged over a heavy military-grade ammo crate, handling it like a live grenade. The moment the lid flipped open, Sim's grin widened at the sight of the factory's sealed initiation assembly. It took both men to carefully extract the coiled shock tube, its wasp yellow length already fitted with a blasting cap. One wrong move, a drop, a jolt, and the entire ballroom would become a crater. The bidders, sensing the impending spectacle, abandoned their seats and swarmed around Sim like vultures circling fresh meat. Renee's gaze swept the room before landing on Salvador. "We're missing 2. Probably passed out in their suite," another cartel member offered with a shrug. "Drag them here," Renee snapped. As Salvador moved to obey, Renee turned back to Sim. "Are we good to go?" Sim wiped sweat from his brow, his shirt clinging to his back. "Just need to link the shock tube to the cord." Sarge shoved through the crowd. "How are you triggering it?" Before anyone could answer, a mechanical whir cut through the tension, followed by a metallic clank. Every head swiveled toward the vault just in time to see Evan shove the door open, sending a guard sprawling. Using the door as a shield, Evan leveled his Kimber. Sortie 5 through the gap. "Let me make a suggestion," he said coolly. Cirrus erupted. Evan's first shot tore through Sim's shoulder, sending him crashing into the initiation assembly. The guard opened fire, but the angled Lexan deflected the bullets in a spray of sparks. Renee's face twisted in dawning horror, then he seized the widow Lakshminarayanan by her sari and hurled her directly into Evan's line of fire. Evan didn't hesitate. A bullet through her calf sent her crumpling, revealing the shock tube behind her. His next shot missed, splintering the piano leg. Salvador bellowed orders from the doorway while Renee used Sark as a human shield, shoving him toward the explosives. Evan fired again, but a burst of AK fire slammed the vault door into his arm, throwing off his aim. The guard's rifle clicked empty just as Salvador's wild shots peppered the Lexan walls. Evan tuned out the noise, focusing past the fleeing bidders, the overturned chairs, the flickering glimpses of the blasting cap. 2 rounds left. Inhale. Exhale. Wait for the perfect moment between heartbeats. Evan exhaled slowly, the last icy breath hissing between his clenched teeth. His finger tightened on the trigger with deliberate control. The bullet hit its mark, the precise junction where the blasting cap met the shock tube. The initial detonation was immediate, the concussive force hurling a Sim and the widow into the air like ragdolls, their bodies twisting unnaturally before crashing down. Evan barely had time to duck back into the vault, heaving the reinforced door shut just as the real show began. He knew the first explosion was just the appetizer. The real fireworks came when the detonation chain reacted into the massive spool of D-cord nearby. The air itself seemed to freeze for a heartbeat, a surreal pause before chaos erupted. Falsu, Seaid, then boom! The shockwave slammed the vault door shut with bone-rattling force, sending Evan flying backward. He crashed through a folding chair and skidded across the floor, the world outside the Lexan walls erupting into a blinding inferno. Heat radiated through every surface, turning the vault into an oven. For a terrifying second, Evan wondered if he'd miscalculated, if the entire chalet was about to collapse on top of him. But then, like a scene from a disaster movie, the flames were sucked away, revealing the devastation. The blast had torn open the back wall, letting in swirls of snow that danced over the wreckage. Bodies lay motionless, some still twitching. The grand chandelier, now a shattered constellation of crystal, rained down in glittering shards. Evan's ears rang like a fire alarm, his vision swimming as he pushed himself up. And then movement. Sark's charred remains twitched. Evan's stomach lurched as the corpse shifted, only for Renee to crawl out from underneath, coughing and bloodied. The man swayed, his face smeared with ash, before locking eyes with Evan. He raised a trembling hand, lips parting to speak. Evan didn't let him finish. The 35 barked once, sending Renee crashing into the wall. Something clattered to the floor, a vial of that eerie, familiar fluid. Renee gasped, clutching his ribs, then straightened, his fingers uncurling to reveal a flattened bullet. For a split second, Evan's mind reeled. Had Renee actually turned himself into some kind of superhuman? But then the pieces clicked, the way his suit never creased, how it resisted impact instead of tearing. Of course, the bastard had been wearing high-tech body armor the whole time. Evan almost laughed. All that money, all those experiments, and in the end, Renee had just bought himself a really expensive bulletproof suit. The Dobermans outside howled, their barks sharp with panic. The scent of burning wood and something far worse hung thick in the air. Evan stepped forward, his grip tightening on the gun. Renee's lips twisted into a bloody smile. Evan didn't wait to hear the rest. Renee had just squandered his final bullet on that ridiculous navy plaid coat, thick enough to stop a tank round. Doubled over in pain, he clutched his ribs, coughing violently before forcing himself upright. Ahead of him, the gaping hole in the back wall taunted him with escape. Evan tossed aside the empty kimber and moved in, but before he could take more than a step, the sound of shuffling footsteps made him turn. Salvador staggered through the doorway, looking like he'd been thrown through a wood chipper. Blood caked his ears, his boot dragged, and his mangled arm barely kept the AK-47 from slipping off his shoulder. He fumbled with the rifle, firing a wild burst into the floor before finally wrestling it upward. Evan froze. Renee was bolting for the exit, but turning his back on Salvador now would be suicide. The next spray of bullets tore through the floorboards between them, the recoil ripping the gun from Salvador's grip. Evan lunged. Salvador, slick with sweat and snarling, barely got the muzzle up in time before Evan kicked the rifle away. What followed was pure chaos. Salvador barreled into him, elbows flying, but Evan wrapped him up in a brutal tackle, the man's gaudy gold belt buckle digging into his face. With a sharp twist, Evan wrenched the belt free, spinning Salvador like a top before cracking the buckle against his jaw. Before the dazed guard could recover, Evan looped the belt around his neck and yanked hard. Salvador thrashed, clawing at the leather noose, but Evan's focus was already fracturing. How far had Renee gotten? 30 yards? 50? A sudden jolt of electricity exploded through Evan's neck, dropping him to the floor in convulsions. Salvador loomed over him, finger jammed on the shock collar's trigger. The pain was blinding, but through the haze, Evan lashed out with a desperate kick, knocking the transmitter away. The shock faded, leaving only the sting of snowflakes against his burned skin. Somewhere beyond the settling dust, the barking of dogs grew louder, too loud. Evan dragged himself toward the discarded AK-47, hands slipping on the icy floor. Time was running out. Evan felt Salvador lurching up behind him, staggering toward the dropped transmitter. With one hand clawing forward and the other desperately shoving the torn trash liner back into place, Evan knew he had to act fast, drop Salvador for good, and chase down Renee. His fingers brushed the AK's cold metal just as the first jolt of electricity ripped through him. White-hot pain exploded behind his eyes, turning his vision into a smeared mess. Rolling onto his back, he dragged the rifle across his body, gritting his teeth as Salvador closed in, transmitter raised. The shock seared through Evan's fingers first, forcing his grip to slip. Then it surged into his jaw, his eye sockets, like 1,000 razor blades slicing through his nerves. His muscles locked, but he fought through it, forcing his trembling hands to clamp down on the rifle. His lips pulled back in a grotesque grin, sweat pouring down his face as the A wobbled in his unsteady hold. The electricity pulsed through his neck like a swarm of wasps, but he refused to let go. Salvador charged, boots pounding the floor just as the Dobermans burst through the shattered wall, dark snow-dusted shapes with ears pricked, nostrils flaring as they zeroed in on Evan. His arms shook as he willed the rifle upward, the muzzle swaying wildly. Through the haze of pain, he caught Salvador's looming figure and squeezed the trigger. Bullets tore through the man's chest, sending him crashing to the floor in a lifeless heap. The shock collar loosened and Evan gasped, gulping down air like a drowning man breaking the surface. The Dobermans lunged, claws skidding on the slick floor. For a split second, he thought about gunning them down, but they were just dogs, caught up in someone else's mess. He dropped the AK and dove for the transmitter instead. One Doberman clamped onto his jeans, shaking its head violently, while the other launched onto his chest, snapping at his face. Evan barely got an arm up in time, feeling hot breath and spittle against his skin. The first dog yanked at his leg, nearly toppling him, while the second's fangs grazed his cheek. Blindly, he fumbled with the transmitter, mashing buttons until the shock collar sprang open. With a grunt, he hurled the dog off him, then snatched the collar like a makeshift weapon. The second dog lunged again. Evan jammed the live contact straight into its gaping jaws and hit the shock button. The animal convulsed midair, howling before bolting out of the room. The other dog hesitated, teeth bared, so Evan shocked it too, sending it scrambling after its partner. Breathing hard, Evan slumped for just a moment, 2 deep breaths, no more. But the fight wasn't over. Snipers still lurked outside, guards manned the watchtower, and Renee was getting away. He pushed to his feet, grabbed the AK, and moved. The night wasn't done with him yet. Evan scavenged a heavy jacket from one of the fallen guards, slipping it on before grabbing the spare magazine from the man's rifle. He moved toward the cluster of bodies near the kitchen, spotting the small vial that had tumbled from Renee's coat. Holding it up to the fractured light from the shattered back wall, he studied it for a brief moment before tucking it away. The distant roar of a helicopter's engine cut through the cold air, blades slicing through the wind. Gripping the Kalashnikov tighter, Evan stepped through the wreckage of the wall into the biting winter air. Chaos erupted downstairs, shouts, gunfire, the unmistakable thunder of an explosion. Over the radio, voices barked orders, "Hold position." "We're outgunned, need weapons now." Candy's fingers tightened around the radio as Van Skiver's response finally came through after an agonizing delay. "Permission granted." By the time Evan rounded the corner of the chalet, the helicopter was already airborne, its dark silhouette tilting sharply as it vanished into the swirling snow. He raised the AK, but the bird was already out of range, its lights swallowed by the storm. Up in the watchtower, a guard leaned over the railing, tracking the helicopter's path through his rifle scope. Evan moved fast, slamming into the wooden supports before firing upward. The snow obscured his vision, but the sickening thud of impact told him all he needed to know. Seconds later, the rifle clattered down into the snow at his feet. No hounds, no guards, no sign of David or Dex, just two snipers in the hills and two orphans still inside. He scooped up the fallen weapon, an AR-10 chambered in 7. Yix Iris Qui 2, a marksman's rifle. Even with the snow limiting visibility, he could still make shots at 500 meters. Not ideal, but better than nothing. The storm was easing, the snowfall thinning, which meant the snipers in the mountains would soon have a clear line of sight. Movement at the front door caught his eye, Candy and Orphan M spilling onto the porch, their gazes locking onto him. Too far for an accurate shot with the AK, but Evan fired anyway, rounds chewing into the stonework and forcing them back inside. They'd regroup, scrounge for weapons in the wreckage. Needed to move. Slinging the AR-10 over his shoulder, he reloaded the AK and sprinted for the tree line. The snow was fading fast, sunlight piercing through the haze. Then crack a bullet struck the ground inches from his boot, spraying snow and dirt. Another shot followed, missing wide. Evan veered sharply, spotting the sniper's position halfway up the mountain, a glint of sunlight off a scope. Diving behind a fallen log, he caught his breath. The south sniper wasn't the best shot, thank God, for small mercies. The north one would have put a round straight through his chest. Standing, he checked his weapons and bolted deeper into the pines. The south sniper had to go, and he had to make it over the ridge before nightfall because Candy and M wouldn't be far behind. Instead of heading straight uphill where the sniper would expect him, Evan skirted the tree line, moving laterally until he emerged on the opposite side of the ridge. The deep snow slowed him down, but he maintained a steady rhythm, despite the drag on his boots. Pausing at the edge of a ravine, he stayed hidden in the shadows, scanning the slope through his AR-10 scope. The landscape blurred into streaks of green and brown until there, a flicker of movement. He adjusted the scope back, confirming his suspicion. The sniper had repositioned higher up, settling into a vantage point overlooking the pines where Evan had last been spotted. The guy even stood briefly, giving Evan a perfect reference. Using the man's height to estimate distance, he lined him up between the scope's stadia lines. 500 meters. As the sniper climbed, the gap widened, 525 now. Evan checked the range card taped to his rifle stock, calculating bullet drop for the shot. He adjusted the scope's elevation, compensating for the arc, but when he looked again, the sniper had disappeared. Evan exhaled, shifting his aim to a dense thicket near the outcrop. Nothing. The guy had just vanished. A whip poor Will's call cut through the silence, its nervous trill amplifying Evan's own tension. This was supposed to be an ambush, not a shootout. If he stayed put, the sniper might spot him through the sparse cover. But moving now risked drawing attention. The sniper had been focused east, no reason to look Evan's way. Unless something had changed. Then he saw it. A glimpse of the chalet far below, a flash of blonde hair, Candy McClure. Another blur, smaller, lower. The orphans. They'd pulled the sniper's focus, turning him toward Evan's position. His gut tightened. He barely had time to realign the scope before a muzzle flash lit up the thicket. The shot hit inches from him, spraying rock fragments into the trees behind him. Close. Too close. Evan didn't hesitate. He lined up on the fading glow of the muzzle flash, compensating for the shooter's likely right-handed stance, and fired. A mist of pink bloomed in the shadows. No time to confirm the hit, he was already sprinting uphill. The gunfire had just announced his position to everyone, Candy, the orphans, and, worst of all, the second sniper. If Evan wanted a fighting chance, he needed that rifle. Adrenaline burned through his legs as he weaved between rocks and trees, his body a moving target. The North sniper would be closing in, cutting through the woods to intercept him. And below, Candy and the orphans were advancing. Every step felt like a gamble, his exposed torso begging for a bullet. But stopping wasn't an option. The cold mountain air roared past Evan's ears, a relentless howl that matched the pounding in his chest. Each stride felt agonizingly slow, as if the earth itself resisted his progress. Still, no bullets tore through the silence, just the distant echo of his own ragged breath. The jagged outcrop ahead taunted him, never seeming to grow nearer no matter how hard he pushed. When his fingers finally scraped against rough stone, he vaulted over it without hesitation, bracing for the inevitable impact of a sniper's bullet. Instead, he crashed into something disturbingly soft, the lifeless body of the southern sniper, Evan's own shot having found its mark with chilling precision. He'd never know the face of the man he'd killed. Rolling the corpse aside, Evan's hands closed around the sleek Sacco Track 42, its Sarfi 8 Lapua Magnum barrel still warm. The scope's crosshairs framed the exact patch of shale where he'd stood seconds ago. Adjusting the angle, he tracked movement through the trees, Candy and Orphan M charging uphill, their scavenged A-47s glinting in the pale light. 2 shots. That's all it would take to clear the field, leaving only the northern sniper and him in this frozen arena. Evan pressed his cheek to the stock, exhaling slowly as the reticle hovered just ahead of Candy's frantic sprint. She ducked behind a cluster of pines, but he kept the rifle steady, counting the seconds until she reappeared. Then the world erupted. The concussive blast near his ear was followed by a searing impact like a freight train plowing into his shoulder. Pine branches whipped past as he tumbled, the ground rising to meet him in a brutal embrace. Dirt filled his mouth, splinters bit into his skin. Blood pooled beneath him, warm and insistent. Mostly alive, he thought with grim amusement, willing his paralyzed limbs to respond. His fingers twitched small victory. The Lapua lay nearby, but his focus snagged on the tree beside it, a gaping crater where the northern sniper's round had torn through, sending wooden shrapnel straight into his body. Breath refused to come. His throat clenched like a fist, ribs heaving uselessly until, with a wet gasp, oxygen flooded back in. The pain arrived in waves, each worse than the last. Sitting up was a battle fought in flashes of darkness, but when he finally managed it, the sight of his ruined shoulder nearly undid him. Shredded muscle, glinting bone fragments, blood pulsing in rhythm with his faltering heartbeat. The subclavian vein was torn, no tourniquet would save him now. Dizziness washed over him, dragging with it a memory. Jack's bloodied hand pressing into blue flannel, crimson soaking through fabric as life seeped away. The image clung, sharp as the splinters in his skin. Evan snapped back to reality, pressing his left palm hard against the bleeding wound. His lungs burned as he fought to steady his breathing, pushing through the haze of pain clouding his mind. Years of training had drilled into him how to think clearly under pressure, to protect that flicker of focus before it vanished entirely. Down the slope, Candy and Orphan M were still navigating the treacherous terrain, their progress slowed by the steep incline. But the sniper to the north? That was a different story, unseen, unpredictable, and already locked onto Evan's position. "Get away from the trees," he muttered, the words slipping out before he realized he'd spoken. His body obeyed on instinct, dragging himself backward through the snow, heels digging in. It took a second to register he wasn't even standing. Pushing up without his arms was a struggle, but he forced himself upright, nearly losing his balance as his boots caught on the underbrush. Both rifles lay abandoned in the clearing, useless to him now. Blood trickled down his right arm, dripping onto the pristine snow in dark, spreading stains. The pain was sharp, metallic, dragging him back to the damp chill of a parking garage, the flickering red glow of emergency lights, the scent of oil and damp concrete. He clenched his hand tighter over the wound, gritting his teeth. Iron and something floral, cherry blossoms maybe, though that made no sense here in the frozen Maine wilderness. His mind was splitting, reality folding in on itself. Was this what dying felt like? Time unraveling, memories bleeding into the present? Jack's voice cut through the chaos. "I'm already dead." It hit the brachial. Evan shook his head. "You don't know that. I do." Jack's rough hand touched his face, a gesture so unfamiliar it sent a jolt through him. Evan's knee buckled, plunging into a snowdrift. The crimson spill against the white was startling, vivid as a cardinal's feathers. He staggered back up, swaying before finding his footing. The trees around him multiplied, trunks rising like prison bars. Ahead, a break in the woods promised open ground, a steep, snow-covered climb to the summit. He had to reach it. His boots sank with every step, the snow clinging like quicksand. Teeth chattering, right arm numb, the thought hit him, this is how it ends. But all he could see was Jack's body seizing, pain twisting his features. "Listen," Jack gasped. "Not your fault. My choice to meet you. Go. Leave me." Evan's throat tightened, tears freezing on his cheeks. "No. I won't." Jack's hand moved to his belt. A metallic click, then the cold gleam of his service pistol leveled at Evan. "Go. B for... ever lied to you." Jack's voice was calm, resolute. Evan stumbled back, realization dawning. Jack's bloodied flannel was still clenched in his fist. Somewhere above, tires screeched, boots pounded. "Son," Jack said softly, "it's time." The barrel tilted beneath his chin. Evan wiped his face, retreating step by step until he finally turned. The gunshot echoed as he ran. "It's time to go." "Go, damn it," Evan snarled, the words tearing from him. Damn it. Damn it. What a ridiculous way to check out. His left hand, now stiff with dried blood, could barely maintain pressure on the ragged wound in his shoulder. The world tilted as his legs buckled, sending him sprawling into a snowdrift that cushioned his fall like a down pillow. Crimson warmth seeped between his frozen fingers despite his feeble attempts to stem the flow. Pressing his face into the icy powder, he watched his breath fog the ground while snowflakes clung to his lashes. After Jack, he'd carefully constructed walls no one could breach now. Those same defenses meant his disappearance would go unnoticed. "Pathetic," he muttered through chattering teeth. The legendary Nowhere Man was dissolving into the blizzard's embrace, just another ghost vanishing without a footprint. All those years of perfect camouflage had left nothing behind, no legacy, just an empty space where a person should have been. The armor he'd forged, link by link, now pressed down with unbearable weight, dragging him toward darkness. Was this really it? No grand finale, just a quiet fade to black? His whole frame convulsed violently until a distinct buzzing at his hip cut through the tremors. The roam zone. The kid. As the phone vibrated against his ribs, Allison Siegler's face flashed through his mind. He realized with grim amusement that his dying vision wouldn't be some celestial tunnel, it would be the Horizon Express barreling toward Jacksonville Port Authority. Evan clenched his eyes shut. Time's up, son. Blood gushed freely as he abandoned his wound to fish the phone from his pocket. The cracked device left smears of red across his cheek when he raised it. Normally, he'd answer with his signature line, that offer of assistance that defined his existence, but now the irony made his throat tighten. I can't. The boy's voice crackled through, urgent and insistent. You promised. Not forgetting. Evan gasped as fresh agony lanced through him, his teeth sinking into his lower lip until the wave passed. Just can't deliver. The mountainside seemed to spin, throwing him through memories. Allison's pleading eyes, Jack bleeding out on concrete, his own younger self stranded on some godforsaken slope. Done. Howsome set payin'. Anyone's hero. The boy's reply cut in and out. No substitutes. As consciousness wavered, something primal ruptured inside Evan, not sorrow, but unexpected release. A single tear carved a burning path down his frozen cheek even as Jack's life pulsed between his fingers that night. He recognized this wasn't grief but surrender. Sorry, he whispered to the static. So, sorry. The screen went dark. No signal. No more chances. Sorry, he repeated to the indifferent snow. Then Jack's voice, clear as mountain air. Let me go. Evan exhaled shakily. All right. For several labored breaths, he focused on that sunlit patch of earth just beyond the tree line. The dying light gilded the snowdrifts in molten gold. 15 yards to the summit. He owed himself that much. Want to see it, he rasped. Tucking the phone against his chest, one last connection to hold on to, he mashed his palm back over the wound, using his chin for extra pressure. Somehow he crawled upright, bracing against a pine trunk. When he stumbled past the tree line, the sudden vista stole his breath. Pain receded like a tide going out. Every detail sharpened. The fractal perfection of individual snowflakes, the amethyst sky bruised by sunset, the crisp air scalding his lungs with proof of life. The peak blazed like a beacon. The world narrowed to that golden crest waiting above, not an ending but a vantage point. One last look at what he'd fought for. What he'd lost. What might still be worth saving. The final stretch was within reach, but the horizon suddenly rippled as a dark figure emerged from the opposite ridge. Backlit by the fading sun, the man stood motionless at the crest, the outline of a Fime Prui 8 Ale Pua Magnum rifle stark against his chest. Evans squinted, recognizing the North sniper. A bitter thought flickered. You earned this, but the words never left his cracked lips. His legs had gone numb, and stopping now meant he wouldn't move again. Just a few more steps to the summit. His mouth twitched. At least I tried, he whispered. The sniper's face remained shadowed as he raised the rifle. A strange peace settled over Evan. No more fighting, no more choices. The scope flashed in the dying light, and he braced for the shot. Then the world erupted. The sniper jerked violently, bullets stitching through him like a puppet yanked by invisible strings. Evan blinked. This isn't real. But if it was a hallucination, why not savor it? The thunderous noise sharpened into the rhythmic hoomp of rotor blades. A Black Hawk surged over the valley wall, sunlight glinting off its spinning blades. A door gunner leaned out, scanning the carnage. Jack. Of course it was Jack Johns Evan's mentor, now his grim-faced guardian angel. The machine gun roared, shredding the pines behind Evan, driving Candy McClure and Orphan M into retreat. The helo touched down, rotor wash whipping Evan's hair. Jack jumped out, boots crunching snow as he strode over. Time had etched lines into his face, but he still moved like a man 20 years younger. You planning to nap all day? Jack barked, kneeling beside him. Evan coughed. Me, sif damn dying. Jack's jaw tightened. You left yourself wide open. Where's your damn gun? Arms shot, couldn't hold it. Jack scoffed. Left one works fine. The medics shoved past, bundling Evan onto a stretcher. As they hauled him toward the Black Hawk, his roam zone tumbled from his coat. He lunged, gritting his teeth against the pain, but the rotors drowned his shout. Jack snatched the shattered phone, eyebrows knitting. This. Evan nodded, clutching it like a lifeline. The needle bit his arm as the chopper lifted off, icy wind rushing through the open door. Jack barked into his headset. Prep blood units, chill the saline, and get a trauma team ready now. The helicopter tilted sharply as they soared above the valley, giving Evan a dizzying view of the shattered chalet below its broken wall, still smoldering like a dying campfire. Jack's voice cut through the rotor noise with brutal clarity. I don't give a damn about the difficulty. If I don't have a specialist waiting when we land, I'll personally crash this bird onto your head. Are we clear? Evan's fading focus caught movement on the ground, a convoy of black SUVs kicking up gravel as they swarmed the property. Dark figures poured from the vehicles just as two sprinting shapes emerged from the tree line. The world blurred at the edges as Evan fought to stay awake. One man separated from the group, his long cloak flaring dramatically as he turned to glare at the hovering Black Hawk. Even with his face hidden in shadow, the arrogant posture and coiled menace screamed Van Skiver. Then the helicopter banked again, swallowing the scene in a rush of empty sky. Evan's eyelids fluttered shut, and this time darkness won. The next thing he knew was pain, a dull, all-consuming throb. He floated in and out of awareness, vaguely registering the sterile glow of hospital lights, the rhythmic squeak of gurney wheels, and the sharp scent of antiseptic. Jack's rough voice argued with someone nearby. Who the hell is this guy? The doctor demanded. Nobody important, Jack snapped. Then who are you? Nobody important's pissed off guardian angel. A penlight stabbed Evan's vision. Cold fingers probed his neck. Somewhere behind them, a nurse yelled, "Why is there an IV bag in the freezer?" Jack ignored her as trauma shears ripped through Evan's blood-soaked jacket. The doctor sucked in a breath. Oh, hell, spit it out, Jack growled. I got a call from Washington telling me to get here, but I'm an anesthesiologist, not a trauma surgeon. Your guy needs vascular reconstruction, and the nearest specialist is 2 hours away in this weather. Look, he's not gonna last that long. For the first time, Jack hesitated. Then his expression hardened into something terrifying. Fine, he said. Put him under. The cold hit Evan like a tidal wave before everything went black again. When consciousness returned, it came with the scent of pine and the creak of a wooden bed frame. Jack loomed over him, grinning like a mad prophet. Rise and shine, Lazarus. You look like death warmed over, Evan croaked before slipping back into oblivion. The next time he woke, pain radiated from his bandaged shoulder. Jack hadn't moved from his chair, his stubble now bordering on a full beard. The cabin smelled like fresh rain and burnt coffee, hardly the paradise Evan expected if this was the afterlife. Quit your damn moping, Jack barked. We've got problems to solve. Evan coughed, his throat raw. What's the date? October 27th. I bore choosings the Tipiris. 3 days to stop Allison Siegler before she reached Jacksonville. He forced down the water Jack offered, savoring the relief as it soothed his parched throat. The cabin was immaculate, books lined up by height, a heavy bag swaying slightly from the rafters, a kettle perfectly centered on the stove. No mess, no clutter. Just the stark efficiency of a man who left nothing to chance. Jack was definitely here. Evan placed the glass down carefully, his face twisting as he reached out to press a finger against Jack's chest. Real, solid, unmistakably alive. You were supposed to be dead, Evan muttered. Jack just shrugged. Not today. Thought I was hallucinating at first, some last-minute miracle in the form of a Black Hawk with my old mentor at the controls. The bitterness in Evan's voice when he said mentor surprised even him. We wouldn't have found you if you hadn't stumbled into that clearing. You made it easy for us. How'd you track me down? We got to the chalet right after the explosion swept the valley's edge. Picked up your voice on a parabolic mic. You were mumbling something. What? Says vet apologies. You tried to pre-trow force. Biz 40. Sorry. I'm sorry. The irony wasn't lost on Evan. The kid had saved him, not the other way around. If the call hadn't gone through, if Evan hadn't answered, Jack's team would have never pinpointed his location. That final, desperate push toward the summit, the one that nearly killed him, was what kept him alive. A sharp sting flared along his leg. He yanked back the sheets to reveal a fresh scar running down his calf. Did you take a vein? Took you offline, Jack said. Milvier put you on ice. Evan stared. Now literally? Hypothermia protocol. Drained your blood, pumped you full of cold saline. Slowed everything down, organs, brain, the works. The colder you are, the less oxygen you need. Gave us time to fix you. You're kidding. Wish I was. They've been testing this for years, emergency preservation and resuscitation. Works on pigs. Jack's mouth twitched. Survival rate? 7%. Evan exhaled sharply. Relax, Jack said. That's still better than your usual odds. He turned away, but not before Evan caught the glint in his eyes. You were dead for over 2 hours. Trauma surgeon finally showed up, chewed me out, then patched you back together. Hot water bladders, warmed blood, defibrillator, the whole Frankenstein routine. Fuzzbus, my phone. Jack hesitated, then pulled a battered roam zone from the nightstand and tossed it onto the bed. Fine, you're good. And do I look good? We've got a lot to unpack. No kidding. Jack rubbed his jaw, avoiding eye contact. Can't believe it's Thursday. Evan tried to sit up, but the room spun violently. He collapsed back, gritting his teeth. 4 days? That's a new record. First time being dead? Right. And like you. Outside, snow clung to the window. Where are we? It's Serfoles, it right. Am I a prisoner? Jack's face darkened. Seriously? You can walk out whenever you want. What do you think this is? I don't know. Enlighten me, hun. This is me pulling your ass out of the fire again. After 8 years of radio silence? Forgive me if trust isn't my first instinct. Jack let the words hang before folding his hands. Fake ID, cash, whatever you need. Leave when you're ready. I'll drive you anywhere. Where's the nearest road? About 2.5 miles downhill. Jack scratched his stubble. You're really gonna hitchhike like this? That'd be a hell of a power move. Evan clenched his jaw, ignoring the pounding in his skull. How would Van Skiver find me? Wasn't me. He traced the wire transfer. I've been keeping tabs on Van Skiver ever since the auction details leaked. You're actually tracking him? Not very effectively, to be honest. It's been years of this cat and mouse nonsense, him watching me watching him. A real spy thriller without the budget. You're not even officially active anymore. Officially? I might as well be a ghost, just like you. Jack flashed that infuriating half-smirk. But let's just say I still have connections in the underworld. Ever come face to face with him? Nope. This is as close as we've gotten. Jack pulled a satellite image from the drawer, time-stamped, and zoomed in on the chalet. Evan studied it, disbelief creeping in. You still have access to satellite feeds? Let's just say some favors never expire. The grainy photo showed Van Skiver staring up at the sky, his face barely visible under the hood of some bizarre cloak, the same moment Evan remembered before everything went dark. A swarm of SUVs surrounded him like ants on spilled sugar. Evan squinted. What the hell is he wearing? A Faraday cloak. Blocks signals, thermal imaging, even drones. Basically, he's wrapped himself in high-tech tinfoil. He looks like a discount wizard. That's Van Skiver for you. Gadgets and paranoia, his two favorite things. Honestly, he makes us look sane. Evan's head throbbed. You're supposed to be dead, Jack. Tell me about it later. Too exhausted to push back, Evan shifted focus. What did you find on Renee? Renee, the guy who ran the auction. The one who took me. After your daring escape, it was an escape. Jack held up his hands. One, fine. After you got out, the chalet was scrubbed clean. Hard drives wiped remotely, surveillance footage useless. How are you getting intel if you're off-grid? 3 decades in the game leaves you with a few favors to call in. Let's just say some people still owe me. Evan tried to adjust on the bed, his shoulder protesting violently. What about the stuff he left behind? That place was packed with weird junk. Talk to a contact at the bureau. The investigation's just starting, but everything in that chalet is a dead end, rare art, sketchy medical equipment, high-end weapons. Tracing it all is like chasing smoke through a maze. Black market deals, fake paper trails, cash drops. You know the drill. Evan remembered Renee spritzing that DNA spray, erasing himself from every surface. What's mine stays hidden. How would he pay for the place? Money trail's a nightmare. Shell companies inside shell companies like Russian nesting dolls, Evan muttered. Jack smirked, Evan didn't. His neck could barely hold his head up. Every payment routed through a different front, Jack continued. Layered encryptions, dummy accounts. Van Skiver cracked his encryption. The words slurred slightly. Whatever drugs were in his system weren't helping. Too many questions, too little time. 3 days to find Allison Siegler. The Horizon Express would be looping around Cuba by now. And the boy who knew where he was. Jack's voice snapped him back. With Van Skiver's resources, he can crack anything. Not anything, Evan said. He got through Renee's wires. Never mine. Point is, this Renee guy? He's untouchable. A complete ghost. Evan gritted his teeth as he moved his right arm. Don't, Jack warned. What are you doing? Fingers trembling, Evan peeled the tape from his left arm, wincing as it tugged at his skin. He held it up to the light, Renee's fingerprint preserved in the adhesive. Jack plucked it from his grip. Finally, Evan let his head sink into the pillow, exhaustion pulling him under like a riptide. Evan muttered a quiet, "You're welcome," before drifting back into sleep. Hours later, he stirred awake in the pitch-black cabin, the windows swallowing any trace of light, making the room feel like a forgotten crate adrift in the void. Jack was slumped at the kitchen table, his face illuminated by the flickering glow of a screensaver, his breaths deep and uneven. Evan winced as he pushed himself up, his shoulder throbbing but not unbearable. The stiffness in his muscles and the ache in his lower back reminded him how long he'd been stuck in bed. He moved silently across the creaking floorboards, slipping into the cramped bathroom. The pull chain light clicked on, revealing his reflection, a haggard face, unshaven and shadowed, with streaks of dried blood still clinging to his neck and temple. He smelled like sweat and pine sap, a far cry from fresh. Wrestling with the hospital gown's ties, he finally freed himself, letting it drop to the floor. Peeling back the bandage, he examined the wound, a jagged mess of stitched flesh over his shoulder, the bone beneath likely held together with metal. His vision blurred for a second, forcing him to brace against the sink. Time wasn't on his side. He needed to move for Allison Siegler, for the boy, and then for Renee. The bathtub was cold under his skin as he settled in, letting warm water trickle over him. A razor sat on the soap, and he dragged it carefully across his jaw in the dim light. The scent of bergamot and saddle soap filled the air, pulling him back. Jack's smell, Jack's world. Memories flashed. The old farmhouse, the oak trees outside his childhood window, Strider the ridgeback licking scraps from his palm. The hard part is keeping you human. Jack's voice echoed in his head, mixing with the phantom notes of La Fille du Régiment. He shut off the water to walled off and stepped out, ignoring the discarded gown. The nightstand held medical supplies, and he spread them across the bed, tearing open gauze with his teeth. Behind him, Jack's presence prickled at his awareness before the man even spoke. "Est pour la cassette." Jack's voice was quiet. Evan didn't look up. No. Morning came and the cabin was empty. Dressed in borrowed clothes too big but functional, Evan stirred a bowl of oatmeal when Jack walked in, snapping a satellite phone shut. "Renee Peter Casseroy," Jack announced. Fancy name. He nodded toward a stack of classified documents on the table. FBI reports, ES records, crime scene photos, the barn, the lab, the wrecked ballroom. It all felt like someone else's nightmare. Jack unwound his scarf. "He's gone underground." Evan flipped through the pages, the weight of what lay ahead settling over him. The fingerprint evidence broke the case wide open, accelerating the investigation. The FBI is building a RICA case that includes murder, kidnapping, and other violent crimes, nothing out of the ordinary for a man like Casseroy. He shelled out big money to hire shooters from the Sinaloa cartel, no surprise there. Reports of missing persons and disturbing assault allegations have surfaced in nearby towns. Agents discovered eerily similar patterns of disappearances and violent incidents near Casseroy's previous hideouts, Albuquerque, Cabo, San Lucas, even Brussels. Jack shrugged off his jacket and tossed it onto the code rack. They've got detailed financial records, medical files on the victims, helicopter logs, and a dead hematologist with a shady reputation, Dr. Bed Franklin. But Casseroy? Gone without a trace. Evan stirred his oatmeal, eyes scanning the stack of case files. I'll track him down. Jack kicked off his boots. If you do, Van Sciver will be right there. You said it yourself, he cracked Renee's encryption before. He'll do it again. And this time he'll be ready. Evan smirked. Then I'll turn his trap into mine. Jack sank into the chair across from him, motionless as always, no tells, no wasted movement. Evan had learned that discipline the hard way, from Jack and an old interrogator who'd smacked his knuckles with a metal file for every careless gesture. Now they sat like chess masters locked in silence. How'd you make it out of that parking garage? Evan finally asked. I barely staggered out myself. Jack exhaled. I had a guy nearby. Picked me up half dead, got me to an old contact at Walter Reed. Woke up stitched back together. Evan's mind reeled. Jack had his own escape plan, fake IDs, offshore accounts, probably a cabin in the Alleghenies. 8 years. 8 damn years. So the men I killed that night, Evan said, voice tight. The ones who shot you, they were Van Scivers? Yep. How many are left? Jack's expression went flat. Orphans, Evan clarified. Best guess. Maybe half a dozen still under Van Sciver's thumb, Jack said. Hard to pin down exact numbers. You know how it is with orphans. Evan leaned forward. He's cleaning house. Taking out anyone who walked away. Some more than others, Jack said pointedly. You knew, Evan said, the realization hitting him like a punch. Even back then, before that parking garage. You sent me that fake hit on Van Sciver because you knew I'd refuse and disappear. You knew I wouldn't kill one of my own. It was all a setup. Jack finally moved, rubbing his eyes. It wasn't that simple. Van Sciver had orders to eliminate you. If you'd found out, you'd have burned everything down to get answers. Wrote, damn right. The order came from the top. You'd have gone straight for the throat and gotten yourself killed. Even you, Evan. Evan's jaw clenched. I'd rather die for the truth than live a lie. And that's what you did to me. 8 years running from that damn garage, 8 years alive, Jack snapped, slamming his fist on the table. The oatmeal bowl rattled. That's what matters. Evan stared at him. That's it. That's all you care about. Yes. Jack's voice cracked. I told you it wasn't your fault. I told you I chose to meet you. I told you words don't change what happened. Jack's shoulders sagged. I knew you'd never run for good. Not while you thought I was alive. Sooner or later, you'd reach out and they'd take you. And to say the like now. Jack met his gaze. I heard you were in trouble. Moved hell to get here. You're still my son. Look at me. You always will be. Evan's voice dropped to a whisper. You have no idea what I've carried. Jack's eyes glistened. And what about me? Taking you from that foster home. Jack had stripped away every shred of human connection, pushing him into danger just to inflict more violence. I pulled you into this mess, Jack admitted, his voice rough with regret. I tried to get you out. I wanted you to have a shot at something real. At what? Evan shot back. At living. Jack gestured wildly around the cramped cabin. Not this. A normal life, a wife, maybe even kids. I tried to cut you loose. Never thought you'd dive right back in as the people's assassin. His palm slammed the table like a verdict. That's what you are now, isn't it? Taking contracts for anyone who can pay? You've been watching me? Evan's voice was ice. From a distance, Jack admitted. I couldn't walk away. Not completely. You might not believe it, but what I did it was a sacrifice. Evan scoffed. A sacrifice. Jack's jaw tightened. You've never raised a kid. The words hit like a blade. He'd say that the sob of father. Evan's pulse hammered in his throat. You weren't my father. I wasn't your son. I was a tool. You molded me, used me, then tossed me aside when I was spent. For a heartbeat, Jack looked gutted, his eyes glistening. He swallowed hard. You know that's not true. No matter how furious you are, deep down, you know. I've spent years atoning, Evan said coldly. For every life I took, including yours. Jack slumped back, defeated. I couldn't lose you too. Not after Clara. You promised. Evan's voice cracked. No lies. That was the one thing I could cling to. The only certainty in my goddamn life. You have no idea what those first 12 years were like, those foster homes. You were the only person I ever trusted. Evan, I'm sorry. Savage. Evan shoved the files into his jacket, snatched the cash and fake ID, and stormed out. Jack didn't move, just stared at the empty chair, his breath ragged. Silent tears streaked down his weathered face, dripping onto the scarred table. The boy's number 301 area code was seared into Evan's mind. It had flashed on his cracked roam zone only a handful of times, but it stuck like a half-remembered dream. Now, rattling in the cab of a semi-truck, he grabbed a pen from the cup holder and scrawled the digits on his hand. The gnawing sense of familiarity wouldn't let go. You good, buddy? The trucker's breath reeked of chewing tobacco. Peachy, Evan muttered. Where you headed? A Baltimore City limit sign blurred past. Anywhere's fine. The Stogan Twaker. Evan smirked without humor. Guess I am. The trucker chuckled. Welcome home, then. At the next gas station, Evan jumped out and spotted a payphone wedged between the restrooms. He dialed the only person left who could get him what he needed. Crazy Daisy's florist, a gravelly voice answered. We've got roses, lilies, and enough firepower to start a small war. Evan didn't waste time. I need a backpack torch, an MP5 SD, a heavy-duty grappling hook, and a speedboat in Daytona by noon tomorrow. No faces, just the gear on a pier. A pause. Then Tommy Stojak laughed. Damn, kid. Steakade yow going full. Call it a humanitarian mission. Humanitarian, my ass. This'll cost you discretion ain't cheap. Got a guy at Camp Blanding who can move it, but we're talking premium rates. Name the number. Tommy whistled. You sure you don't want a bouquet to go with that order? Just Advil. Now that I can throw in for free. Evan hung up, already calculating his next move. The young man grabbed the worn-out phone book hanging by a security cord and flipped through it, searching for the closest internet cafe. He found one a couple miles away advertising $4 an hour, freshly wiped terminals, and even Bitcoin payments. With taxis nowhere in sight, he walked briskly, the cold nipping at his shoulder. He forced himself to stand straight, ignoring the instinct to hunch his injury-needed movement to heal properly. When he finally pushed through the cafe door, the rich aroma of coffee wrapped around him. He peeled a $100 bill from the stash Jack had given him, then asked for a computer station and a universal charger. Plugging the roam zone into the outlet, he booted up the computer and ran a quick search. Countless reverse phone lookup sites popped up. He picked a free one and punched in the kid's number. The result, buried between flashy ads, was blunt. No record of this number exists. Evan frowned, unease prickling his skin. Nearby, two teenage girls giggled over a YouTube video, their glossy hair smelling like candy-sweet hairspray. He tried another directory, typing the number again. The loading bar crawled forward. Number last used in 1996. His stomach twisted. How could the kid have called him from a line disconnected 2 decades ago? The address linked to it was available after sitting through a 15-second car ad. He tapped his fingers impatiently as a jingle blared about 0% financing. The sinking feeling in his gut deepened. His eyes flicked to the roam zone plugged in near the mouse pad. No lights. Interrelates, mowit dampers. No sign it was charging. He reached over, picked it up, and unplugged it. Tried again. Nothing. The phone wasn't just dead, it was destroyed. Shattered glass, mangled circuits, a SIM card in pieces. It had never worked. Not since Renee crushed it under his boot that first morning in the chalet. Now, in the unforgiving daylight of Baltimore, the truth hit him like a punch. A phone that survived a tank rolling over it? Never lost signal in the middle of nowhere. Never needed charging. He thought about the gas flooding his room, knocking him out. The hallucinations as he bled out on the mountain. The unseen hand pulling the strings, setting the traps. Of course, a cold sweat broke across his skin. The car ad ended, the address link appearing. Numb, he dropped the ruined phone into the recycling bin and turned back to the screen. His hand moved on autopilot, clicking the link. Before the page even loaded, he knew. His skin tingled with the realization. The address was in East Baltimore. He knew it too well. The row house sagged between its neighbors, a crooked line of narrow buildings leaning together like drunks after last call. The paint was a different shade of green now, but the same front window still stared out, the one where the neighborhood kids used to press their noses, watching for the mystery man. The basketball courts across the street were still there, the chain-link fence still rusted, the asphalt still cracked. Fresh graffiti covered the handball walls. The Lafayette Courts projects, once looming in the distance, had been replaced by a health clinic. Satellite dishes dotted the rooftops like perched birds. A legal weed shop now stood where Jalila's Nana's building had burned down years ago, back when she'd nodded off with a lit blunt. Evan turned back to the crumbling row house. The past was waiting for him inside. The front of the building was wrapped in bright yellow caution tape, with orange traffic cones marking off the sidewalk. Heavy machinery idled nearby, construction crews taking their lunch breaks while swapping stories. Notices plastered on every utility pole declared the condemned structure would soon be reduced to rubble. The street was barricaded, drawing the usual East Baltimore crowd. Same hollowed-out faces, same desperate eyes, same flashy fake nails clinging to dignity. A couple of enterprising locals wheeled coolers down the cracked pavement, hawking overpriced snacks to the gawkers. Free entertainment with your junk food. Evan approached a worker fiddling with a cable spool. Any chance I can get a quick look inside? The guy barely glanced up. Not a good idea, Chief. Demo crews lighting the fuse in 30. You want to keep that pretty face intact, yeah? Evan smirked. Got it. The worker gestured at the row of dilapidated buildings. Wish we could flatten every last one of these dumps. You wouldn't believe the nightmares people lived in here. What was this place? Supposedly senior housing, if you could call it that. My aunt stayed here once. Said it made a junkyard look cozy. Black mold, asbestos, rats big enough to saddle up and ride. Before that? Some state-run hellhole for troubled kids. Before that? A boys' home. Evan nodded, gaze drifting to the grimy front window, where his younger self had once pressed his face against the glass alongside the others. Danny, Jamal, Andre, Tyrell, Rahman. The worker cleared his throat. Listen, man, you gotta bounce before my boss catches you loitering. Evan stepped back, then circled the block, slipping into the alley behind Mr. Mustaf. Wong's dusty dry cleaners, the same spot where they'd once swiped fistfuls of Tootsie Rolls like tiny outlaws. The rear of the row house loomed ahead. The fence that had once seemed impossibly tall now barely reached his ribs. He vaulted over, wincing as his shoulder protested. More caution tape covered the shattered kitchen window, glass teeth grinning from the frame. Inside, explosive charges clung to the walls like barnacles, ready to pull the whole place down in a controlled collapse, just like the lives that had unraveled here. He squeezed through the broken pane, landing on the sink with a thud. The room was a graveyard of crushed beer cans, filthy blankets, and a makeshift ashtray overflowing with butts. Abandoned but not forgotten. The ghost of a kitchen table still haunted the space where endless trays of off-brand mac and cheese had slid past hungry mouths. I never wanted this. None of us did. Over by the counter, a phantom stain marked where Andre's forehead had split open after Danny shoved him. 7 stitches. No hospital. Just a towel and silence. In the living room, the imprint of Papa Z's armchair lingered, the phantom stench of cheap beer and indifference clinging to the air. Nobody cares. If you're invisible, you don't count, right? Evan tested the floorboards just inside the doorway. The same telltale creak echoed underfoot, the soundtrack to 100 Midnight Escapes. The carpet was threadbare now, but in his mind it was still stained with the memory of the mystery man sizing them up like cuts of meat, while Papa Z nodded along, remote in one hand, can in the other. Some things never really left. Evan and the boys lurked at the end of the hallway, nudging each other and murmuring under their breath, trying to make sense of the chaos. The detonation cord coiled around the crumbling beam was slightly off-center, close enough to do the job, but not perfect. Nearby, a strip of peeling wallpaper curled away from the wall, exposing a hideous plaid pattern Tyrell had once dubbed Dad's worst shirt. Evan hesitated, the memory hitting him like a jolt of electricity before he pushed forward into the bedroom that had been his for 2.5 years. The space felt smaller now, a cramped barracks of bunk beds shoved together like crates in a warehouse. He could almost hear the echoes of restless kids stumbling over him in the dark, their careless feet landing too close to his makeshift bed on the floor. The air still carried that same stale mix of mildew and hopelessness. His eyes drifted to the ceiling, tracing the jagged crack he used to study at night, pretending it held answers to questions he couldn't even voice. Who am I? Where did I come from? The silence had always swallowed those thoughts whole. Outside, the growl of heavy machinery shook the walls, a bulldozer gnawing at the pavement, gears grinding like the teeth of some mechanical beast. "For you help me?" The plea echoed in his head, the same one he'd whispered to himself at 12. He'd made a vow back then, "I'll find you." And here he was. But what did he even want now? The doorframe told its own story. A mess of carved initials and hype marks, a chaotic timeline of boys who'd passed through. At the top, towering over the rest, stood CV's Charles Van Sciver, forever the king of the hill. Then Ramon, then the others, their notches bleeding together into a tangled mess. And at the very bottom, almost an afterthought, a single lonely mark. Evan crouched, fingers brushing the faint E still clinging to the wood. His own. How tiny he'd been. How exposed. Back then, he'd refused to admit it, too busy fighting for every scrap of dignity, every breath of space. No size, no strength, just sheer stubbornness keeping him alive. Everything else? Buried so deep he'd almost forgotten it existed. It has to be you. That tiny notch was proof. Not just of how small he'd been, but how alone. What had he imagined for himself back then, staring at that crack in the ceiling? Certainly not a life of tactical gear and encrypted networks, stitching himself back together after every mission. Not nights spent sipping vodka in a high-rise surrounded by plants but no people. Jack Johns had pulled him out just in time another minute, and he'd have been dead or locked up, another casualty of East Baltimore streets. But the moment Evan slid into Jack's car, part of him froze. The world had opened up, bright and endless, yet something inside stayed stuck, like a scratched disc skipping on the same note. He'd never looked back. Never questioned whether the survival instincts that got him out were the same ones trapping him now. He forced himself to revisit that terrified child within, prying open long-sealed doors to confront what had been hidden away. Admitting the truth was painful, but feeling it was worse. Yet there he sat in a dim shaft of sunlight cutting through a grimy window, finally letting the emotions wash over him. Vulnerability wasn't his strong suit. It has to be you. Swiping a hand across his dry lips, he rasped out a quiet, "All right. Mary, see you now." Exiting the building, he double-checked the explosives wrapped around the support beam. Minutes later, lost in the jostling crowd behind the barricades, he watched as the structure imploded, a slow, shuddering collapse of decay and dust until only rubble remained. You have to come. The thought echoed in his mind. I kept my promise. 1 second he was just another face in the sweltering mass of onlookers. The next he vanished. Disappearing? That was a skill he'd mastered. The slender man's pulse quickened as the time drew near. Everything around him stoked his anticipation, the towering cranes, the diesel fumes thick in the air, the shipping containers stacked like a child's abandoned toys. Soon his reward would be his. Rolling into Jacksport, he felt like one of Pavlov's conditioned hounds, mouth-watering at the sound of the bell. The humid breath of the St. Plav. John's River clung to him as he drank in the scene, his dress shirt damp with sweat. His town car glided smoothly along the access road, the back seat holding a bucket of iced champagne, a celebration 2 weeks in the making. Beside him lay fleece-lined restraints, a ball gag, and a bottle of chilled Fiji water. Hector Cantrell usually arranged provisions, but the slender man knew they always arrived thirsty. His driver, Donnell, knew better than to speak to disrupt the ritual. Even the drive was part of the game. Turning off the main road, they reached the isolated cargo zone, where a discreet bribe had secured container 78653 B812, sitting alone on the cracked asphalt. Donnell stepped out first, his jacket straining over his holster. The slender man lingered in the silence, tilting his head back to inhale the night. The sky was a void, save for the moon, glowing with an eerie brilliance straight out of his old comic books. He thought of the girl's catalog photos and tempered his expectations. They rarely arrived in perfect condition, but after some care, they usually bounced back, good for months of use. Even then, there was profit to be made reselling them. Some buyers weren't picky. With a nod, Dono produced the key and worked the heavy lock, the metal clanking as the doors groaned open. He stepped aside like a stagehand revealing the grand illusion. The slender man savored this moment, the unveiling, the power of being their deliverer, their god. But tonight, something was off. The container wasn't dark. A thin beam of light sliced down from above. Had Cantrell added a light for her comfort? The thought almost amused him until he stepped inside. The thin man squinted into the inky blackness, seeing only what resembled a stage spotlight cutting through the void. The dramatic effect suited his tastes perfectly. "Come closer, darling," he coaxed with false warmth. The shadows stirred, fabric whispering as a figure materialized far larger than expected, with shoulders that could bench press a small car. His stomach dropped when he recognized the silhouette wasn't his expected guest, but a man cradling a German-made submachine gun. Moonlight streamed through a jagged hole in container 78653 B8112's roof, revealing the truth too late. In that flickering glow, he spotted the real Miss Siegler cowering behind the armed stranger, her hair plastered across her terrified face. Beside him, Donald's body jerked like a broken marionette as bullets tore through him. The slender man's mouth went desert dry, his attempt at speech emerging as a frog's death rattle. Fear wasn't just an emotion now, it was liquid nitrogen in his veins, a living thing chewing through his organs. The gun barrel swung toward him with lazy precision, its dark circle mirroring the moon above. Then impact. Safety glass rained down as his body smashed into the town car's side, his last conscious thought wondering why death smelled like cordite and leather seats. Evan stumbled from the taxi at Castle Heights, every movement sending white-hot knives through his ribs. He barely avoided plowing into Ida Rosenbaum from 6G, the human fireplug of a woman glaring up through her pancake makeup. "Watch where you're going, young man." "Apologies," Evan ground out, discreetly adjusting his stance to hide how his right arm hung useless at his side. The old woman's perfume, something between roses and chemical warfare, assaulted his nostrils as she waited expectantly. With a silent curse, he wrenched the lobby door open, his vision graying at the edges from the effort. "Me babe and smoke." A small missile in a cowboy costume launched itself at his torso. Evan managed not to scream as Peter's enthusiastic hug compressed his injuries. The boy spun to show off his plastic six-shooter, oblivious to the blood seeping through Evan's shirt. Mia materialized beside them, holding a pillowcase, her deadpan delivery cutting through his pain. "I'm going as a kid who hates Halloween." Evan choked back something between a laugh and a whimper, just another normal homecoming in his decidedly abnormal life. Evan forced a smile as Mia joked about her messy hair, the title of her imaginary memoir hanging between them. His gaze flickered to the small birthmark near her temple, the way her chestnut curls tumbled carelessly over her shoulders, before he caught himself. "Focus. Melvingen used to tree pand for itself." "Now." "Been a minute," Mia said, tilting her head. "What secret agent business kept you away?" "Classified," Evan replied, but Peter was already yanking Mia's sleeve. "Hey, can he come for spaghetti night?" "Not boring, Ted." "Ted?" Evan's eyebrow twitched as Mia flushed. "Not tonight, kiddo," she said, then added quickly, "Mr. Moak is busy." Peter brandished his plastic revolver. "But he could be my deputy. We're hunting outlaws." The toy barrel swung toward Evan, and suddenly the lobby's potpourri scent couldn't mask the metallic tang of memory. His fingers twitched. "Don't." The words came out sharper than he'd intended. Peter's lower lip jutted. "You're mean." Mia pulled her son close. "Time for Skittles, cowboy." As they retreated, Evan exhaled through his teeth. The headache was spreading, tendrils of pain coiling around his neck like barbed wire. Upstairs, he bypassed the martini glasses. His shoulders screamed at the thought of shaking anything, and dumped Stoli over ice instead. The vodka was pristine, filtered through Arctic cold, but no amount of purity could scrub his mind clean. He pressed the frosty bottle to his throbbing shoulder, the burn a welcome distraction. Across the kitchen, his vertical herb garden thrived, mint leaves invading like unchecked regrets. Pathetic, he thought. A man who built fortresses shouldn't pretend to nurture life. Jack's ghost nagged at him. You were supposed to live, not just survive. But what did living even mean? Allison Siegler's face flashed in his mind, how she'd straightened her spine after the attack, refusing to fold. He'd watched from the shadows, always apart. The Stoli burned its way down. Every muscle stayed taut, wired for threats that never came. His apartment was a bunker, reinforced walls, motion sensors, windows that could stop a bullet. Safe, empty. He stared at the gun safe across the room. A wife, kids. Jack's voice needled him again. I broke you out of one cage. Why'd you build another? The ice cracked in his glass. No answer came. For years, he'd been the kind of man who lurked in the shadows, the one who stepped forward when others stepped back, the kind who faced down threats like Hector Cantrell and Renee Casseroy, men like Asseroy, men like Asim, Al-Hakim, and Tigran Sarkisian. If he didn't do it, who would? Maybe now, with the weight of Jack's death finally lifting, he could stop chasing redemption. Maybe he could stop being the nowhere man and start being something real. Somewhere out there, Mia and Peter were laughing, weaving through the neighborhood with pillowcases full of candy, oblivious to the darkness he carried. He drained the last of his vodka, swirling the ice before setting the glass down. Reality snapped back into focus. He needed a new roam zone. Anna Rezian might already have another name for him, another desperate soul needing his help. He owed them that much. And Renee was still out there, scheming, probably lining up his next victim, another nightmare waiting to unfold. If Evan wanted to stop him, he'd have to move faster than the FBI while staying ahead of Vance Skiver and his pack of orphans. Despy's face flashed in his mind, her family slaughtered for helping him. I don't know how to live with this, she'd whispered. Renee devoured lives, left wreckage in his wake. Evan couldn't let that continue. And yet Mia's birthmark, the way Peter's voice cracked when he laughed. Evan rinsed the glass, then walked past the empty spot where his katana should have hung. His wounds had healed enough that he could undress without wincing, but standing under the shower's spray, he flinched as the water hit his collarbone. The heat stung, then soothed. He braced himself against the tile, breathing hard, reminding himself he was home. Autopilot took over: towel, bandages, the mechanical motions of survival. In his bedroom, he hesitated at the dresser before yanking open the bottom drawer. Jack's blood-stained flannel lay hidden inside, a relic of guilt. He carried it to the fireplace, watched as flames licked at the fabric, turning 8 years of grief into smoke. When nothing remained but embers, he dressed methodically: dark jeans, a fresh gray t-shirt, a new Victorinox clipped to his belt. The efficiency of it all felt hollow now, like he was just another replaceable part in an endless machine. His life had always been one mission bleeding into the next, a cycle with no end in sight. Vance Skiver was coming. Or someone else would. But for now, he had work to do. Evan knew time wasn't on his side. Age would dull his reflexes, and one day that split-second delay could cost him everything. Had he made amends for his past? Would it even matter if he had? These weren't the kind of thoughts a professional should entertain. Fatigue settled over him like a suffocating blanket. Maybe he just needed rest. Sleep would clear his head of this pointless introspection. He moved to the bathroom, brushing aside the shower curtain to reveal the hidden entrance to the vault. Inside, a rugged hard-dig case sat beside the weapon racks, its foam-lined interior cradling a row of pristine roam zone phones. He grabbed one, swapped in a fresh SIM, and sank into the chair at his makeshift command center. A few keystrokes later, his new burner was routed through a telecom in Bahrain. Powering it on, he saw no messages from Anna Rezian's contact. He plugged it into the charger, then hesitated. On impulse, he pulled up the security feed from Castle Heights, rewinding the 12th floor elevator footage. The grainy playback showed Mia stepping backward into the elevator with a man, Ted, apparently. The guy had that effortlessly casual look, tousled hair, a button-down just wrinkled enough to seem intentional, and a pair of beat-up Chucks. Probably some creative type, The kind who hosted backyard cookouts and bragged about his latest CrossFit PR. Evan pictured them laughing over dinner downstairs, Mia's smile easy and unguarded. The roam zone sat silent in its charger, a reminder of the leash he could never slip. For a fleeting moment, he imagined what freedom might feel like. Morning came early. After meditation and a cautious stretch his injured arm still couldn't handle a full pull-up, he whipped up an omelet, folding in herbs from his living wall. The downtown skyline glittered in the distance, miniature against the horizon. Back in the vault, he sifted through the files from Jack's cabin, skimming the FBI's leads on Renee Casseroy. Crime scene photos revealed little bullet holes in a basement lab, abandoned vehicles in a barn, evidence tags strewn across a Persian rug. Following the Bureau's trail was pointless. They had the manpower. But Evan had something they didn't, insight. Then it hit him. Dex. The severed hand. The helicopter extraction. The pieces clicked together, sending a jolt through him. Renee's escape wasn't just random, it was calculated. And Evan might be the only one who saw the pattern. Evan already knew where he needed to go, a major medical center with surgical capabilities and a helipad. Since the FBI remained unaware of the ballroom incident, they wouldn't be looking for a one-handed patient. A fast online search narrowed it down to 3 hospitals within helicopter range of Chalet, Savoir-Faire. Time to dig deeper. Whenever Evan hacked from his secure setup in the vault, he masked his digital trail through layers of global proxy Shanghai, Johannesburg, a quick hop across Scandinavia, then Colombia and Moldova for extra cover. Prepared, he targeted the hospital databases. Most used the Epic system, which he knew inside out. Within minutes, he'd bypassed security protocols. The second facility had the jackpot, a 6'5", 290-pound male admitted Sunday afternoon with a severed left hand. The alias, Jonathan Doe? Evan smirked. Records showed the patient refused to speak, was rushed into surgery, then discharged against medical advice after paying cash. The paperwork was sparse, but a phone number caught his eye. Why would Dex, a mute, have a cell? Evan grabbed his roam zone and dialed. 2 rings, then a click. Heavy breathing filled the line. Renee Casseroy, Evan said. Found the little surprise Dex left for you. Took you long enough. The voice on the other end sent a chill through him, even in the safety of the vault. He realized he was standing now, pacing like a caged animal. What do you want? Evan demanded. To clarify a few things, Renee replied smoothly. You won't like what's coming. Try me. I had a feeling you'd survive that mess in the valley. Color me impressed you're one of a kind. Witte de soms hepla tren. Mer did it bring to stick around. You'll get a front row seat. Oh, I counted on that, Renee said. Which is why I took precautions. Despi, for instance. Evan froze mid-step. You think disabling a few cameras made you invisible? We heard everything. Every desperate whisper into that broken phone. Who were you begging to save you? Yourself. Tabulate intuitive team this mighty pride. Pathetic. But the real entertainment was listening to you and Despi bond. Her sob story about her family, your little heart-to-heart. I know how much she means to you. Pity if something happened. Evan's grip tightened, his shoulder burning with tension. Yes, my too would be. My men are watching her now, just like they watched her sister. Remember how that ended. Somad, adieu. Walk away and she lives, Renee said. Or don't and see how fast I gut her. Your choice. The line hummed with silence. Evan's voice turned icy. Who says you'll even see me coming? He ended the call. banged up in all the right ways, a voice cut through the tension. "Skin, how it'd go?" Tommy Stojak shuffled through his cluttered armory, weaving past twisted speed loaders, welding torches, and a forgotten crate of Russian-made anti-tank grenades. His fingers sifted through a pile of Ares pistol frames, each one a solid aluminum block, shaped like a firearm before pulling one out like a prize from a junk drawer. Evan stood nearby, arms crossed. "The Somali pirate job?" Tommy asked, raising an eyebrow. "Went smooth," Evan replied. "Saved the damsel, killed the monster." Tommy smirked, his missing tooth making the grin even more crooked. "Close enough. Came to pay my tab." Evan tossed him a fat roll of cash. Tommy weighed it in his palm, nodded, and stuffed it into his pocket without counting. Evan eyed the unfinished pistol frame. "You got those upgrades ready?" Tommy scoffed, waving his half-blown-off finger. Sure, no problem. Just whip up a silenced submachine gun, a boat, and a damn grappling hook overnight from across the country. No big deal." "Right," Evan said dryly. "Thanks." Tommy jabbed the air with his stub. "And a grappling hook." "And a grappling hook," Evan echoed. Tommy rolled his eyes. "No, hey, Tommy, how's life?" "Just straight to business." Evan sighed. "How's life?" Tommy shrugged, dropping the act. "Same old chaos. Tried yoga with this new girl. Told her I wasn't in touch with my inner goddesses enough." He snorted. "Turns out I'm not in touch with my inner Navy SEAL either. Those yoga freaks. They balance on one toe like it's nothing. Meanwhile, I can barely stand up straight." "So you're a yogi now?" "Bim, bestupevia peskimpuid." "But yoga pants, genius. Downward dog makes me rise to the occasion if you catch my drift. Still not worth the suffering." He collapsed into his rolling chair, the kind of man who wore his past in scars and bad knees. Evan had never asked where he served, but the signs were obvious government work, black ops, the kind of life that left a man with stories he couldn't tell. His shop, a sun-scorched building hidden in the Nevada desert, looked like a mechanic's garage to the untrained eye. Few knew its location, and even fewer got inside. Tommy took a swig of coffee, the scent of wintergreen dip mixing with the bitter brew. "Working out's a scam. They say it adds years to your life, but those years are just the ones you wasted on a treadmill. I'd rather enjoy the good days and drop dead when it's time." He kicked off, rolling across the floor toward his makeshift smoking station, an old ship's porthole turned to ashtray. A half-smoked Camel dangled from the edge. He took one last drag before drowning it in a red Solo cup. Another kick sent him gliding back, already assembling the pistol slide onto the frame. Don't get me wrong, I ain't slowing down. My spirit animal's animal from the Muppets, screaming and smashing drums. He grinned, tightening a screw. But yoga, that's where I draw the line. Evan exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of Jack's words echo in his mind. Shot at and missed, shit at and hit. The irony wasn't lost on him. He flexed his own hands, watching the tendons shift beneath scarred skin, thinking of Asim's trembling fingers and the way his body had betrayed him after years of pushing too hard. Was this the inevitable endgame? A broken body as the final trophy for a life lived on the edge. Evan clenched his jaw. Jack had wanted more for him, a way out, a shot at something better. But here he was, still tangled in the same mess, listening to a voice that refused to stay buried. Tommy's gruff chuckle snapped him back. "You lose your holster too?" Evan glanced down. "Well, tem nowachow. Need a Kydex high guard." "Like I don't know your setup." Tommy spat his chew into a dented energy drink can, then swigged from a mug of sludge black coffee. So what? You get jumped by a pack of kindergartners on a field trip? Something like that. Tommy smirked. Ain't that always the way? He tossed Evan the new 1911 custom work, no cereal, a ghost gun for a ghost man. The weight was different, lighter, but the grip was familiar, the sights dialed in just right. Aggressive checkering, extended barrel, built to disappear. Evan ran his thumb along the bever tail. Feels like it's barely there. Damn right, Tommy said, his mustache twitching. Practically floats. But don't let that fool you, it's got the same guts as the old Wilsons. I just homegrown. Evan handed over a stack of cash and stood, but Tommy held up a grease-stained hand. Since when do you walk out without test firing? He jerked his chin toward a sand-filled pipe in the corner. Eyes and ears are in the bin. The gun roared, each shot smooth as silk. When Evan turned back, Tommy was rubbing his ear, his face creased in a wince. Tinnitus, he muttered. Like a damn cricket in my skull, chirping all the bad decisions back to me. His grin was tired. Every year, it's like I'm holding on to less. And for less. Evan holstered the gun. Yeah, he said. I know. Kraft First Poster Restoration was the kind of place that blurred the line between art and crime. Tucked in the back of a Northridge industrial park, it hummed with the quiet intensity of skilled hands bringing old posters and occasionally old identities back to life. The woman running the show was a forger without equal, and Evan had spent the last week knee-deep in paperwork, chasing shadows. Renee Casseroy had left a trail of shell addresses: Croatia, Togo, the Maldives, places where extradition was a fantasy. Evan knew the game. He'd played it himself. But without a solid lead, he'd be stuck chasing ghosts across the globe. That's why he was here. For answers. For a way forward. Melinda Trong perched high on a ladder at the far end of the warehouse, stretching toward a cardboard box wedged between dusty industrial shelves. Below her, a group of anxious male employees hovered, tossing up nervous warnings and half-hearted offers of assistance. With a sharp tug, she freed the box, her body swaying precariously for a heart-stopping moment, her long black hair whipping through the air like a flag in a storm. The entire room froze until she regained her balance, then descended the ladder 2 rungs at a time in her bright orange sneakers. Handing the box of precision blades to a waiting assistant, she shot the men a playful glare and scolded them in rapid Vietnamese before switching to English. Stop hovering like nervous hens. I pay you to work, not to babysit me. The workers scattered instantly, equal parts intimidated and smitten. As she brushed her hands clean, she spotted Evan weaving through the maze of work tables toward her. A mischievous grin spread across her face. Well, well. Look who finally remembered I exist, she teased, cupping his face in her hands. Rising onto her toes, she planted exaggerated kisses on his cheeks, deliberately grazing the corner of his mouth. So, what's the emergency this time? Need another fake ID? Or maybe you're finally whisking me away to Bora Bora, like you promised? I need your expertise, he said. She arched an eyebrow, arms folding across her chest. The custom airbrush clipped to her belt, wrapped in hot pink grip tape to deter thieves, swung slightly as she shifted her weight. My expertise. Should I be honored or offended? One on it. You're the best forger I know. Her attention snapped to a worker scrubbing too aggressively at a vintage Polish movie poster. Easy, she barked, swatting his shoulder. That poster's older than your grandfather. Treat it like a first date, gentle and attentive. Turning back to Evan, she switched effortlessly to English. Honestly, I pity Min's wife. That man handles everything like he's wrestling a bear. She strode through the workspace, her sharp eyes scanning every station. "I'm looking for someone," Evan said. "Join the club," she quipped, flashing him a sidelong glance. "Fine, fine. Let's hunt down your mystery man. God knows I could use the distraction. Somehow, I doubt your life's lacking in excitement. Prove it. Let me cook you dinner. Deal. But right now, a man." "Got it." She sighed. "So, what's the play?" "You think he skipped the country?" Evan nodded. "He's covered his tracks well. But his place was full of high-end collectibles, some rare, some suspicious. I'm betting he left a trail through his purchases." "Far too? Why that angle?" "Because," Evan said grimly, "it's how he found me." She paused mid-step, yanking a painter's headphones off to bark. "Use Bestine for the adhesive, you animal," before slapping them back onto his head. "All right, Monet boy. What's the lead?" "He owned an original." "And you're sure it wasn't one of mine?" "Pretty sure." She smirked. "Flatterer." "Yeah, which one?" "Moya Cometes, water lilies." Shocking, she deadpanned. "The man painted, what, 200 of those? Plus the fakes only Van Gogh's Starry Night gets copied more. Even if it's real, how would you pinpoint which lily pond it was?" "They all look like, well, pond scum with flowers." Evan pulled out the crime scene photos, flipping through them, but the shot of the dining room and the missing Monet wasn't there. Melinda read his frustration. "Sorry, cowboy," she said softly. "No magical leads today." Evan studied the scattered printouts on the table, documents about an imported Pakistani rug, punctured IV bags left to drip in the basement, photos of the barn interior showing 2 Mercedes SUVs and a wrestling mat. His gaze froze on the final image. It wasn't what was there that caught his attention, but what wasn't. Melinda's fingers tightened on his arm. "What is it?" "Sappenazersippedak Siad." Evan remembered Deck speeding off in that vintage Phantom after taking Despy. Yet it never returned. Renee, with his obsession for luxury, wouldn't abandon such a prized possession. He'd want it waiting for him at his next hideout. That dinner table comment about silk sheets and caviar being his lifeblood? Maybe his love of extravagance would be his downfall. What model was it? Melinda pressed. "More ooze and a phantom." Her eyes lit up. Now that could be useful. Evan turned back to the barn photo. The snowbank along the vehicle path was scarred with tire marks from the SUVs maneuvering in and out. But one imprint stood out lower, with the faint rectangular outline of a license plate frame. Except the rolls hadn't had plates. Melinda leaned in, the scent of juicy fruit gum sharp in the air. "What's got you staring?" Before he could answer, she cut him off. "Later. First, which phantom?" I sang Tree Ivy." "How am I supposed to know?" "You don't, but he might." She dragged him past misting insecticide sprayers, calling out, "Quan, met the sign of what this say?" A hesitant man in the corner raised his hand. His table was buried under glossy brochures for classic cars. Ivan blinked. "You collect sales pamphlets?" Melinda smirked. "A Bugatti ad? Worth more than your car." She turned to Quan. "We need you to ID a Rolls-Royce Phantom." Evan butchered a few Vietnamese phrases describing the car: swooping fenders, tilted windshield, those riveted skirts over the rear wheels. Fender skirts. The British call them spats, Quan mused. A close-coupled body. Short passenger compartment? Looked fast. Like this. Quan tapped a brochure. Deritz en kaplik klusem I pun. After flipping through a coffee table book, Quan landed on the right image. Phantom 3. The Goldfinger car. How many exist? 727 chassis. Fewer with that body style. Evan muttered, still a lot of needles in a haystack. Melinda didn't care. She hauled him down a back hallway into a dim photo lab, the kind used for shady document work. Slapping the barn photo onto a microscope stage, she enlarged the image on the screen. Now let's see what you really missed. She gathered her long hair into a loose twist, tossing it over one shoulder before bending toward the magnified image on the screen. The snow's impression revealed faint markings, not random curves, but distinct letters. Evan squinted at his own monitor. Looks like two arches stacked together, he mused. She shook her head, tapping the glass. Those aren't arches. It's a capital B over a lowercase one. When he still looked puzzled, she killed the specialized lighting with a flick of her wrist and pivoted to a different workstation. Her manicured fingers danced across the keyboard slow enough to protect her nail polish, fast enough to make the system hum. The search results flashed instantly. Bonhams and Butterfield's the elite auction house. Evan whistled. You're a wizard. She smirked. Stick around for the encore. A few more keystrokes tunneled into a collector's registry. Then only 5 Phantom 2Is sold since the merger, she announced. 3 went to some oil-rich sheikh, 1 to that Ukrainian athlete who can't keep his racket on the court. Hi, Evan leaned in. And the last. Her fingers stabbed the screen where the words anonymous buyer glowed. Your mystery man, she said. I think we can trace him. She chuckled, her dimples appearing like punctuation marks. Auction houses guard privacy like dragons hoard gold. The car. Her grin turned predatory. Every chassis has a passport. Taxes, import forms, bureaucracy leaves crumbs. Evan's pulse jumped. So the car talks. Better it sings. When he asked how he could repay her, she tilted her cheek toward him with theatrical flair. The kiss she received made her laugh, a rich sound as she shooed him away. Check your inbox by sunset. And scram, some of us actually earn our paychecks. Outside apartment 12B, Evan's hand hovered near the doorbell. Mia had drawn clear boundaries for Peter's sake, for her own. She didn't know the specifics of his work, just that it came with shadows. His finger trembled. After surviving firefights and interrogations, why did a doorbell feel like a live wire? He pressed it. Watery footsteps sloshed toward him before the door jerked open. Mia stood there, robe clinging, hair dripping, wielding a pink razor like a tiny sword. Oh, she said, yanking her robe closed. I was expecting pepperoni, not this. She awkwardly tucked the razor behind her back. Evan deadpanned, it's still there. She peeked over her shoulder. Guess I hoped you'd forget it existed. I blid the permanence priest. Mastered it. Wet that the kind of pudding, social grace. Still in beta. She shivered. I'm out of banter and turning into a popsicle. Get to the point. He swallowed. I owe Peter an apology. For snapping at him in the lobby. Mia nodded toward the hallway. He's marinating in contraband candy. Fair warning. As she retreated, she called over her shoulder. I'll be innocently drying my hair right next to the miraculously acoustically perfect heating vent. Evan pushed open Peter's slightly ajar. Door, same Batman decals, same pirate-themed warning sign, but Kobe's poster had been swapped for a grinning Steph Curry mid-three-pointer. The room smelled like melted chocolate and regret. Peter jerked upright, scrambling to hide the avalanche of spilled candy. Glancing back, his eyes widened. Mary is Smoak, Hammett? He rolled off the floor, plucking a Snickers from his wrinkled pajamas before feverishly scooping sweets back into the pillowcase. Mom can't find out, he mumbled through a mouthful of chocolate, his lips stained blue from sour gummies. A dark smear marked his cheek. Though she probably already knows. Why would she know? Evan asked. Peter gave him a look like it was the dumbest question ever. Because moms have superpowers. The sudden shift to coloring Star Wars characters came with a sugar-fueled energy burst. Crayon gripped tight, Peter fired off random facts between scribbles. Butterflies taste with their feet. What kind of coffin would you pick? Do frogs even have a wetsuit? Evan cut in. And no, not the frogs I know. He hesitated, then forced the words out. I need to apologize for how I acted before. Peter blinked, crayon hovering. In the lobby. I was out of line. Oh, that. Peter shrugged, going back to his drawing. Friends don't sweat small stuff. The casual forgiveness hit Evan harder than expected, tightening his throat. Later, Evan lingered in the hallway, taking in the lived-in chaos, laundry piled on the couch, jazz notes drifting from another room, the sweet mix of vanilla and dish soap in the air. A faded post-it by the kitchen caught his eye. Treat yourself like someone you're responsible for helping. Mia's handwriting. The words stuck with him more now than ever. Mia appeared, towel drying her hair. Survived the sugar interrogation. He asked about frog anatomy. She laughed, and for a second, Evan forgot to breathe. Do they, though? She teased. Pretty sure they don't. The moment stretched, unspoken things hanging between them. Then Mia looked away, and Evan knew it was time. I should go, he said, forcing a smirk. Before you break out the razor again. Definitely for the best, she agreed, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. At the door, she stopped him. In another life, she started, gaze fixed somewhere past his shoulder, where things were different. Evan nodded, but Peter comes first. So forza bis, I'm biserum bispe. Goodbye, Mia. Back in the vault, Evan checked his email. One message waited, Melinda Trong. The subject line read, No extradition. A vintage 190-36 Rolls-Royce Phantom 3, customized with a Hooper body and Sauchik chrome accents, chassis number 9AZ161, had cleared customs at Croatia's port of Rijeka on October 28th. Evan smirked at the message. Someone clearly expected a Caribbean vacation in return for the intel. His fingers hovered over the keyboard as he cross-referenced the location. Rijeka, Narrator soil. No extradition to the States. Perfect for a man like Renee. Evans spread the ESE's documents across his desk, flipping through pages crammed with handwritten leads. One address stood out, a Zagreb condo where Renee's lawyer had received payments from a defunct shell corporation back in 2008. Just a 2-hour drive from the port. He crossed to the vault, spun the combination, and retrieved one of his passports. Time to move. Meanwhile, Candy was stuck in a passage wagon advertised as spacious for families, though she only cared about the trunk space, with Ben Jagers breathing down her neck. The man reeked of cheap cologne and bad decisions. She alternated between mouth breathing to avoid the stench and nose breathing to avoid lung contamination, neither option ideal. Croatia itself was a paradise, just not this part. The men here looked like they'd stepped off a romance novel cover, tall, chiseled, with sun-kissed skin and eyes like the Adriatic. They'd propose marriage after one glance. Too bad she was trapped in Zagreb's traffic-choked streets instead of sipping cocktails in Split or wandering Dubrovnik's lavender fields. The condo complex loomed ahead, a fortress of glass and steel. Renee had already made his morning run, croissant in hand, Dex shadowing him like a one-handed bodyguard with a thyroid issue. Now they were holed up inside, waiting. Candy's phone blared Shakira's "Hips Don't Lie," a choice specifically engineered to grate on Jagger's nerves. He didn't flinch. Surveillance cameras, planted under cover of darkness, fed footage to the laptop between them. So far, nothing worth a rewind. Just the usual parade of pedestrians, a harried mom, a silver-haired exec, schoolgirls in plaid skirts. Candy sighed. The only excitement came from a pack of soccer players horsing around near a bus stop, all biceps and banter. She felt like a zoo animal watching a steak dinner. Eyes on the building. Jaggers muttered. "Obviously," she said, flicking her gaze back to the condo. Any minute now, Evan would walk into the trap. And when he did, she'd make sure it was the last mistake he ever made. He slumped motionless in the passenger seat, rigid as a taxidermied squirrel, the high-tech GPS device balanced precariously on his bony legs. The phone buzzed, she answered with military crispness. "Sitrap. Target restaurant in visual range. Primary subject remains unobserved. Firefly is hot. Awaiting final grid coordinates." Van Skiver had to keep their drone grounded until the last possible second. No aerial recon, no risks. The moment Candy and Emsir pinpointed the Nowhere Man's exact position, they'd feed the data into that handheld unit, and hell would rain down from above. No messy aftermath, no inconvenient questions. If you erased a ghost, did it even count as a kill? The official story would blame Hamas, Hezbollah, or whatever boogeyman played best that week. Van Skiver's problem, not theirs. Operating overseas was liberating. No pesky rules of engagement, no whining about due process. Just a man 1 second, a smoldering hole the next, and a bunch of bystanders scratching their heads. The GPS in M's lap crunched numbers with terrifying precision, calculating coordinates down to arc seconds accurate enough to thread a missile through a wedding ring. Jaggers had bragged it even compensated for continental drift, which Candy had dryly compared to a prostate exam. She refocused on Van Skiver's distorted voice. "I was hoping for a more intimate dinner with our guests," she said, though they'd argued this point twice already. "Coordinates first," the scrambled voice replied. "Then dessert." The call died. Across the city, Evan lounged in a boutique hotel's bay window, laptop open beside him. His view framed the luxury condo where Renee Casseroy was holed up third floor with Dex in the adjoining unit. Evan's right arm still ached from recent damage, but Dex was down a hand, so he figured the playing field was roughly level. At least Evan still had the advantage of opposable thumbs. He intended to use them. Zagreb's city center bustled below, but Evan's focus was razor sharp. One wrong move, one stray signal, and Despy would join her family in oblivion. Renee had chosen his hideout well. The complex teemed with politicians and CEOs, its perimeter bristling with cameras. Evan logged into Hashkiller, unleashing its 131 billion password arsenal. Minutes later, he breached the building's network, locating the security system by matching decals on the perimeter fence. The camera feeds bloomed across his screen. He isolated the ones along his planned route, then hijacked their controls. The gate camera swiveled obediently toward the sun, flooding its feed with white noise. Others he aimed at streetlights, blinding them. The east stairwell cameras lacked pan-tilt function, so he killed their auto-iris, plunging the feeds into darkness. But Renee was no amateur. If he'd tapped into his own floor's feeds, Evan needed a better trick. He snatched a single frame from each camera, cloned it 50 million times, and fed the loop back into the system. Now every monitor would show an endless, empty hallway, a perfect illusion of safety. Slamming his laptop closed, he rose from his seat, rolling his stiff shoulders before making his way toward the exit. The moment had arrived. Candy rolled down her window just enough to let in a breeze, putting distance between herself and Jagger's unsettling presence. He sat frozen beside her, fingers hovering over the GPS like a kid prepping for a video game marathon. Her gaze stayed fixed on the steady stream of people entering the upscale condo complex, an elderly woman clutching a tiny dog, a tattooed hipster in a beanie, a group of socialites dripping in pearls. "Halia Baldacci," she muttered under her breath. She didn't need to look to feel Orphan M's sharp glance. What? That was her name. The girl you left bleeding in that Sevastopol alley. Jaggers barely glanced up from the laptop, replaying surveillance footage. "And you know this how?" Candy kept her focus on the building. A retired couple shuffled past, followed by a teenager with smudged eyeliner and a diplomat's wife who looked like she belonged on a Vegas stage. "I read the report," Candy said flatly. She was just some broke kid trying to survive. A businessman with a thick mustache passed by, then a janitor, then a college athlete. "Why should I care?" Jaggers asked. "Because, you soulless bastard," Candy snapped. "She was exactly like us before life chewed her up." For a split second, she thought he might actually hit her. Instead, his fingers flew over the keyboard, freezing the image of the hipster from earlier and zooming in on the shadowed face beneath the beanie. "Damn it," Candy hissed. "Confirm he's inside Renee's unit," Jaggers ordered. "Pinpoint the exact room. I'll prep the coordinates. We can't risk him slipping away half-crisped." Candy snatched her phone and shoved the car door open. As she stepped out, Jaggers called after her, "And V?" She leaned back in, jaw tight. "If you spent half as much energy on surveillance as you do pretending dead, girls don't matter. We could have fried him at the gate." The door slammed harder than she intended as she broke into a jog toward the building. Inside the penthouse, Renee stirred from his nap, his body protesting every movement. The need clawed at him, relentless. Without his regular treatments, the decline was undeniable: aching joints, fading stamina, that bitter, powdery taste coating his mouth. The taste of time running out. Once they flushed the nowhere man into the open, Dex would handle the rest, and they could start fresh rebuilding the lab, securing new stock. Renee dragged himself to the bathroom, the dim lighting doing little to soften the horror in the mirror. His reflection was a stranger: thinning hair, sagging skin, eyes sunken into bruised hollows. The ritual began: foundation to mask the cracks, supplements to stave off collapse. No need for performance enhancers these days, but he doubled his antidepressants, desperate to numb the weight of it all. Beyond the locked door, Dex monitored every inch of the penthouse from his own unit, screens displaying every angle. One tap on his tablet, and their hired blades would swarm Despy before she could blink. Evan's fate was already mapped out: hidden gun ports, reinforced doors, gas vents primed to flood the space. Renee forced himself to meet his own gaze. The man staring back was barely holding on. Renee's fingers grazed the edge of the bathroom counter, searching for his Rogaine, when they snagged on something unexpected: a delicate pile of fabric. He lifted the material, realizing it wasn't a scarf but two separate tubes printed with intricate designs. Fake tattoos. They slipped from his grip, landing soundlessly on the thick carpet. His gaze flicked to the mirror, where the faint outline of a figure sat shrouded in the shadows of the upholstered couch. Renee forced a grin, his voice steady but loud enough for the hidden mics. "Evan," he said, "I knew you'd track me down." His attention shifted to the sliver of light beneath the connecting door, imagining Dex on the other side, prepping the knockout gas. The Greek muscle closing in on Despy. Dex would take his time, especially with only one hand left to work with. The shadowed face in the mirror remained unreadable. Renee straightened in his chair, keeping his voice casual. Dairy thing is, he said, listening for the telltale hiss of gas through the vents. You're missing a few key details here. A sudden crash shattered the mirror. Something heavy smacked onto the counter, sending pill bottles flying. Renee yelped, staring at the massive hand now resting among the scattered beauty products. A grotesque, stretched grin was inked across the knuckles. His frantic eyes darted to the door. Dex's boots were there, just visible beneath the gap. But then the darkness thickened, spilling across the tiles like ink. His stomach twisted, dread hollowing him out. The nowhere man hadn't moved. Renee's throat clenched, his voice a dry rasp. You can have the money back. I don't want the money, the voice replied. Then what do you want? Control time, control everything. The shadow stood, closing the distance. Too petrified to turn, Renee stayed frozen, watching in the broken mirror as a gloved hand emerged into the light, clutching a syringe. The needle slid into his neck, cold and precise. His last coherent thought was of the deadbolts on the front door, locking him in. Then everything stopped, trapping him like a fly in resin. Outside, Candy pressed her ear to Renee's door, phone in hand. One text to Orphan M and Van Skiver, and the sky would open up. The neighboring door creaked. Before she could react, something yanked her forward, no strike, just a dizzying spin, arms pinned, then released. She caught a glimpse of familiar eyes before she was flung across the threshold into the next condo. The door slammed. Her feet slipped on something wet and she hit the ground hard, hands coated in something sticky. The metallic scent hit her blood. She scrambled for the door, already knowing it was useless. The deadbolts had auto-locked. No phone. Is there traveler way? There'd no way out. Orphan M was waiting below for her signal. Now all she could do was wait for the missile. Orphan M stared at his screens, GPS in one hand, phone in the other. No fidgeting. Just focus. Then the message came, he's loose. M had the target cornered on the ground level. With the front gate jammed shut, all he needed was to steer the man toward it. He punched the coordinates into the drone's GPS, tossed the device onto the passenger seat, and bolted from the Volkswagen. Darting through 4 lanes of honking traffic like a man possessed, he barely avoided getting flattened by a delivery truck before reaching the towering metal gate. His lockpick barely touched the keyhole before he snapped it off inside. No one was getting through now. Sprinting back across the street, he barely made it into the Passat before another wave of cars surged past. Something was off. The GPS unit wasn't where he'd left it. He grabbed it, turning it over in his hands. The battery cover was loose, one screw half-turned. His stomach dropped. Someone had tampered with it, wiping the coordinates and resetting the device. A cold sweat broke over him. No, not cold. Pure, gut-churning terror. Then he saw him. Across the street, motionless in the crowd, stood Orphan X. The man tipped an invisible hat in mocking salute. M barely had time to glance at the car's roof before the Volkswagen erupted in flames. Despy stepped onto her balcony, watering can in hand, tending to the tomato vines twisting through the railing. Her sister had always kept them, just like their mother. Now it was only Despy left to carry on the tradition. The sunset over the Mediterranean should have been beautiful, violet and gold bleeding into the water, but lately it just felt like another ending. Her father used to say even a sliver of the sea was enough to remind you of your place in the world. She missed that, missed all of them. Pulling the curtain aside, she stepped inside and froze. Evan stood in her living room, silent as a ghost. Before she could speak, he pulled a thick white envelope from his pocket. "What is that?" She whispered. "Photos," he said, "of the men who killed your family. The ones watching you." Her breath hitched. I was being watched. Yes. She swallowed hard. What do they show? Dead men. Her fingers twisted into the fabric of her dress before she forced them still. Oh, did you find them? Names in a condo in Zagreb, he said. Where I found Renee. Is he dead? Worse. She gestured weakly at the envelope. What am I supposed to do with these? Evan said nothing. I don't want them, she snapped. I don't want to see. He tucked the envelope away. Didn't think you would. People are hard to predict. Her gaze fell to the watering can. How am I supposed to start over? There's nothing left. She'd seen him broken, beaten, collared, but never like this. Never helpless. I can't fix that, he said. She laughed bitterly. Right. You only know how to break things. When she looked up again, he was gone. I'm sorry, she murmured to the empty room. No matter how many times Evan visited the Parthenon, it still stole his breath. The way the ruins clawed at the sky above Athens, the marble veins glittering with mica like trapped sunlight. The Greeks had built it with illusion's columns tapered just so, making the weight of the roof seem lighter. Perfection carved in stone. Evan turned the corner past a maze of construction barriers and caught sight of Jack from behind, perched at a cramped sidewalk table under the striped awning of a coffee cart. Only Jack would manage to track down a perfect espresso in the middle of a centuries-old fortress. Beads of sweat darkened the back of his linen shirt as Evan approached. Before he could say a word, Jack placed his tiny cup on the saucer. Evan, he acknowledged, still facing away. Dropping into the chair across from him, Evan exhaled. Thanks for meeting me. Jack gave a curt nod just as two giggling German boys dashed past, their small hands clutching neon yellow sodas. The moment their shouts faded, Evan leaned forward. Maybe we could wipe the slate clean. Jack's lips quirked. All right. He swirled the dark liquid in his cup. You asked why I didn't retire to some tropical paradise with a piña colada after leaving the program. Not exactly how I'd put it. Close enough. Evan rubbed his jaw, searching for the right words. My whole life, I've been the outsider pressing my face against the window. Maybe I'll never get invited in. But I'll be damned if I let the predators through that door. That's the one thing I know how to do. The lines around Jack's eyes deepened as he studied Evan. You don't carry my debts, son. The choices I handed you, those were mine. You've paid enough. I made every shot count, Evan countered. For several minutes, the only sound was the wind whistling through time-worn archways. Jack massaged his temples, then met Evan's gaze with startling clarity. Everyone talks about fresh starts, he mused. But the past doesn't vanish. You just pick a new road. Maybe we take that road, Evan offered. The ghost of a smile touched Jack's face, just the faintest crinkle near his right eye. Tilting his head toward the dazzling Mediterranean light, he murmured, Funny how we ended up here, where history echoes through every stone. The weight of legends. His expression darkened abruptly. Can we shatter it? The pattern. Jack's stare burned into him. Are you ready to try? Evan didn't hesitate. Yes. Jack downed the last bitter drops and pushed back his chair. Backlit by the sun, he extended a hand. Walk with me. Evan stood to follow. 73 miles away, Anna Region looked nothing like the broken girl Evan had rescued months earlier. She stood in a cluster of teenagers on the school lawn, flipping through phone photos with easy laughter. Her once patchy hair now fell in soft waves. From his parked truck, Evan watched through the chain-link fence, a breach of his usual protocol, but today he needed the reminder that some stories ended well. That morning's news had featured a disturbing report: a withered American found in a Zagreb penthouse beside a corpse, his body ravaged as if decades had compressed into weeks. The single grainy photo showed a skeletal figure being led away, his milky eyes vacant. Authorities remained baffled by both the bizarre aging and the unrelated street explosion nearby. The school bell pierced the autumn air. As Anna linked arms with a friend, Evan inhaled the crisp scent of fallen leaves. Maybe she wouldn't pass along the nowhere man's number this time. Maybe the chain would break here. The thought surprised him, not as speculation, but as fervent hope. At that same moment, for the first time since its construction, Charles Van Skivers' surveillance hub went dark. One by one, the monitors flickered out until the room plunged into darkness, his ever-present digital glow finally extinguished. The residual heat from the screens pulsed faintly, like the fading warmth of something recently extinguished. It was more ritual than necessity. The servers hummed relentlessly behind reinforced walls, ready to resurrect the displays with a single command. Yet symbolism had its purpose. Sometimes you had to embrace the void to see clearly. In that blackness, distractions dissolved, leaving only the sharp outline of what needed to be done. The foxhole was no longer his refuge. He steadied himself, then lifted the receiver of one of the 3 obsidian phones anchoring the resolute desk. Carved from the salvaged wood of its namesake British ship, gifted by Queen Victoria after American sailors freed it from Arctic ice, the desk had dominated the Oval Office for generations. The presidential seal woven into the carpet beneath it rose in subtle relief, its threads clipped to varying heights, to form the eagle and stars, a study in monochrome shadows. A distinguished man in his 50s, detached from the group on the sofa, strode to the desk and answered. Van Skivers' voice came through unaltered, no filters, no disguises. He slipped away, sir. The president exhaled slowly, mastering the deliberate silence he'd honed in office. Correct that. As he moved to end the call, Van Skivers' voice cut back in. Next time, he said, I'll take care of it myself. Another measured pause. Then the click of the receiver. The vodka's finish held a whisper of sun-baked raisins, subtle but unmistakable. Dash organic, small batch distilled 7 times, filtered through coconut husks, and polished with micro-oxygenation until it slid down like liquid silk. Evan lounged on his suede couch, glass in hand, gaze drifting past the recessed TV slit to the city sprawling beyond his window. Los Angeles glittered 4 million pinpricks of light stacking into skyscrapers, clotting the freeways, bleeding from apartment windows. Thanksgiving had gridlocked the streets below, a sluggish river of brake lights. He floated above it all, 21 stories up, sovereign and solitary. The roam zone weighed heavy in his pocket. An Eurasian was free. But how many more hectares lurked ahead? How many blood-stained thresholds would he cross, bracing for the horrors behind them? How long had he been trapped in this cycle, this self-made fortress of violence and obligation? The vodka turned bitter on his tongue. You don't get a reset button, just a chance to veer left instead of right. Before doubt could intervene, he was moving. Out the door, down the hall, elevator descending 9 floors. His knuckles rapped on 12B's door before he could reconsider. A shadow shifted behind the peephole, then the door swung open, releasing a wave of lemongrass and the murmur of a family gathering. Mia stared at him, bewildered. Evan, if I walked away from all of it, he said, would you let me stay? Her breath caught. You'd really, for me? He shook his head. For me, silence. Then her slow blink, the unspoken question hanging between them. Peter hunched over the dinner table, his elbows digging into the wood as the rich aroma of buttery mashed potatoes rose between them. His eyes locked onto Mia's, the weight of her question hanging in the air. "So you're really ready to walk away from everything?" She pressed, her voice barely above a whisper. A storm of emotions churned inside him, old instincts clawing their way up, demanding attention. Just as he drew breath to answer, the familiar buzz of his roam zone shattered the moment. Time stretched thin, every detail sharpening, the golden glow of the dining room, the laughter trapped in the walls, the icy draft creeping down the hallway behind him, raising goosebumps on his skin. The phone pulsed against his thigh, a relentless reminder of the life he couldn't escape. He hesitated, torn between the warmth in front of him and the call of duty. With a slow exhale, he fished the phone from his pocket and pressed it to his ear. "Do you need my help?" he asked, his voice steady despite the chaos inside. A sudden gust of wind rushed in, extinguishing the flickering candles on the table, leaving behind twisting ribbons of smoke. Mia's expression shifted, something like resignation flickering in her eyes as if she already knew the answer, before the static-filled voice crackled through the receiver. "Yes." Evan froze. That voice, Jack's voice, sent a jolt through him. Without another word, he offered Mia a silent, regretful nod and stepped backward, letting the shadows swallow him whole.